Futures back on the move here as we get core CPI for the month of May, higher than expected here, 8.6 on the year-over-year number versus 8.3 expected. 1% increase versus a 0.7% increase expected here. So 0.6 versus 0.5 on the month-over-month number. So higher right across the board here for these inflation numbers. Guys, we'll go right over to the guys and get a little reaction here for the market.
Yeah, I mean, immediately, good morning, everybody. Immediately, you got the ES through 4,000. NASDAQ just crushed through the lows of the day. I mean, obviously, you know, everyone was sort of hoping out that we'd get a better number than expected. That's not what you're going to get. The whipsaw action you usually see, where you get a little bit of a bounce, regardless of direction, trying to come into play here, just sort of watching the future. And yeah, I mean, individual names, AMD through support, down at 98. We talked about some of the key levels in the futures. We're now well through our previous support. We did just catch a little bit of a bounce, 39.6 on the ES here, but obviously you're going to see that whipsaw come in. Volume was crazy on this number, highly anticipated, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, look, 8.6, I guess, versus 8.2 is what they were expecting. So, yeah, nice little move to the downside there for these futures. Let's see where we go now. The futures down only 1%. I mean, we could be down a lot worse here today. So, yeah, let's just strap up, strap in. We're short the TQQs right now just to see where we go. It's not a great number. More details to come, but S&P minis fall here pretty good. U.S. May consumer prices plus 1%. Lots of stuff happening here, Brendan. Nice moves to the downside as the explosions are starting. The TQQ's already down 3%. NASDAQ now going down 1+%, same as the S&P. We were waiting for a relief here, but doesn't seem like that's coming today anyways, Brendo.
Yeah, remember, this is May numbers, guys, so let's jump back into it here. If you're just joining us, a lot of people just coming in. There it is, 1% increase versus a 0.7% increase expected. The year-over-year number, 8.6, as Sean was saying, versus 8.3, but the 1% up versus 0.7, big miss there for that month-over-month number, 0.6 versus 0.5 on the core number, which excludes food. So, I mean, we talked about this all week long. It is here, guys, and it is higher than expected overall market to the downside this morning. I mean, we were doing absolutely nothing going into this number as expected, continuing at day lows right now for the futures. Big move here. I mean, 40.20 down to 39.70 right now for the S&P.
Oh my goodness, it's like every single stock. I was like, yeah, don't put stop orders out going into the number. Intel 40, Micron 66, a couple of the monster levels on the dailies. I mean,
everything.
just absolutely, when everything's down, but like those were monster levels that got wiped out on the daily. I mean, this is going to be, yeah, I mean, you get below shelves like these, it's going to be pretty ugly. You're already at 700 on Tesla, actually. 704 heading into the downside on Tesla. AMD 98, just looking across the board. Even stocks that were trying to be strong, you talk about something like an Alibaba, which the entire space in China was actually to the upside, gapping this morning. That just crushed down about $3. So you're getting it's pretty much across the board. We're not even bouncing anywhere. We're actually about to get to 12,000 flat on the NASDAQ. I was watching the ES, but the NASDAQ about to get to that 12,000 flat number, guys. So just about everything has broken the floor here today. Yeah, there was some hope for that little bit of a bounce. It was like the market was kind of poised that you had a shot. If it had not been the number that we ended up getting. You need to see some slowing, obviously, and that's going to be the wrong thing. I mean, the Fed's going to be back against the wall at this particular point. And even the ECB, people a day after were saying that their first hike, that quarter, no, it might actually be 50. They were saying that before this in the U.S., so you know, it doesn't look very good at the outset. Wow, Tesla 700, that's real fast.
Oh, yeah. I mean, everything's going to completely tank here. I mean, all those shorts that we had yesterday or today just going to look, you know, like ridiculous cash. But Amazon downside here. We're still short the TQQs. We were short. Remember, that was 3% when we were short. Now it's 5% and still making moves to the downside. So a big win on that side of things here already to start the day. We went right over to the TQQs. Look at our friend Amazon that we've been hitting every single day to the short. That's 114. Congratulations, man. We've been short this name for a hell of a long time. Amazon, Apple as well is another name that we've been calling short, now at 140. I mean, all these levels were right here. I mean, we were short yesterday, short into this. We missed obviously that huge move. We were long Meta. Let's just check out what Meta is. What is Meta at? Like $100 right now? Down to 180. Like, wow. Yeah, just this is starting to really bleed to the downside. Obviously, there's going to be a relief coming at some point here.
Be a bounce
I don't know when that is, but yeah, still to the downside. That's Tesla as well at that 700. That was an easy sell yesterday. Should have stepped in and done that. But yeah, right now it's a little scary as we
the one name
continue to bleed. Yeah,
the one name that hasn't broken the low, and you're probably going to be a little bit surprised by this. DocuSign did not just break the low of the day. You're down 25. We've seen this so many times before where you have a stock that's down so much and everything about the report is bad. And we'll get to the actual report, obviously. But it cannot take out the low. Yeah, if it can't take out the low, there's only one way to go. That's the way I kind of look at it. For it not to break that 64 here, it's not even a heavily shorted name as well. So, in addition to DocuSign, we'll probably have to watch a little bit of Stitch Fix because they got absolutely crushed. We'll call that chart up in a bit. But I'm interested now, DocuSign here, actually not breaking that bottom. Little relief there in Tesla back above 700, but DocuSign above that 64. This is 2020 levels. For DocuSign. You got to go way back. Forget about the double bottom. This is the pandemic low for DocuSign. Pandemic bottom for DocuSign. $320 stock down now to $65 with a 64 bottom, which for now has held.
8.6%, guys, if you go back 12 months. So over that year is a 40-year high for inflation in the U.S. So 8.6%. Yeah, not good. I wanted to show you it looks like 3960 or this area of 3960. That's a SPY. Here's the futures. 3960 acting as a little bit of support. We'll get a runes take coming up here. But yeah, I mean, lots to talk about anyways, but that was a big number we've been looking forward to all week long. Obviously, this is going to potentially change the language that we'll get from the Fed coming up on Tuesday, not Tuesday, but Wednesday, when they make their increase. We'll get 50 basis points on Wednesday. That language, though, that comes along with that announcement could be a little bit different now.
Well, I would suspect so. I mean, there was I shouldn't say there was an expectation, but there were enough people saying, hey, if it's slowing down enough that maybe they could back off, and after the first couple of hikes, they have to sort of, sit around and think about what they're going to be doing. I don't think they're going to do it. Like, they're not going to change anything as far as the balance sheet and the runoff goes. Obviously, I think that's probably just going to stay as is. That's probably worth a half to a full point decrease itself in terms of net effect, but it's going to get we should be checking out the Fed funds percentage. Like the chances now of getting those multiple 50 points is obviously got to be going through the roof. We'll see if we revise any of that 75 basis point talk. I'm not sure that'll be the case, but yeah, it's going to be the changing of the tune. As we get a bit of a bounce here in the market, like you might get some of these things coming back into pretty key levels. And if you think they're weak or like them weak, I'm talking about the Micron Intel that I was both looking at. That'll be the chance to possibly get in here.
I wonder if some of the talk's going to be, I don't know. I mean, sometimes the number is so bad that it's good. I just don't think that 8.6, I mean, it was what, 8.3 or 8.5 last time? I don't feel like that's a major deterrent here to the Fed. I don't think any of us thought that inflation was getting under control. I mean, go to the pumps, check out what food is looking like at the grocery store. I haven't really seen any sort of, reason that this was going to start to change the direction of what's happening here. DocuSign, I mean, nothing's really changed for DocuSign other than rates, right? So there's a lot of these high growth companies just continue to get pummeled every single day because of rates and where they're going, and they're only going northbound. So we've had multiple economists come out and mention, that these 50 points, maybe they got to do 75. Powell's behind, right? He's behind the curve. Should have done something in December, didn't. They've only raised it, half a point. They're going to do a couple more points coming up here. I think they were saying that they want to get to 2.95, so we'll see what happens here. I don't think anything's changed in in the rhetoric that we're going to hear from the Fed next week. I think it's just full speed ahead on these rate hikes, and we'll see. I mean, I look at some of these stocks, and it's like they have a lot more room to fall at the same time. So I don't know, like I'm a little bit nervous here, obviously, about the market, but it's actually not super, super dramatic. I mean, the NASDAQ yesterday fell like crazy there at the end of the day, if we use a 5-minute chart here, right? So this is quite a dramatic move from 12,600 down to 12,300. That's 300 NASDAQ points. We just lost 300 NASDAQ points and then got back about 100 of those. So we're actually only down 200 points on that number. Meanwhile, we were down 300 points in the afternoon yesterday. So I almost feel like yesterday was the flush, knowing that this number was going to be worse, like if that makes any sense. And then you get a little bit of a flush down here to that ominous 12,000 level. So maybe that's, we'll see when the market opens up where we go, but I feel like you might be able to play longs off that 12,000. Like if you just think about it, we were at 12,700 yesterday. So you've taken out 700 points in the NASDAQ in a day plus CPI. So I don't know. I'm not as negative maybe as I should be here. I do want to look for shorts today. I mean, there's no doubt about that. This is not a great number to say, okay, let's go in there and start buying everything. But we took off a lot yesterday. So you go yesterday plus today, you're down 1.2% right now. We were down 3% yesterday. That's a 4.5% or so from the top yesterday in the NASDAQ alone and the S&P. The S&P is basically the same as the NASDAQ the last couple of days. So I think 4 to 5% off in 2 days in front of this CPI is probably right. I'm actually starting to turn myself a little bullish here.
All right, here's a look at the Fed funds tool here from the CME group. I mean, they've already said both June and July, 50 basis points. These really haven't changed overnight. But if you look at September now, so we'll flip over here to September, it's now 60%. This was closer to 40 for another 50 basis points in September. So again, the next kind of date to mark on your calendar is going to be Wednesday next week, where we'll get the Fed decision and the statement to come with it. We're going to get to Michael Noss here in a few minutes to talk about some actual trading ideas for today. That was a big event, though, obviously very important, guys. I mean, lots of stuff to discuss as far as individual stocks moving around this morning. Just watching some of the Chinese names, as you mentioned, Alibaba back to the downside. NIO with its own individual news this morning. They're going to make their own batteries to compete directly with Tesla coming up as soon as 2024. So, I mean, China strength already this week. NIO now with its own positive catalyst as well.
Oh my goodness, when I saw you put that one out there, NIO's positive catalyst, I remember two things. One, BABA, we talked about BABA 110 holding its low yesterday. But if you think about, as you showed, the flush yesterday in the afternoon, Sean, NIO was one of the few stocks that I actually look at that didn't make a fresh low in the afternoon. And I'm sure you had the chart up of, whether it was TQQ or Amazon or any one of those names, and you saw what was happening at the end of the day. It doesn't matter. Like, everything was just flushing. But NIO, on the other hand, actually, it hit the low, it broke, but it didn't come anywhere near to the morning low and actually held up really well at that 1860 level. So sometimes you get a little relative strength. Guess what level just held on that number? 1860. So, NIO's got a little bit of a floor put in on it at this level. It's got a positive catalyst as well. So when you're looking for long opportunities, show me something that either recovers through a key price point, or just flat out reversed off of what would have been the more obvious level. And I think that's what just happened here on NIO. I feel like this is a name I'll be willing to take a shot at in front of that price, at least to the long side with that catalyst. Obviously, if it goes, it can take out the wick bottom from yesterday at 1845 and just say, okay, give it up. The market's too weak for it to be anything. But yeah, that's the first thing I think about with NIO is that, wow, that held up well twice, 2 days in a row. I know BABA was gapped above 110, so I don't know if that probably didn't even come into play, but that was the other one. If you're watching the afternoon show, BABA just refused to break that low of 110, nowhere near it even on that little flush.
Yeah, I'm trying to, even right now, get a little short here in Amazon. This is a name that obviously, we've traded it for over the last couple of days. It's been a good one. Unfortunately, here, I have to show you on my other chart because there's a crazy wick here for us. But this is yesterday for Amazon on the 3-minute chart. This name, again, retail, obviously, like we just talked about, rate hikes coming through. That's not going to be good for consumers coming through. Should be less money to go out there and spend. Obviously, with energy still going, I mean, energy right now is flat on the day, which is a little bit of a surprise there based on that number. But there's Amazon just absolutely collapsing in the afternoon. Neil talked about Neo strength. No strength at all with AMZN. So yeah, I'm trying to short this thing again here. Let's see if we get it. Try to get this against this 1550 or so on Amazon. 115.50. That bottom yesterday is 116. Again, like it's a little tricky for me right now to figure out, do we really want to get into some of these names here, in the pre-market? I don't know what's going to happen once this market opens up. I do know that we like Amazon short, we like Apple short, I like Alibaba short off that 118. So pretty much the same plays as yesterday. The market, again, like yesterday was a big move down. Here's a big move down. It's trying to consolidate. We are short the triple Qs. So, I mean, we did short this almost, not right away. We let it kind of settle down a little bit. But yeah, we missed the big move to the downside, but then we did capitalize on it at least, taking out a couple pennies there for the downside move. We're going to get out if it takes out the level that we're in here. So if it goes back above this 29 and change, we'll get out. But we can hold this and watch it. The TQQ down 4%, the NASDAQ down 1.3. I mean, Apple's not holding either. Apple just touched 140 there at the bottom. I'm long at 137. I thought we'd never see that again. But hey, we might be seeing that today here for Apple as that continues to get downside moves. We had some good earnings yesterday come through. Well, good earnings plays with DocuSign down, huge as well. Stitch Fix down to 650. So I don't know. There's going to be a lot of plays today. I just feel like it's 8:46 right now. We still have 45 minutes until this market even opens with a lot of volume coming in, like 1.1 million shares on Apple. A quick check on Softy. Right now, 262. Did we touch that 260 level? Yeah. So that's that 260 level that was already hit when they guided lower 2 weeks ago. So, Microsoft already guided lower, came down, refreshed against that 260 level. So there's Microsoft here. Here's that 260 that we went down to. And remember, we closed that day at 272 or 273. So obviously that was Microsoft specific. But maybe this is the name that you can look at for dip buying here. I mean, it's not even dip buying. Now it's up to 262. So it made $2 back. Maybe Microsoft down here at 260 is the name to look at if you're looking at something to go long on. But you know what? I like AMD still at these levels. I'm apparently liking Microsoft. Meta yesterday ran us over there in the afternoon when we noticed that this 188, I'm still never going to live that down. It bumped back up. We had the long, and we thought it was going to go. And then basically off that 188, it just tanked and had no love all afternoon. So honestly, like, look at this move, down to 180 and a bounce up $3. We've gotten some levels now that we can trade off of once the market opens up. So that's sort of what I'm waiting for here. Do we retest some of those lows? And if so, do we break them? I mean, let's check on the imbalances quickly here. Absolutely nothing to look at here on the imbalance side of things. Pfizer, the biggest one with a bid, 199. I thought DD was gone.
Isn't it today the last day?
I don't think Jeff was clear on it. I don't think he really had an idea. He knew it was coming. But I thought he was pretty shady on what day it might be. So today could be the last day for DD trading. So we'll see about that.
Pull out a little liquor.
Yeah, we'll pull out a little liquor for that. But I remember when Hertz went down. It went down at like $1.50 and came back to the NASDAQ at $20. So we'll wait to see what DD does right now today. But yeah, Brendan, some of these NASDAQ names, man, definitely. Like AMD we just talked about. We talked about Facebook or Meta at that 180. NASDAQ names Microsoft at 160. AMD at that 98 level. Yeah, so there's lots of levels here to look at. It's just we're so far away from actual liquidity coming in that right now I feel like being on the sidelines might be the best play.
Lots of volatility, lots of opportunity to come this morning off of this pretty ugly number here. Michael Nosh, chartered market technician with Trade Ideas, back with us on a Friday to talk a little bit about a specific indicator and a specific trading idea, but lots of opportunity to come potentially this morning. Michael, good to see you as always.
Good to see you. Yeah, that was a pretty wild number. One thing to look at just while I was in the green room waiting for you guys to bring me on and I was looking around is gold. I don't know if anyone there trades gold names, but tanked off that number and now is back above yesterday's high. It was quite the reversal there. So that's not what I came here to talk about today, but you know, when you're a trader and you got all these charts up, sometimes you notice something. So I would take a look at that. But yeah, today we're going to talk about a new indicator we just added into Trade Ideas called the Money Flow Index. So I have all the math up here. Don't worry, there's no tests at the end or anything, but I know there's generally a couple math nerds like me out there that like to know how this works. Essentially, think of your RSI, which I've come on and talked about before, but with volume associated with it. So it's talking about, you know, the average up move of the stock versus the average down move of the stock, but it's classifying that based off of volume. So a large up day with a lot of volume is going to give more weight to this indicator than a large up day with no volume, and vice versa. So I have a chart here next on the SPY on the weekly, just kind of showing how it works. There is kind of your center line, which is always 50. It's an oscillator, so it oscillates between 0 and 100. And if it's above 50, it means money is flowing into whatever instrument that you're looking at. So if you see on the left-hand side of the chart there, when the SPY was trending up, there was a lot of money flowing in. And then in the recent little bit, there's money flowing out of that chart as well as market was coming down. And it's got your overbought and oversold levels of when, you know, things may be a little bit too much money is flowing in, maybe the trade's getting a little too crowded, and vice versa on the other end. But just like I showed you guys with RSI on the next chart here, I like it for divergences. So there was two examples here on the S&P 500 that you could have gotten a bit of a short-term top when you noticed that the market was moving higher and that money was actually flowing out of it. So it's basically back when I was trading prop, we used to call, you know, when it was floating up like a balloon, you would watch your tape and your level 2 and you didn't see a lot of prints coming in, but the stock continued to move higher and higher. It was almost like the offers were lifting as opposed to the bids were really, really stepping up. And twice there, if you were following this and saying, hey, these two things are diverting, which is the indicator is moving down, but the chart is moving up, that could be a time for me to start to take some profits or step to the sideline or even look for a short if I have some sort of other kind of technical setup there. So within Trade Ideas, we have built a scanner for these divergences, both long and short, intraday and daily. I always talk daily because I prepare these in advance to come in and chat with you guys. But everything I talked about, I know Neil will like it. He likes when I talk about fractal. But the market is fractal, right? So whatever works on a daily chart should work on a 15-minute chart and should also work on a 1-minute chart. It's just the speed of which that everything is happening. So I have some names here to look at. One is WDay, Workday. It's a data processing type company. Big sell-off, but in this last little bit as it's selling off around earnings, more money is actually flowing into the stock than flowing out. So it's holding that 150 area. So it might be good to take a shot above 150. You know, if it breaks 150, that was that little earnings day there. It's probably time to move to the sidelines. Next one is Wix, which is, I think, a website builder, kind of like Squarespace. Same kind of thing. It's been moving down pretty substantially, but just in the last little bit, this money flow has kind of changed direction. So there's some money kind of piling into this name. Could be some accumulation for potential bottom or support play. Next one is OUST, which is space, is the only note I have here. So it has something to do with space. It's hovering around $2. Again, nice little sell-off, but that sell-off looks like it's kind of declining and some money coming in. And last but not least is GDRX, which is a drug, I guess, a website to buy drugs. Had bad earnings, gap down via earnings, but ever since that earnings, again, is showing this accumulation pattern. So for you bottom fishers out there, I think those are some names to keep an eye on.
Yeah, interesting to combine the two ideas, volume and, you know, a relative strength type of idea to see what that actually looks like when you put it on a chart like that. Great information as always. From an intraday basis, Michael, you mentioned the 15-minute. I mean, any work on that at this point?
Yeah, we have a 15-minute, and I actually put a 1-minute into the system. So I'm actually going to try day trading with the 1-minute for the next few days because it should be the same thing, right? You're looking for when those buyers are kind of running out of steam and the sellers are coming in for your shorts, and same as vice versa. So if you can find a stock that's pulling into a nice support area that you like and you get that confirmation from the money flow index, it might be time to kind of flip that and look for a long. But what I will say is always combine any indicator out there with price, right? You don't want to just buy because of an indicator does something. But if you take this and say, okay, this might be a time to look at my level 2 or to look at a support and resistance zone or something like that and combine that with price, I think that's the way to go.
Great stuff. As always, we say, do your own homework. Make sure you're comfortable with the way things work. Michael Noss, Chartered Market Technician at Trade Ideas. Thanks again. Have a great weekend.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Just quickly, guys, before we go back to the market here, I wanted to show you the 10-year Treasury is wild on that number as well. We got all the way up here to 3.08, spike down below 3 as well. Back to basically where it started, though, for the 10-year at this point, guys.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, I mean, the gold thing, that was interesting. I mean, I didn't have the gold chart up, but it's always got to look for these kind of things, whether you're looking at treasuries or whether you're looking at some materials. Oil made a move, actually, to the downside as well there. But yeah, I love when Michael comes in here and making all Mandelbrot fans happy. Look, the market's still, it actually retested the lows here. There were some opportunities to get in on some of these levels. We liked 40 Intel, I think that and Micron. It did get back to 40, and on the way down was able to get some in the 80s, 80 and 85. I'd taken some out in front of the low of the day because it kind of makes sense. If we keep holding this low enough, right? Like it becomes like a V-shaped bottom, so you wanna make sure you're paying yourself when we've already flushed. Look how much we've already flushed, right? And you're capturing a small part of it. I couldn't get Micron, however, because that just bounced entirely too much. But DocuSign is still, that bounce. I tried to get the long, that bounced off the low and is now kind of wedging itself for a breakout. So the weakest stock of the day, in the day where the market is heading southbound, looks like it's trying to make a little bit of a breakout. So we'll see what happens with DocuSign. Hasn't taken out the top yet. Still valid to try to grab it in front of its low. But yeah, it's weird to be able to say that this could end up being a long opportunity today. It gets through the low of the day, and I would be out of this thing for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we just, so we have a new position on it. Great to have Michael Noss on there talking about different indicators and things like that in his prop days and so on and so forth. But there we go. Amazon right now back down 2 days low, as is the market, man. Both the TQQ right now and Amazon both obviously breaking lower. I don't have a bid to Amazon until 111, so let's see how far we can go down on AMZN. But we wanted to pick on something, and we picked on Amazon there. Obviously, we're waiting for a little bit of a bump up if we can get more shares up to 115 and change. And then there goes the TQQ right back to days low. I'm actually sitting on days low right now, actually lower than days low, to see if we can get that print. So with only now, Brendan, only 33 minutes to go before we see what this market has in store for us. Let's see what you have in store over there on the big board with upgrades and downgrades.
Yeah, a couple of names we've been talking about already. There's DocuSign. It's worth noting there was 5 or 6 negative notes on DocuSign price target cuts to the downside. Adobe over there as well. We'll talk about that coming up here. But AMD positive. Remember, they had that analyst event, I guess, at the end of the day yesterday. A lot of positivity coming out of that. Spirit Airlines on here is interesting because they have that potential takeover kind of in the works right now, but JP Morgan liking that. Billy back on watch as well. All of the Chinese names, as we said, higher though.
Yeah, they've all gapped. I mean, all the Chinese names gapped up overnight because, hey, it takes less money to move the price of a stock if you buy it in the aftermarket and the pre-market because there's less volume. So I suppose there's that. But realistically, it's been a few days in a row they've gapped up. Billy's still pretty much at around that 27 level where it failed yesterday, just barely above. You're looking like 30s and 40s. And I guess there was relative strength to be had in some of these names. This did break its low, so unlike NEO, sort of unlike Alibaba, it didn't quite manage to hold the bottom, although I suppose you could say it really did hold that 25 level pretty well. I guess you'd look to that to be support on Billy. But I kind of go back to the well, sort of saying that same area that we have up there, 27 to 27 and a half, is a fadeable zone. I just really like the breakdown levels on, I didn't get Micron and Intel a little bit more because they're big levels on the daily chart, which attracts the attention. But you can't get away from some of the things. Like the shorts yesterday, it was like 5 or 6, and probably on the show, like 10 to 12. If you looked at them, every single one of them, if you just, at about 10 o'clock, every single one of those, if you just didn't do anything, closed your eyes, and then said, oh, yeah, I missed out on the first half an hour of the day, 10 o'clock, oh, this, and this, you basically had the high, and then the market just flushed. So, I'm kind of willing to revisit everything I like, and regardless of outcome, back at about 10 o'clock and almost reevaluate it there. And if I'm getting an opportunity on Billy at that same price, maybe I've already been in it once or twice, but I'd still take that shot, because after what I saw yesterday, like, they were working and giving you like dollar moves, but then when it made the actual high at 10, that's when you got the best trade.
Finally, man, we'll go siren alert right there, as there goes the TQQ back down to the day's low, and we got a piece out again on that number. So right there, we're literally at 21. So one of my favorite numbers. We'll take that out at 28.21, and now hold the rest as this continues to bleed down. Amazon now $1 in the money, as that broke back down below almost $1 in the money, depending on this. It was there for a second. The spread is here on Amazon. That's going to be a good trade. And the one trade that was an upgrade on that board there. Look, what about Advanced Micro Devices here? I know Neil's short Intel right now. All these names probably need to be shorted, but AMD's only down 0.7 right now, which is a little bit of a surprise, as the NASDAQ down 2%. A stock like an Apple obviously getting hit as well. That's down the same as the NASDAQ. What is your Intel down? I mean, I think that's the worst of the bunch anyways. Intel, same thing, so that's only down 0.82. But anyways, the reason why I talk about AMD here is that yesterday, whoa, what just happened? Okay, my chart, let's zoom this way. There it is. Okay, big time zoom in there. All right, yesterday on the afternoon, obviously it fell back down in. And the thing is that we were watching it when Lisa Su was talking at their event, and it was wild in the afternoon. It went down to 96 on some talk there about their guide forward, and then it just popped back up to 101, settled down. The thing about it is there's upgrades today on AMD. So I think, was it Goldman Sachs, or I don't know who it was on that board. I didn't write down who it was. But the point is that someone liked something about AMD yesterday. So yeah, multiple upgrades. So somebody liked something about AMD. So that's going to be enough for me to try to look long in a name would be AMD today. Just because, again, price target upgrades, multiple positive notes about them this morning. And then they didn't dip too far. I mean, this realistically, when it hit yesterday, that $98 level was kind of the breaking spot. And then if you look today, we've held out 98. Sure, you get that dip down, everything flush, right? Meta went to 180, Microsoft went to 260, Microsoft's back to 260 right now, but AMD is not. AMD is not back to their lows. When you look at, like I just said, Softy, back to their lows right now. Amazon, back to their everything else. Apple, back to their lows as far as I know. Yeah, back down to 140. So I feel like AMD right here is either the name to short on any rips, because it's just going to be overdone to the upside, or if the market does decide to rally here, why not take a risk with AMD long? I'm not doing anything here. I mean, I already have these two positions. We're letting them go. We've made money on the TQQ. We're in the money on Amazon. But until this market opens up and really tells us where it wants to go, I feel like this is a little bit of a wait and see moment here. It's a big move down. Add that to yesterday, you're now down 4+% on an expected CPI. I don't know if you guys expected it to be better or worse, but I mean, everything we were reading was this is about right. So we'll see. I feel like I never want to say the bottom's in, but like the S&P 500 was looking at, it's at 39 right now, 39.63. So, as that starts to move, oil's kind of flat here today. I don't know. Michael talked about gold.
You know how you answer the question. We should find out if it's a bottom. Just ask Cardi B. I think she has some ideas on it.
Yeah, Cardi B. Or you were talking about Ja Rule when he was saying buy the Bitcoin or hold the line.
But that's who I care about.
He was doing hold the line?
No, I was told
Sharif for
Sharif
this.
behind us told us that ARS, Andrew Ross Sorkin, asked Janet Yellen if what she thought about Cardi B's tweet.
I'm going to look that story up. I think Sharif is pulling our check.
I believe Sharif, man. See, he's like, Sharif's telling us. He said he saw it, and it's apparently true. And, all I simply said when I turned around is, what about Ja? Because that's the opinion that matters here. I want to know what Ja Rule thinks about what's going on in the overall market. Because if he thinks it's a bottom, then, hey, let's go.
I saw that tweet yesterday, guys. She was very concerned about inflation, apparently. Let's bring in Arun here. Big day, obviously, to understand what to look for on the futures, Arun. Here we go. Trying to bounce right now. What are you looking at?
Well, This is going to be an interesting day, right? Well, the market comes out, you get the number, you get a move like this, and it blows up any levels that you may have had around that 4,000. Now, my only level, and we surprisingly bounced very sharply off that, was 39.45. Now, we bounced off 50, but I'm going to keep an eye on this level. See if we can actually build something around here. If we can build something, I'd actually go for a long here around that 39.45 as your potential bounce, but you got to respect the top end level around 4,000, 4,005. There's bound to be some resistance. So if it does get back up to that price point, we're looking to fade this against that 35. For 40.35 is going to be your next big level that you can work with on the resistance side. Support side, you've got a couple minor ones. 39.45 is one. You've also got 38.65 as the next one. So they are far apart, but those are the small minor supports that you can work with to the downside. Keep in mind though, contracts have rolled over. So September contract is going to be the front month, but at the same time, June is still running the volume. So both contracts are splitting the volume right now. Not my favorite day to trade, but at the same time, when you get this kind of movement, you kind of just got to suck it up and go because volume is going to be high on both of these contracts. So just be aware, front month has rolled over to September. On Monday, you're going to have volume fully transfer over, but for today, it's going to be split between the two contracts. And at the moment, it seems like June is going to be carrying the majority of the volume. That could change throughout the day. But just be aware that did happen last night. So into tomorrow or into Monday, there's going to be a transfer of volume. So for now, 40.35 up top, it's going to be a resistance north of 4,000, and then 39.45, and then 38.65 down below.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Have a great weekend. Let's get into everything else you need to know here in the pre-market. That is the link to the watch list. Make sure you grab that every day. Out just after 8 o'clock this morning. Absolutely free for you. Every single morning you can use the QR code there as well. China's strength continues to impress here. I just noticed after all this, JD.com still up 2% on the day. So yeah, I mean, there are some positive notes here in the market. I mean, it's all about the reopening in China. Regulators, the government there, suggesting they're going to do whatever they need to support not only these companies, but look for more investment to come into the country as well.
I mean, you want to talk about doom and gloom. Alibaba's up 3% today, right? After, again, a disastrous. This is kind of the stuff, man. I mean, I'm reading the chat. It's not that I'm trying to be a bullish or anything like that. I'm just looking at the price action here. And stocks are bouncing off those CPI lows. Sometimes you get the flush down, and then you just find bottoms. And I think that's what I'm waiting for. I want to find these bottoms. Like, I want to smash Microsoft through 260. I think that's going to be a good trade today. So I'm not super bullish or bearish right now. I just want to look at some of these charts. And when I look at this BOBA chart right here, I mean, here's the number. It was cruising to 115. Number comes out. We bounce off 112. That 112, again, is basically where we were at the top yesterday before the afternoon hit, and we went down to 110. So other than this 118 short that I'll be waiting for and welcoming, as long as the market's not completely turns positive or something like that. I still like that short in Alibaba, but it's holding up okay. And, CPI worries here in the United States obviously is going to pass forward throughout the world. Everything we do here makes a big difference. But China right now on the reopen, they had that zero COVID policy. They're starting to reopen again. Stocks like Alibaba, even like a Didi that can start operating again now in the streets there with, it's their Uber. So I think that there's some potential there as well. So I like Alibaba here at some of these lows. If we can retest anywhere down here, 110-ish, which isn't that far away, man. That's 2% down. You go from 112 down to 110, you take off $2 on 100, that's 2% down, a little bit more than that will take us to these lows of 109. To me, that's a pickup down there. The number flushed out yesterday. They didn't even move that dramatically. You have good news. I think there's stories here that you can trade off of. I like the AMD bottom, and I think Alibaba there around that 110 is something that you can buy as well. And it's just look, we're here to trade intraday. I mean, we're not holding something over the weekend. Anything can come out here that happens, whether or not it be Ukraine, Russia, whether or not it be another oil bump or an oil move down, actually. Right now, oil just turned negative there. Michael was talking about gold. Here's the oil numbers. boom to the downside, 122. That took off $1.50 off of oil, which is a decent move, right? About 1% there on 120. So yeah, I mean, some of these things are fading out, and I just think that there's going to be opportunities to buy. And again, we have 20 minutes until we really find out what, what's going on. And I mean, just the fact that we're going back and forth here, I mean, look, what does the market think? We don't even have any imbalances here today. Obviously, we know about DD. We've talked about that possibly being the last day. So, but even that, though, remember we had that DD was $55 million to sell at the close. So yeah, DD is coming out. This is probably going to be the last day. Thanks to Jeff Mendo, we had him on yesterday talking about that with the OTC market. But where are the banks here? Like there's BAC. Where are anything that actually matters here? Like not New Bank.
You mean New Bank doesn't matter?
You mean AT&T doesn't matter? Yeah, it's like look at JP Morgan here today. Right? You're still down 2%, but are we basing out at this 122? We were down to 115, 2 weeks ago on JP Morgan. So they're not necessarily giving it all back up, right? So there are some names here that have been holding up pretty good here, and it's not, I'm short right now. So for me to talk, bullish doesn't help the positions that I'm in. It's just when you're looking at some of these names, and you started this segment, and you're gonna look at PDD, but you started this segment with talking about some of these names here in China. NEO reported and wasn't so bad, obviously, only 0.16 right now today. So they're getting a little bit of a bump. NEO didn't report yesterday, it reported yesterday, not today. So you're seeing that nice little NEO move as well. Maybe there's some holding out here. We'll wait to see. But as I say that, the TQQs go right back. Remember, we're short the TQQs here, and they're going right back down into their day's low as well. So the market is bleeding, and there goes Amazon as well. Yeah, so there's lots of stuff happening. We're short two names. I still favor the short. I like that Microsoft 260, but right now we're looking at China's strength.
Yeah, you have to look. You got to favor the short till. It's a short till it's not. I think that's one of those edicts that we sort of talk about all the time. Pinduoduo is another one of the strong names. It just bounced to the 830 number. I'm only pointing it out because 59 was afternoon resistance, not support. Afternoon resistance on Pinduoduo just got held as support. So you want to talk about how they're kind of marching to the beat of their own drum. I think you got to consider that today. That leads me to, if the market makes a gangbusters move to the upside, sure, maybe there's relative strength, but maybe it won't be as strong as I'm anticipating. But it feels like there's only a few names I really, really love that long in, and there's that NEO off that 1860 because it's got a defined level, PDD if it holds at 59, DocuSign, which is still holding VWAP, believe it or not, and still looking like an uptrend this morning, just only pre-market. But yeah, it's the Chinese names and few others that aren't already red.
Just to confirm, guys, here's Nikkei Asia. So it is today to exit the NYSE anyways, June 10th. But remember what Jeff was saying yesterday. He wasn't 100% sure on whether they will actually end up on the OTC because the company itself doesn't want to. They want to leave North America altogether. So he was going to confirm that when he knew whether or not they would end up on OTC. If they did, he said 8 to 9 months they would end up being there regardless of what they wanted to do. Anyways, let's go on to NIO, another one I mentioned briefly there, but its own story today. They came out and said they're going to start making their own batteries. Remember, they were the original battery swap company as well, where you can drive into a service station, battery comes out, new one comes in, and you continue on your way. So NIO, by 2024, going to be making their own batteries.
Yeah, and look, they got interesting technology. I think we've said that before. Their numbers were okay. I mean, the guy wasn't the best in the world, but realistically, I think what I care about and the reason why I'm in Intel and Micron short is because they broke floors. NEO held one. And as long as you hold above a support level on a morning like this, actually, on an afternoon like yesterday and on a morning like this, then to me that's a level that's sort of worth taking. And I just see it right here. It's a bit of a channel because this is a real wick. It did get down to like 1845. So I think between that 60 and that 45, like that's your 15 points or so of wiggle room. So I want long in front of it. If it breaks into that range, holds the bottom, so then bounces off of 45, I think you try to get more shares into that range with your stop below that price. And then you're just looking for a break back up above 19 in that case. Maybe you can get to 1950, because 1970, that has been a good resistance level. Like you spent one day above that price to try to hold that area of support and then gap down below it and reestablish resistance. So 19, no matter what happens to the long in NEO, I think that 1970 is a bit of a termination point on the day, at least for me.
Yeah, we talked about the president there going over to Hong Kong, talked a little bit, nicely about the market, which is why some of these Chinese names are to the upside right now. I agree. I mean, I've been liking NEO here. We shorted it yesterday pretty cleanly as well. So those were all profitable trades before it ripped up to that 1970 level. So again, it's so hard to sit here, I feel like anyways, and decide to put on real position when we still have the market to open up today into what was the 40-year high on CPI. So we'll just on the inflation print there of 8.6. So we're gonna have to wait to see here what happens. But I like that. I think that they're taking away some of the supply chain and bringing it in-house. I mean, the fact that they're gonna have their own batteries, I think that makes a lot of sense for them. It controls their costs. They can really, hopefully forward look a little bit more clean. They don't have to worry about, like I was just saying, the suppliers and whatnot. So let's see if NEO can work. I mean, the Chinese market, we already know, largest in the world. So it's just a matter of getting everything sorted out. There's XPeng, Li Auto, and NEO. So those are the names that we know about. Obviously Tesla as well. But right now, 1860, that bottom, whether or not that gets tested or not, I feel like there's not enough bad news about NIO to come back into that level. Obviously, it's gone too far too fast, but it seems to want to hold this out. Neil mentioned that yesterday in the afternoon, it didn't make new lows, and it just hovered around those lows. So the fact that even today on that CPI read, we basically go right back into 1870 again, which coincides with yesterday's bottom. So if you're going to bottom pick on something, you may want to test out the waters here with NIO as the market opens up. So for me, that ultimate bottom of 1850 yesterday would almost be where you'd want to go long. But you're only at 1887 right now. Look at yesterday, no CPI, no nothing, and the market opened up at 19 and went all the way to 1850. So we could easily go down that 50 or 60 cents. If that does happen, then I think Neil gets picked up definitely around that $18 mark, let alone maybe even 1850.
All right, let's go to DocuSign here. It's now as if the pandemic never happened, if you look at a daily chart. For DocuSign, after a pretty bad report here, 38 cents versus 46. The forecast 2.5 to 2.54 versus 2.7 expected. So both top and bottom miss. They're not talking very positively, guys, for DocuSign.
No, and it's despite all that, like when you see a daily chart that goes from 300 down to now into the 60s, back at 2020 levels, pandemic bottoms, and you say to yourself, yeah, valuation contraction, it's probably cheap. No, 40 times or just under 40 times earnings it still trades at, which is a crazy number still. So, I mean, from a valuation standpoint, it can still go down. So when you get that guide not looking well, that's the reason why down 25% this morning, and that's why we saw in the aftermarket an absolute flush. However, and there's always a but, right? Like it showed that daily chart holding that line. I can't think of a single name that's been down more than 20% in earnings in the last quarter during this earnings cycle. It's had one of these gap downs, and if it does not make a fresh low or cannot take out that low at the open, it usually bounces and if not breaks out from there and fills in some of the gap. Now, the one caveat is usually they have higher short interest than DocuSign, which is about 6 or 7%. So maybe that applies a little bit more to Stitch Fix. But if we don't take out that low, I kind of want to try that long on DocuSign. I've seen it happen way too many times without actually getting the long. I'm like, get out of the short early, and then I'll do that, but not reverse any of them. This case, I actually do want to take the shot at DocuSign off that bottom. It takes out the low. It's pretty simple to just say, okay, let's get out of here. It's entirely too weak. Valuations do matter. The market's headed down. And all of those other names, when they did that, they didn't have the market sort of down already after a CPI number. This is a case where not only was it down and holding the bottom, but it was doing so after we got a bad print on inflation and the market came to the downside. It still didn't even break the low.
I just want to talk a little bit here about the chat. Was James? What's up, James Santangelo? What's up, James? Thank you for watching. Thank you for asking the question. And it was, why am I into TQQ instead of SQQ? They're the same thing. It's just I prefer. We don't have to worry about borrowing or margin or anything like that here. We're on a prop firm. We have our own buying power. As long as the name is shortable here at Daytrade the World, and I can just continue to short it. There's no advantage to me to be SQQ. The reason why, and I said this in the chat, I'm just going to explain it to everybody, is because I want to look at my blotter. So I want to look at, where my positions are, and I just light them up in red. So all my shorts are red, all my longs are green. So it's just like, if the market's tanking, I'd rather be short the TQQ than long the SQQ. It's gonna give me the exact same percentage move, but then I'm gonna look over and I'm gonna be like, what the hell, I'm long something? And it's just one of those things with being on the show. If you guys are more comfortable going long something, obviously I understand why. There's the margin requirements and so on and so forth. That makes perfect sense to me, and that's exactly why these indicators do exist, right? So that's the only reason why, but I'm in this name because, again, I'm expecting a downside move here in the market, so I want triple the leverage. I mean, and that's exactly, so just as a percentage thing for me, like I shorted this name back here at 29.20. I'm in the money 3%. It was down 3% when I shorted it, right? So now we're in the money 3%. Like that's like $3. Obviously, I don't need to explain the math to you guys, but that's why we do it. We are also short Amazon right now. Obviously, not 3% in the money on this one, but we're in the money $1 on 115. So you're in the money a little bit here as Amazon now taking down some of these lows. As I said, man, the closer we get to this market opening up, the more these names are going to start to dance. Look at Microsoft down there at that 260. For me, this is really the name that we got to look at here because of that hold, right? We held on that move down that one day where we actually finished positive. It just looks a little bit better on this E-signal chart. Right down into here where we held that 260 bottom and then started to rip back up. Looks like we're going to try to take that out again. If you take down 260, the last time we did that, it went to 258 right there. So I think Microsoft doesn't want to hold this level, and we could punch it short right now. But I just wonder what's going to happen. We have 4 minutes until the imbalances come out on the NASDAQ. So right now we're well in the money on all these positions. They're not large positions. They're pre-market. We're trying to leave, some arrows in the quiver, as they say. And I just don't want to get caught up having to average into positions because I'm already in one. So that's something there. You're welcome, James, for that response as well. And then Bears versus Bulls, you're doing a fantastic job moderating, but just for all of our audience out there, we don't want to talk about politics, right? Like, there's one thing to say that you think this administration might be responsible for the move in oil or something like that. But, to come out and really give your political views, it's just something that, here on the station, it just divides us all. And we're trying to bring people in, not like get people out, right? And not like discourage positive talk, right? We want to have positive talk. Yeah. And it's one thing about the economy, and if you think the administration has something to do with that, but just like right now, like Pelosi fears competition bill loophole. I mean, whether or not that's a Democratic thing or Republican thing, it's going to affect the market in the Chinese way. So that's kind of the way that we want to talk about politics on here, and we'd hope for the same for you guys. As right now, here goes Microsoft taking out 260 as we speak. So, wow, Amazon exploding to the downside as well. My bid's at 111.50 right now. Getting a little excited here as the market's starting to ramp up, man. We're trying to make back some of those horrible decisions holding longs yesterday afternoon. But we're going to see right now as this market's really ramping up. SQQ down to lows right now. We're in the money now 4% on this, 3.5% on this play right now on the TQQ. So it's a good move to the downside here. Amazon's starting to explode as well. Man, these imbalances at 925 are going to be nasty, I think, on the NASDAQ side.
Day lows, yeah, right across the board, guys. We talked about AMD on the board there. Let's jump down to Netflix. I want to mention Netflix specifically for some relative weakness here as well. Already 6% for Netflix on the day. Goldman Sachs going to sell on their rating for NFLX, guys. Big gap first off to the downside.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, from a trading perspective, like this is a floor that we didn't get to take because it gapped through 190. So obviously, we like those types of levels. It's actually closer to this now 177 area than Netflix was before that number, where I think there was a chance to maybe play off of this 85, 86, and then work it into 77. Now, if anything, I'd be looking for any kind of a bounce to be very, very patient with Netflix. It just might have come too far, too fast to the downside after rejecting 200 there. So, unfortunately, this might have gotten away from us. Yeah, look to those mid 170s for potential support. Not a great look for them, but I think like the bigger story, obviously, is what the overall market is going to do. So you want to stick to shorting or being bearish on things that were obviously relatively weak. I don't know if that's a first sort I'd be jumping on at a nice round number. Like in the afternoon, we're trying some of those round number bounces. I don't think I would be trying that with Netflix today at 180, that's for sure. I want to address the super chat. Sean Waller asks, what color? And thank you for the super chat. We enjoy them. We don't ask anything on the show except hit the like, hit the subscribe. That's all we care about here is building the community. But if you're going to send a super chat, I'll answer. What color does a Smurf turn when you choke it? Purple. Because that's the only thing that makes any sense, right? Red and blue make purple. So I watched Smurfs when I was growing up, so that seems logical to me. Right now, hopefully, we got to think about the lighter things in life because the market is going to the downside. Sean mentioned the shorts that he's in, TQQ moving down, Amazon moving down, Micron just moved down toward the low of the day at 64. Intel, of course, also moving downside. We just broke the lows on the futures, so I mean, just about everything is taking out the bottom. NEO hasn't done it yet. I'm assuming BABA hasn't gotten anywhere close to those lows. If it's not a Chinese name, I'm assuming it's at the low of the day today.
I actually wrote down Netflix as well. That was on my radar today. I mean, all these levels are gone. I mean, I put that on the sticky note today that we could write it down, for some ideas. We wanted to short in Netflix. We were talking about any kind of a bump up here on a good CPI number, but that doesn't happen. And now Netflix just continues to bleed to the downside. Everything, man. Our net is just rocketing upside a little bit here, but there is a little bit of bounce action happening. Okay, the imbalances just came out. So before we go to Brendan, let's quickly look at these on the NASDAQ side. Look at this. Intel's a buy. Apple's a buy.
I just saw the order.
Like all these things are buys now. Apple a buy, right? SoFi a buy. CCL, whatever, some of those. But some of these bigger NASDAQ names, it's just great to see there that Apple is a buy, but then there's my TQQ as a sell, right? So Apple a buy that controls the NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ comes out as a sell. So this is going to be pretty interesting. It's not a huge order, only 250,000, but people are looking to buy Apple here, and you can see that's a daily chart. Let me see if Apple did anything there. Yeah, it did. So there's a nice little bump up for Apple. So, I mean, nice bump. I mean, it went from 139.50 back up 50 cents. So there you go. Like it can move 50 cents on nothing in a heartbeat. Then it gets some sort of a good news there and just goes right back up. So I feel like Apple's probably also a short here at that 140. So yeah, we're getting ready to lock and load this market, man. I mean, Amazon continues to tank city here down to the downside. Now taking out, I told you my bid was at 111.50. That might be true coming out soon here. So let's watch out for this market. Lots of names pumping to the downside there. And yeah, the imbalances don't seem to matter too much. The NASDAQ tried to go upside right there on those imbalances, that little tick. But as you can see, it says no thank you. Come again back down to the downside here, trying to take down 12,000. Funny, Brendan, that no matter what happens in the market, we have those magnets, and 12,000 seems to be one on the NQs.
Definitely. So far, that DD number growing as well on its last day. CGOT popped up here. Positive results on a blood disorder trial. Came out a little bit late in the morning, or pre-market here. 560 was a bottom up to 680. Watch 7 here and then 750 above that. I mean, it's not necessarily a weak stock overall. If you look at the daily chart, it has come off, but back into this range on the daily chart for COGT, guys.
Yeah, look, there are definitely some small gaps to get to. PALT was making some power moves, had a big $2.80 to $3 area worth watching. I know that AERC, that flush was doing a little bit of pre-market action, but not doing anything that I'm terribly concerned about, because I think for the first little bit here, we'll be watching some of these big caps. Obviously, after that number, back to like DocuSign is still looking strong. It is now it's above that 66 level. It has not dipped down below to give me any kind of entry. I'm going to go ahead and cancel this bid because if it does flush, I'd rather try to catch it bouncing off 64 more than anything else. Until I had that buy imbalance we just talked about there, or you just showed there, I actually saw the order step up. Like it stepped up right to 39.80 on that buy imbalance. I have a stop in case we go absolutely ballistic. I don't want to get crazy caught short at the bottom in any of these types of moves. I did scalp some of this out, and I do have some bids out if we do get that rush to the downside. But yeah, some of the imbalances did come in to the buy side. Tesla 2 minutes ago. It's
Okay.
not that bad.
Yep.
Tesla bounced back through 700, so it's now reclaimed 700 3 separate times. 3 times it's failed 700, and 3 times it's come right back above there. So that's my sort of pivot line in the sand price for Tesla today, 700.
So I just want to give a couple updates. So hit the start alert. First of all, ANAS. Is today a good time to start a ETF-only portfolio? Yes. I think if you're going to start today, then I think you're going to be good because these levels here are pretty low. If you're just going to start to drip in, I think you should do that. Start with 10 or 15% today. Depends on the ETF. I mean, that's part of the question there. But I feel like with everything's depressed so much, probably a good idea. I like the SMH into that, or just start dipping into the NASDAQ and the S&P. But definitely don't put in, like I'm talking about 10, 15 points right now, percent at most there. We did get out of, or a little bit more, I don't know, whatever. Just don't go more than 20, 25, I would say. But here we go. Amazon, we just took a little piece out there just in case there is a rally in this market to start with. I just want to get a little lighter at Amazon. It's my first out. So 114.60, out 113, $1.60 on that move. And then we got out some there on the TQQ, the same thing, in case we do get a market rally here into the open. So I think DD's going to be a sell all day type of thing. We'll look at that when it comes. BABA with a buy. So let's wait to see what's happening here with only a few minutes left. I want to look at AMD back to 99, Microsoft as well. This could be a fun day, man. Microsoft still at that 260. Let's rock and roll. No real levels yet, but this market's about to open up and tell us what's going on.
And you know who's on the bell. Of course, we're going to do it for you on Friday, and a special treat for you later on in the afternoon because Tony's going to be joining. But 3, 2, he's dancing it off. Now ring it, Tony.
Whenever Tony's around, it's just a good day. So Tony will be here this afternoon as well, filling in for me this afternoon. So we'll start the weekend off early, but we're going to start the day off right now with a little bit of trading. There goes Microsoft. The levels here are very, very nuts, man. Like Microsoft was just at 260.50. I turn over like, oh, these are all D prints going off right now. So that really sucks. So it's going to be hard to see the level 2 versus the time in sales as those D prints are now gone. So here comes Microsoft, 259, taking out 260 again to the upside. Wow, there goes Microsoft back up. Like we said, man, the market retracing nicely now. Nice move back up through the 50 period on the NASDAQ. Let's see where we're going on Apple. Microsoft retakes that level. That might have been a good short there to come out, but Palantir, Microsoft, Apple, everything's moving around.
Yeah, DocuSign's starting to come back in here. Try taking out that top. Now it's pulling back in. See, this is what it would always look like. You're trying to short off the high on a stock that's down, and it's bouncing off support levels. So I might take a little bit of a dip into this one, a little bit higher for a few less shares. If I can get 65, 50s, or 60s, we'll jump into the party. I still have that Intel. Yeah, now DocuSign wants to break. Oh, yeah, it looks like the jailbreak is on. I might have to chase this one a little bit. It's a breakout. I did want to see if it could break the high. I thought it might dip first, and of course, I'm putting bids out for the dip, and then there goes the DocuSign break. I just grabbed some on the breakout at 67.14, so it's not a huge short interest, right? So this is not like, I forget the name now. I'm thinking the last one that did this, but yeah, it's not like a gap or anything like that because it's not a heavy short interest, but still down 25%. If the market rallies, it's just got room to run. So we'll take the breakout instead of the dip. If it gets to 70, I think that's probably enough. We can talk about the aftermarket levels, but either way, it's headed to the upside. Intel's going crazy back and forth.
Yeah, same thing with
look at
AMD
this.
here.
Like these candles are real. It's like 39.60 to that 40 level, back and forth, over and over again. It's grinding higher, and I did manage to get a bit of a bid to get some of this out, thankfully, because now we are headed northbound, guys. We are getting that balance. I like Neo for the long, which means I got my stops in place on Intel and Micron, and Neo's now trying to break back out above that 19 level. I'm not chasing anything early. I mean, DocuSign's a bit of a different story because I felt like that one had gone down so far, but Neo, I still want to be buying in front of my support level if I get any chance to.
Yeah, so we dumped out of our trades here. We went long we got out of Amazon there at 113, whatever, 60 there, and a bottom there of 113. So Amazon dancing around a little bit. But we are back into a long now on AMD. I said this was going to be the strong name for me. So let's just see if it goes. I mean, we were just in the money, 50 cents on this trade. 98.50, if that dumps out, then we can get out of AMD, and I don't think that would be a problem. We're trying to get a little longer here in front of that 98.50. There it is. Did we get filled? there we are. Now we're filled. So now we're going to see what happens with AMD. Hopefully it can retrace it. We're going to try to hold out on that 98.50. If it breaks, we're gone. We're not just going to sit here and average into longs on a day like this. So we're going to wait to see here. But right now we're going to try AMD. The market looks like it wants to slip back in. That was a good long for me. It might not work out, but this was a name that I wanted off of upgrades, off of yesterday. And let's just wait to see here. But AMD, the name that I'm long, and yeah, only one position right now. We got out of TQQ, we got out of Amazon. Looks like getting out and going long. Mistake right there as it just broke lower. It looks like we're gonna have to just respect these shorts here again today. AMD was the one we wanted long. We just tested it there. Not a big hit, but a hit either way. We got to start reversing into these shorts like ASAP, guys.
Yeah, and speaking of reversals, Netflix did pop. If you were looking for a pop and fade, this actually did get to 185. It ran $4 to the upside and then reversed. Like, are you kidding me? Oh, give me a break. I'll try to get this. I didn't think we'd have any shot at seeing a price level like that, $4 bounce. If we can catch this to the short, I'm going to see if I can't short a pop in Netflix. Brendo.
As you were for most of these Chinese stocks, there's Pinduoduo as well. Now 5.5%, although it did reject 63 pretty hard there, back to the downside, but huge volume on PDD.
Oh, yeah, Pinduoduo.
PDD, yeah, there's lots of stuff popping here.
That's what happens when you don't have orders.
We went short Apple because honestly, like I've been wanting to short this name and have been short the last little while. We'll go back. I mean, I said we got to find a name. Remember I said I wanted to smash Microsoft at 260? Like, this is my life right now. Like, I'm calling these plays, and then I look over at something else like an AMD, and I get sidetracked with that. Microsoft's down $3 from those levels, well, $2.50 from those levels, and just looks like it wants to not get, where's the level on Microsoft? I can't find one. So we'll see if that continues to go. But right now, we're into the short on Apple. We just took some out on the day low. Let's see if it does test that 139.35. Apple's the only short that I have on right now.
Yeah, I mean, I still have Intel and Micron. Those still managed to stay below their levels. I think the thing with those is they gave you that, the big shelves that we're breaking down on the daily chart. This is me trying to catch that short pop on Netflix just now at 184 and change. And it goes right to my price and then just flushed $3. This is how big the ranges are at this open and why I'm trying not to chase anything and be overly patient because this is ridiculous. Like, give me a break. You went $4.5 to the upside, then turns off one order, crazy to the downside there. Now we're back above 700 on Tesla. So this has now gone back and forth 3 times. I'm letting it settle itself out. It's the same thing with DocuSign, man. Like, that dipped. It came into the dip price I was trying to get at the open after taking the break. And then gives me the move right back $1. So unless you have something that you like in $1 range, just kind of hold fort, man. Hold serve because let the market pick its direction. This whipsaw action in the first 30 minutes can crush you. Like, I remember saying to myself, just check back yesterday. If you put everything you liked on instead of 9:30 at 10 o'clock,
oh, it was ridiculous.
It was ridiculous. It would have been the greatest day ever. But that first 30 minutes, the ranges and the volatility and the liquidity was essentially non-existent. There was a liquidity problem, really.
There is going to be a rally time here. Like, I see people talking about that. Like, I'm starting to get out. Like, I'm out of half of Apple already, but we got a big move, man. We went down to the day's low of Apple. So we're just sort of starting to scalp some out now as we come back in. So we want to hold, but, at some point, maybe the market finds a bottom here. And I don't know, there's going to be no bell that goes off. I keep saying that every time. Like, it's not like, oh my God, there's the bottom. So I wish there was, man. But there goes Apple now through 139. Wow, maybe. Just touched 139, did not break it. That's that bottom there. So we have 77s. We've actually made back what we lost on AMD. So all good on that one. But right now, Apple to the downside just looks like it might have bounced off 139. So this is what I mean. There are going to be areas where, hey, the market says that's enough, time to bounce back, because there are going to be people that are dip buying. We actually answered that question already about the ETFs, right? Like, there's a lot of names that are very, very depressed right now. So let's just start to ease out of some of these shorts and then watch out. Look, here goes the NASDAQ back to the upside. What's up, Brandon?
Big move for Bitcoin this morning, along with equities, guys, as expected to the downside. Here's Coinbase, though, trying to bounce through 60 once again. Huge volume alert there, trying to get back above 60, down 5% for Coin.
Yeah, I mean, like, oh yeah, NEO $60. Sorry, not NEO, Coinbase 60 is a pretty big level. I'm just baffled by how not baffled, but NEO does not want to fall. Like, one of the stocks that doesn't have big wicks to the downside is NIO, and I didn't want to chase it. If I try getting along, I might have to take something in this 10 range and then try to get it out at 19, and then sort of go back to the well if it does break lower. Netflix, I finally got the fill, and as quickly, like, think about it, I finally get the fill, 184.25. It instantly pops down, bounces off 183, gives $1, and then is right back up towards our entry price, all in a matter of seconds. So this is where you don't want to be over trading. Tesla, like I said, back and forth. One other test of 700. This time, Tesla bounced off 700. This time it didn't break 700. So you've now got a wick off bottom at the open below 700 on Tesla, with the market still trending to the downside. But at least now it looks like this is trying to hold serve at that 700 level. We'll see what happens. That and NIO could be some good entry points if they can manage to hold from here. I think you were talking AMD. I don't want to sleep on the other chip names, but what's crazy about Intel, it is still bouncing and rejecting that 40 level. It's a huge level on the daily chart. Go back all the way like 6 or 7 years, I think, to find that one on the 40. So it's still rejecting that level to the upside. And it's a similar thing with Micron. But you bounce off a level like that eventually, usually you break.
Yeah, Nvidia's getting killed, and what's its name? AMD is upside right now. So Nvidia down 3+%. So we definitely thought about the right names here, but we don't have them on board right now. We're flat. We took out Apple when it took out 140 there on the upside, so that took out 140. Now came back in a little bit. So yeah, Apple sucked. Well, Apple was fine. We made money on it. We, as I said, down here we were out of half, let alone what we got out there. We actually got out of the last 30% on a break of 140.20 there. Now it's coming back in. So what's up, Brendan?
Airlines showing strength. Guys, on this note, apparently the Biden administration going to announce today that international travelers, air travelers specifically, no longer have to produce a negative COVID test to enter the U.S. So CNN reporting that right now.
Sorry, just
Negative COVID test time coming through. Yeah, Canada has different policies on all of that as well. NIO's coming down to look at 1860 right now. So NIO is coming back in right now into 1860. That's a level that we've talked about holding out for the last little while. Held out yesterday afternoon. So maybe this is a long bounce spot for NIO against that 1860. Like, I really want to go long here, but to be honest with you, just because I wonder how much more downside there actually is in this NASDAQ. We could go long. It's bouncing around that 12,000 with the bottom of 19.8. So I'm still waiting for some sort of I don't know, an indication here on what name I got to look at here. But that NIO is an interesting one at that 1870 for sure.
Oh, yeah, hold up. That COGT, I'm pretty sure this was, Brendan actually brought this one to everybody's attention right before the open at least. But that just broke out on the daily, this 740. My 15's not going to be any good, but it just broke out on the daily through 740. 750, now that it wicked through, has a little bit of size. And realistically, I mean, where else are you going to find, small cap, big cap? That's fine. We'll go all over the place. But this is a huge, huge volume spiker. And we saw what happened yesterday with some of these, where they just continue to run through. When it takes out a pretty key level, I think you want to be very, very patient if you're trying to fade it, and just try to trust that if it holds any kind of support, like if it holds 7, it might have another leg to it. Yeah, there it goes right through that 750 again. It actually blew through a 10,000 share order at that 750 to get up here. I'm going to see how expensive it is or cheap it might be for those locates, because, oh baby, we have free locates on this. Yesterday, it was super cheap on that dollar stock, made it a very crowded short because day traders could take as many as they want. That can make it really, really ugly when they get blown out. This one is free for us to short, so I'm not making the same mistake twice. I shorted something that was cheap to locate early instead of just waiting till everybody was blown out. I'm not shorting this thing, not till maybe like $10 or something crazy, or until I see sellers really come in.
So we're, Brendan, what's up?
Names in general seem to be bouncing off of that travel news, guys. Again, if you missed it, the Biden administration reportedly going to announce today no more negative COVID tests required if you're an air traveler going into the U.S. Big volume spike on EXPE, Expedia right now. Flip over, if I can, here. There we go. And show you AAL ripping up 2% now.
Yeah, I was just looking at AAL, actually. That is a good little move there. You can look at, like I was saying before, the Jets ETF is also a decent name to look at if you want to get exposure to everything in the space. And that's an 1850 up to $19 there on JETS, Jets. We went long on AMD. Let's just take another piece out here on this one. We're in the money $1. Well, we're in the money 80 cents. So we just take that piece out there on AMD. We wanted the long. We got that's crazy. Like I wrote that on the sticky note 98. That went down to 97.50 right there on that move, right there, 97.75 to be honest with you. That little downtick. So maybe we look off that for some highs, but it just goes back to day's high near that 100 mark. So that's a number that we'll look at there for AMD, the 100 level coming into play here, hopefully soon, as it's already been up here and bounced around. So it was already north of 100, sorry. Then CPI comes out, crushes this thing down to 97, and now we're trying to rebound on what is a positive name today, AMD, and the market's trying to get back going here. So here we go. Another day of volatility is here, and I think we're going to be here all summer long with some of these crazy moves happening in the market. Looking at Apple taking out 140 as well right now.
Yeah, and that COGT, I don't know what I want to call it. COGT, why not, or COGT, whatever. I'll forget the name of the actual company eventually. I took an 8 break, and I probably should have just hit it at 750 when I did see it on the level 2. My first instinct was to see how expensive locates were. There's a battle happening where everybody that took this break is getting out in that 808 to 815 range. So I just joined the party. I was sitting in front of 8 quarters. I just got some out there at 815 to try to cover something. I do feel like if it pulls back, I want to take some profit so that if it pulls back, I'm trying to respect that previous 770 level and then see if I can take a bounce off this. And I don't know where it's going to go. I'm not saying, when I said $10, I just said that because yesterday, and I forget the name of the symbol already, that's how old I am, I said it could go to $1.50 when it broke a buck, and then I shorted it like 8 times before it got to $1.50. So I just think about the most obvious level, and if I want to jump into a short sort of willy-nilly, like I don't care what's happened to that point, something like a 10 makes a little bit more sense. But we're going to be in the long for now. I want to see it pull back into that 760 area before I reload. I scalped some out to make sure that we can do that. DocuSign is on. Oh, goodness. I typed it wrong, so don't freeze. Didn't freeze. DocuSign now looking to possibly break out that 68. I think once that happens, we can get a run into 70. It's one of those where if it doesn't take the low, there's only one way for it to go. And that's what happened in DocuSign. I don't know if you got Neo, but
that was a sick rhyme.
Did you get?
It doesn't take the low, there's only one way to go.
Oh,
I might have to put that on a shirt. That was a good one. No, I didn't get that Neo.
I actually didn't realize it. I thought you might have got the Neo. I'm on the bid thinking I could have got that 1860. Neo bounces at 1870, so there's no Neo long for me either. I kind of feel like the one thing I wanted to the long side, the market's basing out, and I'm telling myself not to chase it, and just every bone in my body is now telling me to chase it. It's like, don't chase it, Neil, don't chase it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we are right now back up to 100 here on AMD. So we're going to look to see where this name wants to go from here. But I'm thinking upside, baby. So AMD, nice little move here. Oh, and by the way, I am looking to go long again on my arch nemesis from yesterday, Meta, and I don't really know why. But, you know, that 183 right there is looking pretty juicy. Actually, you know what? I'm going to cancel that order. We're going to wait to see on that one. There's better longs out there than Meta right now, including AMD, which we're actually in. So we can watch out for that one. You are bouncing right now on this 50 period. So, you know, there is possibilities here for some decent shorts to come through if we don't hit through that 50 period. It tried to go. Now it doesn't look like it wants to. I was just debating that Apple short there at 140. So that was a little level that you could have shorted there back at VWAP and at the 50 period. So that should have been respected on the short side of things there. So yeah, it just rejected. Now we're going to retest 12,000 on the NASDAQ. I'm only long AMD and it's in the money right now. But again, we need to find some shorts. It's like this Microsoft, it needs to get back near that 260. Like I'm waiting just for key levels to come through. Maybe we just need to respect VWAP, and as long as we're trading underneath it, those could be the shorts to look for right now. So, yeah, your boy did it again. What's up, Alan Atkins? He took the 700 long there on Tesla. So you want to spin the money for that one. We'll spin it. I haven't looked at it, but nice trade there for you on that one as Tesla. I hope you're out of it now because the market's, well, actually, it's still at the highs. I was going to say the market's coming back in here, but yeah, Tesla, good call there, Alan. That's super, super strong. What's up, Brendan?
DocuSign, guys, just popping up on volume here, I guess, about these pre-market highs, trying to get back to 70, starting to go back higher for Docu.
You forget the line I just said. So, yeah, it's about to get to that 69 level, which That's just a round number, people. But if you look at the daily chart, which I didn't pull up here, I'm just sort of, when I said $70, it wasn't the round number. It was just the fact that that was previous support. And a lot of times, that's what I think about for a target. Like, what is a previous support? Can it turn into resistance to the upside? Because let's be real, DocuSign's quarter sucked. Like, it wasn't good. Like, it's rallying because...
Wait, what?
I know, it's rallying because it just couldn't fall any further, and it was down 25%, and we've seen it in the past. But as it gets close to this number, I don't want to sit there and try and get the perfect out. It just bounced off the even, so I'm not looking any gift horse in the mouth. If I was trying to catch a short, I'd be saying to myself, okay, there's your wick. It just went parabolic. Be happy that we got both trades, which was the breakout of the high, but it did end up giving us that dip buy in the previous support level. So we're going to be out of DocuSign. We'll hit one of these because NBA playoffs are on tap right now, and I think it's going to be a fantastic series. I still think. I thought it was going to be Golden State in 6.
It's 2-1.
Now it's going to 7.
Yeah, it's 2-1. It's still a great series there.
Still think they take it, but
Yeah, well, they have the pedigree there. We'll just see if Boston's D is so solid. So we'll just see how that plays out right now. Yeah, maybe one more long here as Apple broke through 139 on the downside, but it's held it previously. So we'll wait to see if it continues to want to hold that level. Looks like it wants to go one little leg down here again on Apple, but we'll try to defend. I mean, we're long here at 27. We're not going to give this too far downside, but if this market, I just want to see if, it doesn't want to. I was going to say, I just want to see if the market wants to bounce here, which it doesn't, off of 12,000. So we'll see about that. It's testing it right now. It's at 12,014. That bottom of the day, if that ever gets hit, we'll obviously be out of that Apple trade. So right now, doesn't look like it wants to do too much here going upside. We're still fine. This is only, now it's starting to go. We're only out now 10 cents on this trade. Let's see if Apple does have a retracement opportunity back to this like 140 area in which we can get out if that does go back up there. But right now, Apple looking like, it wants to dance around that 139. I'm fine with that. But at the same time, this market really needs to get going. So here we go to the upside, AAPL. Let's see where we go from here. AMD just resisted. We were actually bidding 98.40. Unbelievable, it goes to 43 there. But that was the level that we wanted also on AMD. So yeah, we're long Apple. We just missed that long in advanced micro devices. That would have been better, man. I wish we were long that one because right now we'd be laughing if we were. But instead we're crying because Apple doesn't want to go back to the upside. Nope. So we picked probably the wrong one again. Microsoft heading down. The NASDAQ is going to break this 12,000. We only like these longs if we're above this level here, and we're not. We're not even near the 50 period right now. So watch out for this Apple long. I'm already disappointed with this trade.
Look, obviously, Dominic, I wouldn't be too happy about the fact that I'm long COGT. Remember, I'm kind of a curse with these when I don't short them, right? Because I talked about like the 8 break, and then there's a bunch of sellers in front of the quarter, which is usually the first target. The same thing happened the second time it got to that quarter, so I then took more shares off, and then waited for it to get down to that 760 for a bit of a bounce. If it can't respect these levels, then guess what? The old play, which old Neil would have been wick high, short 795 here, and then getting some out at 760. Instead, I'm actually buying the dip. So we'll see if going the other way was the right call. My gut tells me that I should stick to the plan usually, but we stuck to the plan in Micron.
Yep.
It's not case closed just yet. We're going to try and knock this one out. I got a bad wick on Intel while all this was going on and got stopped out of Intel, which did not take out the high of the day. And I can tell you that is that's a lack of preparation. I should not be out of Intel. I'll try to get back into it, but the market just flushed on me. Wick highs all the way through on Micron. And shout out Brankles, Brandon. We've been talking about this level back and forth at 66. And it was like, we both reminded each other, remember Micron 66, man, that's going to go if we have bad CPI print. Well, heck, it was probably going to go anyways. It probably didn't matter. But you get below a level like that on the daily chart, and you just want to be short till you're not. And I feel like if there's one thing that you want to be in all day long, it's something that's taken out a big floor. We'll see if that's the case. Netflix actually showing some signs of strength. Like this 85 level, we've been able to scalp the first portion, but it won't take any levels out further to the downside. Like all you're seeing is barcoding in a lot of these names. And as a matter of fact, only now, actually just now, a couple of seconds ago, did we take out these levels on the futures. And I know Arun talked about the contracts changing over. Yep. As a trader, he changes them over on the Friday because he trades a front. As someone who uses them as an indicator, I change them over on the Mondays as a habit. Next time, to conform with Arun, I'll actually change my charts to the front contract. So I am looking at the M, but obviously I could have changed it to the U to accommodate Arun. That's my bad.
Okay, yeah. So we'll, I'm doing it again. I'm doing exactly what I said I wouldn't do, and I'm doing it because Amazon, my target was 111, and yet I'm getting out of this trade. Like, it's just crazy why I'm even out of some of these trades. It's absolutely nuts. We should just be going short on absolutely everything. This market continues to tick down, 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 down. So, yeah, there we go, man. Apple's going to take out 138.50. What's up, Brendan?
Yeah, here comes another one, guys. Stitch Fix, I just saw rolling over. If you missed it, not good for their earnings after market yesterday. Huge volume as we broke back through 675. Almost 20% now for SFIX.
Yeah, I knew there was something that I was forgetting about this morning when we were going over all those names, and it was definitely Stitch Fix. But you know what? It hasn't taken out its low yet. So, yeah, you just rolled over from the bottom, but oddly enough, it hasn't taken out that bottom. Still a chance it wants to bounce. If anything, it was just like DocuSign. It was a bit of a breakout. Doesn't take out the low on a huge gap down and bad earnings. It breaks out and then gets to the high. I can't tell you how many times I've seen that setup work, and instead when I come in, I'm trying to short off of the highs, and I'm not even considering that breakout. It worked on DocuSign. You could have had it on Stitch Fix. I don't want to ignore DD here, people. Because if it's the last day for the stock on the exchange, I don't know, maybe it does go to the OTC. Maybe they do get their listing in Asia. But if I see this thing try to go up too heavy, I think there's going to be a shorting opportunity on DD if there's any kind of a bounce. If you're continuing to watch Tesla here, it's managing, now with the market starting to come back in, it's managing to still hold above that 700. I didn't get that 700 reversal. I was kind of hoping I'd get NEO instead for whatever. I just like NEO better today. It was that level that it held in the afternoon. I didn't get into Tesla 700, and then I never got the NEO long anyways. If we come back in, I'd rather see it bounce off a level and then try any longs than stand in front of anything. I'm not standing in front of bids unless it's something that held up well in the afternoon, yesterday's trade. One of those was Alibaba. And that 110 level, it's got a wick bottom through that 110. So that did hold up, but look where this came from. It fell $5 into that level. Yikes. Even Alibaba about to turn red here.
Yeah, I mean, there's everything is going. I mean, it's just so crazy because we started the day. Remember, I was like, oh, we want to smash Amazon to the downside. My target was 111.50. That's already been hit, and I'm not short. And then Microsoft, we wanted that 260 break. I thought that was going to be the best one, and there it is right there. It gives us the 260 break at 9:30 even, 9:33. Sorry. So it bounced around a little bit there. It was kind of chaotic off the open, so it's not like I don't really blame myself for not having it right off the open. But a couple minutes in, we could have easily had this, and now of course I look at it and say, oh, maybe we're at the bottom, but we're not. I mean, you know, these names just keep on falling down. We're trying to bottom pick Apple, we're trying to bottom pick AMD, of which neither appears to be working right now. So here we go. Like, AMD is going to drop out at 97.50. We've already been down here before. This is getting uglier on this long, and I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to get this in. There is a big order at 138 for Apple. I don't know. I don't want to be in it for that long. I don't know. Is there a big order at 138 for Apple? I don't see that far. I mean, I can see that far down. I don't see that far down on all the books, so I'm not sure if there is one at 138. But again, I think that Apple, when you're looking at the chart, it's just been a nasty, nasty day to the downside here today and the last couple days. And this is the thing that I'm just most upset about, because we've been wanting these shorts. It's just that when I look at them, I feel like the shorts are just overextended, but they're not. There's so much room to the downside here on pretty much all of these names. So there goes AMD taking down that 97.50. We're still in it, but not going to be for too much longer, as, yeah, we got to start licking the wounds here a little bit.
I just said, I'm like I can't get into that NEO. Well, that bid finally hit. COG-T, I guess maybe we're not cursed on it after all. That just bounced off that 760. And remember, like, what happened at 750? Like, when it was here, there was a big seller. And when I say big seller, I'm going to guess it was someone actually shorting it off that level when it rejected the breakout at 760. So someone was shorting it at 750 that got stopped. So when it gets back to that price, there was a bit of a buyer. So if I would usually short it here to here, then that's where you want to reload the long. But it still can't get past this 825, everybody. Like, there's sellers galore every time it gets to that price. And that's day traders probably once again. So I don't know if it has a second leg in it. We'll have to see. Keep my ear to the ground on that one. But NEO, I just got into that long. So we'll see if it ends up holding that bottom. So NEO, we talked about that 845 to 860 channel. Well, we're long in front of it now, and we're kind of holding on for dear life. Netflix is holding about $1.50 to 2 in the money and doesn't want to seem to go any further. Micron is kind of doing the same thing where it's giving you the shorts, it's come down, but it's not really testing those lows that we saw after the CPI number. So, like we said, man, it's 10 o'clock now, where it's like revisit some of the things you liked. Are they still valid? The futures are on their lows.
Yeah.
You know, so if something,
but they're not really bouncing.
and we're
though.
not really moving off of
Like,
it
we
here.
just
So
keep-
if you really like some levels, kind of go back to that. Like I wanted to go back to Pinduo Duo. Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously not going to get. Yeah, you're not getting the prices that you would have had when we sat down. But Pinduo Duo, it did make a huge move to that 63. That was a big level of the other day. We liked 63s. Yeah, we're probably not going to be able to see that. So going back. I kind of hoped like, oh, that's at a level I like to short. Maybe I jump in. It's $3 away from it, so I'm not going to be getting that trade.
No, and I mean, I'm about to get stopped out. Like, AMD just tried to go back up to the upside. It didn't go. Like, all of these trades are not going to the upside. So you might as well just end that discussion right now. And if it does start to go at some point, but I mean, right now, no. I mean, it just lower, 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 lower. All these names just keep collapsing back in right now. So for the short, like if you've been in any short today, then you're just laughing because everything keeps on breaking. So some nice moves to the downside here today. I mean, it's unbelievable that I'm not still short Amazon. We've already talked about that. XOM, maybe that's positive as oil right now rallying back to positive here. Oil, what's AMC? AMC's 1250. That's not bad. Remember, you have Jurassic Park coming out this weekend as well.
That's this weekend.
Yeah, Meta. Yeah, it's this weekend. Meta maybe here as well. It just took down 180 on Meta. That was a level that we liked as well. Where's that short rate here from the morning? 179. Yeah, 180 coming on Meta. Yeah, this market just keeps on. For some reason though, Microsoft right now is holding out at this 2. I mean, this may. Like, I'm going to look at this and want to go long, so that's going to be a huge mistake there. But AMD down to 97 again, and yeah, just some of these names just keep on getting hit, man. There's no bids here.
Yeah, I mean, Peter just is it Peter Olson asking we're not looking at the higher time frame? I am. I mean, I'm basically sitting in the shorts. The long I have Neo, I liked it off support because relative strength, and then COG-T doesn't care what the market does. It's just a small cap that's running. But I'm holding on to the shorts. I mean, I just want Netflix to make the move with the market. It just won't fall any further. And it's the same thing with Micron. It's going down. It's in the money, but it's not really flushing any further at this point. And I see the trend overall. Like, we are still possibly heading to next support levels. Like, look at this. But we're in a chop zone, I think, on the NASDAQ. So we might have some trouble in this next, like 100 points down if we're going to continue to flush. And someone just said NVAX had some relative strength, so it could be a short the pop situation. Well, I got called. What was I called? I was called a nasty name on Twitter for shorting NVAX. I'm not going to say it on air, but someone called me a nasty name for day trading short because a day trader has anything to do with a company failing in the long term, right? But it's 10 o'clock. It's time to get to the big screen to see what's happening now. Market be falling.
Yeah.
Hey guys, yeah, 10 o'clock, not good. Here's a look at where we're at right now. A lot of red to show you here. 2.3 for the S&P. The Dow about 2.1% to the downside. We'll jump down here. The NASDAQ leads, but only just. It's worth mentioning 2.8, 2.6 for the composite in the 100. Small caps week. You get the picture. It's a, to quote Trader Prad, free fall Friday so far. Trader Prad back in the building today, by the way. Stick around for 11 o'clock. NIO, we mentioned pre-market finally taking out the pre-market lows here on decent volume to the downside. 2% now for NIO. Tesla as well. On the same front, got up to almost 720. And that was about it for the day, guys, it would appear. Back over to you.
All right,
For the record, when he said NIO, I literally got stopped out at the bottom of my channel. It was right as you said it, Brendan. So as usual, the psychic powers that are Brendan, a lot of times it's a winning trade. This time it's, and of course it's a long, right? Like it's a long, so it's a loser in this market. Look, I mean, now Netflix is going because obviously we're taking another leg down. But guess what's going to the upside that I didn't just take out at 850? COG-T is, whoops, that is my 3-minute chart. COG-T is continuing to rally to the upside. It did bounce off that 760. If I'm hunting for shorts at some point at 10, which I'm definitely going to wait out for, I want to see this battle get waged. I can't do it. I can't stay too far away from, sort of the way I look at these markets and the way I sort of structure these things. And if I see a wick top at a level like this, I'm always going to be thinking I should be trying to get out of here. It's like there's a wick top through that 850 level. It's a nice round number. It just bounced off 750, 750, 850. I'm going to get out. I'll just be happy to have gone long one of these without shorting it. That's a win in and of itself, right? Like to not get run over unnecessarily. I'll get run over at $10, but just not here. Like at $10, I'll get run over willingly because I think that's a level that'll make some sense for this. Tesla, by the way, yeah, 700, so much for that holding. It did do the wick bottom. It did hold 700. Now it's gone through the bottom. I don't think I have many long ideas that are still valid at this point. Everything is just about breaking down. Now Micron is taking out the low, so we're holding on for dear life. Netflix is also about to take out the bottom here at 181. 180 is a psychological level more than anything else. I'm not defending a 180 on Netflix. Decent chance if we really get ugly here, Netflix could be at 177. That could be an ultimate target for that. We talked about BABA having some relative strength with the rest of the Chinese group. Well, BABA got through that 110. It might have some support left at 108. But look at the gap on BABA if it breaks that 108 channel. Like all I see is these shelves that look really ugly below. Brendan?
It's amazing just watching a volume scanner here, guys. Anything inverse ETF, so financials, tech, SPXU, SDS, FAZ, they're just streaming right now on this volume scanner that I watch. Here's the 10-year. I showed you this right after that number came out. It got up to 308. We're at 312.5 now, taking out day highs on the 10-year.
Yeah, we finally went short on something here. We've taken some dollars off. We just went to Microsoft. Finally, we went short at 256. Obviously, it's down now in the money $1. Like, it's so easy to get these trades short. Not easy to get them. You got to wait for a key level, I feel like. But once you get these shorts, man, it's just like bleed, bleed, bleed. And then you have no problem getting out, like pretty much of any price you want. So we are now close to being out of everything here on Softy. Our best out is down here, 86 on the downside there on that first break. So that's a good little trade. I'm just going to start to get, there it is. Just tanked again into the teens. Like, you get any price you want. So we made back a little bit of money here on that one. We made back basically the only losers today was going to be AMD and Apple, which suck. Obviously, TQQ is a monster winner for us. Would be so much better now if we just held that short. But there it is, making a nice little bottom there, TQQ. Maybe that is something. Brendan just said some of these ETFs are going nuts here, as I could just imagine some of the inflows and outflows that are starting here, if they haven't already. People taking money out on this number, big time flush to the downside today. Another 3% to go with NASDAQ, 3% yesterday. That's 6% in like 4 market hours, guys. So yeah, big move downside here. And maybe we are finding some bottoms, but again, to be picking bottoms hasn't worked in this environment. So we'll just continue. We're almost out of Microsoft, so not really worried about this one. I feel like we got to look for some longs, but maybe not until we take down 12,000 right there on the NASDAQ. So we got to get back above this little level there, the 50 period. Let's see if we can do that. 12,000 on the NASDAQ is sort of where I feel like the peg is.
Yeah, I just rang the register. It's not that I'm drawing a line in the sand, but Micron, which is fantastic, just put a wick bottom through the low of the day, so I got out of it. Wick bottom on this market. I'm going to hold on to Netflix to be sure, but I saw a few things starting to bounce
Amazon.
here. Yeah, there's definitely some bounces starting to happen here, at least attempting to, but not, you just said Amazon, right? Like, oh, good wick on the chart.
I'm pissed off about Amazon because
it did bounce 110.
Whatever, it's not, this is so stupid. Like, I was short Amazon 129s, yesterday like 122s, 124 the day before, short today 114, and I take $1, like $1.50. Like, it's ridiculous that my out there is 112 even before the market opens. But anyways, down to 110. All we have written on here is all shorts, and I lost all the money long and only made money short. So obviously today, that's something, man. Like, that sucks. And yeah, you should, anyone that bought Amazon because of that split, it had that split day out. We talked about that with Google.
You take the win.
You take the win when that comes out there. I have Amazon in the long term, so obviously should have still got out of it, but everything's collapsing now. JP Morgan, some of the banks starting to go to the downside. Goldman Sachs at 52-week lows. JP Morgan, look at this move, straight to the downside as well. Really no bottoms for any of these names, so I don't know what we're going to go to. I wanted to go back to AMD, but I'm getting destroyed on AMD today, so the longs just haven't been working on that one. Maybe a bottom there at 96, but it's not like coinciding with anything. It's just that wick bottom there of 96. So I think if we can get back down in, I don't want to buy tops, but if we can buy like 96.30s or 96.40s, I think that might be worth it here on AMD just to give it to that 96. It was a strong name early, remember? So if this market picks up, I think this is going to be the right long. I mean, we tried to get meta. Remember, I was thinking about a 180 break, or was it 180 break long? And that's sort of been holding. That looks like that's going to be a good short there. So there's a few names to look at. There goes Microsoft right back in again after making a 256 run. Now back down to 255.30. So we'll take one more piece out here on Softy, and then we'll go from there. But so far, so good on this one. Here comes the market right back down to lows again, Neil. So, I mean, the shorts, hold on to them until you get a reason to get out, man. People talking about going Disney long. We'll look at that.
Yeah, I mean, even DocuSign. So I got out of DocuSign on the curl at 69, and it does go to 70. But now that it's made the push to 70, this was the level that I was waiting for it to get to attempt to short in DocuSign. So now that we've come here, I'm going to look for something in that 69.5 range off of that high to finally get into DocuSign. Tesla, peace out. So I think I probably stole that from the chat because I think I saw somebody say that. That just, oh no, it hasn't broken the low, but it's breaking the low right now. Another stock with floor below it. I'm just looking for something that I can actually short on a pop that isn't DocuSign. We talked about some of the Chinese names showing some strength. Pinduoduo. It's still up 2.5%, but these all fell as well, right? Like it's down at $60 here. I'd need to short this at 62. Like there's not enough of a bounce to try to short these pops. I don't want to be shorting off of these lows. If it didn't break the low, I think you're risking a lot trying to catch one of the relatively strong names. So I'll hold on to Netflix. I think it can still get to at least 180. Brendo, what do you got?
It's anything and everything right now. Here's a note on the automakers, guys. I'll show you Ford in a second here, but this report this morning just emphasizing record high gas prices currently throughout the U.S. So GM, Ford, even STLA, which is Stellantis, all getting cracked. Heavy volume right now on Ford, down 3.5%, guys.
Oh, I see you,
man.
RGBX.
130. Like now, Apple's at 138, testing me again down here. Disney. I mean, you guys called this out. I mean, we said we'd look at this. Disney right here, 100, man. Like that bottom was 99. Yeah, here's 100 on DIS. Like, and again, possible good levels here. But look what the chart looks like. I mean, to stand in the way of this is just crazy. Microsoft back down to day's low right now. So there it goes, man. I mean, if all these names are getting beat up, I know you had Intel down to 39.50. Not even that. Oh, my God. That's not even that bad, actually.
It's not? Okay, then I don't feel as bad.
No, 1% only Intel down today. So, I mean, it's still bad in the scheme of things, but it's kind of trying to hold up as well. So there is that there on Intel. But I don't know, man. I don't know where the longs are going to be. We're going to need to retrace a little bit. We just have to stick with our guns here about this 12,000 level until we see anything like that, man. This is just a downside move here today. I'm just disgusted about Amazon being down to 110, and I'm not short that name. But Microsoft, we're still in that short. That's $1 in the money. And other than that, man, just waiting to find some longs.
Yeah, and look, I saw someone ask about Shopify. It's like, if it takes a PE ratio any further, it could go a heck of a lot further on a PE basis. But because it broke 350, one thing just came to mind. Sometimes in a trend like this, maybe just look for really big price levels, and then as a day trader, you can just scalp the break. Because if you don't have any shorts that are still setting up or that you're not holding on to, it's so easy to want to try to catch those bids. So I'm looking over to anything that gives you a chance to break a key level. AMD just went through 96. That's probably already gone through one. And maybe a Tesla 680 if it happens to get to that. NVIDIA, which is the other name. Load up here. Yeah, that's getting close to a 170 level on NVIDIA. Like 170 on NVIDIA. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I had a level written down for this, and it never came anywhere close to giving you a fade off 180. But this is another name. Like, look at this. Like, it just had this as resistance 170 like 2 weeks ago. Broke out from there and didn't go 10%. It went 15% to the upside. And now we're right back to that level. And that's still 10% off of the May low.
Yeah.
Like, think about that for a second. In this, NVIDIA is about to test a level that is 10% up from the May lows. So that's how big the rally was in AMD and NVIDIA, and we're only halfway back here. So watch this 170 level on NVIDIA. If it's huge, and I mean huge, I would take like an 05 or like, an 01 or an 03 long. If it's nothing there, I might just try to scalp the short through.
Okay, so we'll people in the chat talking about NIO. So yeah, we'll definitely have a look at this one because, again, I'm trying to think that this NASDAQ's going to bounce, but it's been completely wrong so far here today. NIO obviously down here. We have some weakness in the. Brendan just mentioned there, the car sector. So, the industry, there should be automotives, should be coming back in here. On the daily, we do have 1755 there. But, I mean, here it comes, just a move to the downside. We like the long. There was some good news from NIO today. So we'll sit in this. We're long at 1820 right now. If you look at a daily chart, and again, we're just trying to sit, or maybe it's a 20-minute chart, looks a little bit better. $18 has held a couple times. I mean, to zoom out on some of these charts is kind of ridiculous because you were so far down from some key levels right now, but there's 18 right into here. So there was some consolidation around this level. So let's go long on NIO and see if we can make a little bit back here on that long. AMD again, wow, 95.50 right here. I mean, maybe there's a level for AMD that we like, but we've already tested some of these longs here and hasn't really worked out today. So big time movement in the last 3 days, man, down from 110 down to 95 and getting into this area again for some support. But every area like that was support. We had support at 98 and then maybe this is the final support 90, but we're well off of that. So let's just look at our NIO long that we have right now. It's back into the money, 1 cent off that average in right down here. So lots of room to go on NIO, and we're gonna have to hold out for that big move. I'm thinking back to here, like 1860 maybe is where we'll get out, but we're gonna drop it if it breaks 18. That's NIO. It just looks like, any retracement in this market, man, things are just getting sold. Yeah. So be very, very careful with all of your positions right here.
Yeah, and just in terms of key levels, NVIDIA didn't quite get to that. It looks like it printed 170.18. I didn't really see that, but it's trying to catch a bid off of 170. I might have missed that chance to get it. Amazon bouncing off of 110 here. So there are some key prices that are actually holding right now. I might try one of these, and the one that's closer to a key level, it happens to be Amazon. Netflix is catching a bounce. That's the only short that I'm still in. So I am looking to see if I can get some. I might not actually get exactly 110. We'll see if we can get something on Amazon down there. That COG-T, by the way, I probably got out. Whoops, it's COGT. I probably got out of it a little bit too early, but you got to stick to your plan. It just reversed off 9, still trending pretty well to the upside. It looks like it's in a collision course with that key $10 level. Tesla did hold that 690. It got through 693. For now has held. I'd much rather something which is really tight to a big level, and that's going to be Amazon here, which I just got into. And remember, we're day trading here. So I understand, like, for a lot of people, you're like, yeah, but just go with the short trend. For me, like, the long in front of 110 here, the risk is about 40 cents. Even a small bounce can probably take you to 111 here, and that's essentially what I'm going to be playing for. But if this goes through 110, this is not one of those, I'm giving it to 109.70 or I'm giving it to 109.50. Now I'm giving it to 109.99. If it breaks 110 by a penny, I want to be out of this trade.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing, right? Neil and I hopefully don't enter too many trades without having some kind of a plan, although sometimes for me it seems like I don't. But right now we are back long Microsoft right here. We could see if it wants to hit off. And again, this is going to look crazy because I was short, so these look like all crazy buys. But we're just going long now on Microsoft, and we're long at 16s, so it's in the money slightly here. Any kind of, I was just literally at 35 trying to take some out on a bump back up. Don't want to be there. Did I just get those? No, I did not again. So I don't know what happened. I thought I just got 35s there. Let's see. Come on, 35s. There it is. Okay, so there we go. We get it out. Some out anyways on Microsoft. Let's see if it retraces back to the upside. Again, when these moves are starting to happen here, the longs have been wrong, but I feel like when I look at it, some of these levels, there is some bouncing happening here. So, take a little bit out. If you can hold something for a big move back to 12,000 possibly on the NASDAQ, then you might be prudent to do that. But again, these shorts have been fire, man. They've been awesome, and I just feel like it's a little silly here to talk about holding longs forever. So let's just get out on any kind of a bump up. I mean, we're making money back on these plays, so it's not the complete end of the world. You know, if we were stuck in PDT and we were like stuck long right now, then that might be a little bit of a concern. It's just there's going to be bouncing opportunities. You can see we're making some money back. There goes NIO, a little bit back up to the upside. Hopefully Softy can make that same move back, and we'll try to make back like half or so of what we've lost on. I mean, again, my big red stock here is AMD. We trusted it today. It failed on us multiple times. Just kept breaking. I mean, these aren't, it's bigger shares, so the hits suck, that's all. But yeah, it's a nice move down for AMD. Maybe that bottom was 95.50, but what looks different than 95.50 than 96.50, right? So that's my problem right now, not yours. So we're going to try to find some better positions here for you. Look at CGC, $3, Tilray, $3. Like some of these names, man, Baba down to 109, and then the biggest disgrace of all is this Amazon trade, because we really still should be short or trying to get more names into the short side of things. But look, there's the bounce off 110, right? So I look at this and I'm like, hey, maybe I should be long, but I shouldn't be long. So Neo, nice little move to the upside. Let's take some out.
It did just give the bounce, but it only got to about 70 on Amazon. So that's a way better trade if you actually have like 10s to 20s. I got the 30 bounce. I'll try it one time really tight to that 110. The other thing to remember is it breaks that low at 110. Like you can also just short that, right? Like I can actually try to reverse that trade. It can be tricky because for us, we're firing 2 orders, by the way. I can't reverse if I'm long on 1 order. I can't just send an oversized order. One has to sell my position. The other has to go short. That's just a regulatory thing that we abide by. Not everybody does, but we do. So watch Amazon 110. It's about to come in here. Scalps them out. So at least we got something out of that long bounce, but it looks like it's about to break. Brendo on the small cap recap. I see you got that one to the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, not much to do really. I mean, the overall market move kind of taking away attention from small caps today, but COGT up on positive news. Again, it was a blood disorder trial, came back positive results. So big move for them today. You can see just absolute monster volume so far today on this thing on a daily chart. If you go to a daily chart, I mean, there's a bit of a wall at 9 and then 950.10 above that, but that last high on the daily chart was 9 even. So we're there right now. Let's see what happens. Still great volume on COGT. I had to try this twice. There was a huge seller that showed up right at the open and pushed it back below key level 650 at the open, but it was easily taken out. So a nice move for COGT. The only other one I was looking at was PALT up on an acquisition this morning, but 280 on a daily chart was a great level. If you missed that, there was no bounce on PALT, guys. Back over to you.
Paltry bounce on that one. Okay, so, you know, Microsoft did take down this 255. We didn't get out. We were waiting a little bit lower than that, so saved a little bit temporarily here on Microsoft. So back into the money on this trade and into the money on the long here on NIO. So we're just trying to take some out as it goes back up. It went up to 30 there and it's completely stopped. So initially we were looking at this 44, 45 level and then back in here to the 50 period. And I think that's a good bid if it gets up to 1850. I think we've done well to retrace back there. So far so good if that does come into play. But Microsoft getting ready to get out of that one as the low of the day here is 254.70. So we're right here right now. Again, like where's my 256 short? We gave it up. And here it comes in right now. Microsoft's going to take out the bottom and we'll be out. This was actually net fine because we did get some outs here in the 30s and 40s. But there it goes back sliding down again. Goes Microsoft and all of these names, man. So, yeah, the NASDAQ tried to rally, but not really. It's definitely a short day. You just got to keep on those shorts, keep on the right spots there. AMD actually did retrace back up, and I was close to thinking about a short in this name. But again, like I just feel like the market's too far down now, but I keep getting proven wrong. Down another 3.5% right now. So, yep, you got to be short something, and it's just so stupid. I mean, I agree with you right there, UP Trade. Like shorting these lows is just risky, and that's
it is risky.
And that's the thing. It's risky, but you know we're here to trade, and sometimes you got to take some risk. But yeah, right now it doesn't look like we're taking the right ones, as everything just finds no love, no bounce. I got to find an indicator that's going to somehow tell me. Michael Knox was talking about the money flow indicator there. Something that's going to tell us that hey, maybe the selling is done. And right now, I mean, it's almost the best trade is to sit on your hands. I mean, I don't know what's working out here other than shorts. Some of these longs just not. We're in Neo, hoping that one can work out. It did work out. It popped in the money 10 cents, and then that was it. So you can lose 10 cents in a heartbeat, but you got to make it hard on the long side. So that should be an indicator right there.
There is so I saw a stacked bid on BABA at 109. I'm talking 13,000 shares on 4 different gateways, the exact same size on 4 different gateways. Means that's an algo or someone using an automated system to try to push the stock to the upside and fake it up. This is not a fake order here on looks like Amazon. Yeah, but 100,000 shares just on the NASDAQ book at the even 110. Obviously, that's not the only book, so there's a few other books that'll probably be large. You probably have a pretty sized bid on that 110 level. So the longer we hang out there, I think I'm going to try and do that scalp trade. I will tell you, I am long this stock. As I get out of it, if it bounces to the upside, my orders are going to code and they're going to look like short sells. They're not, but I am trying to reverse this at 110 to the downside, which means I have 2 different stop orders, one of which is going to end up coded to get me short. And because that's out there, these are, if it does pop here, you will see purples. That does not mean I'm shorting this pop on Amazon. I want to go short through that level break. COG-T has a wick top through 9 even. This is hard for me to resist. You got to 9, look at it barcode off 9. A lot of times I would be all over this one. It is hard not to want to look for that trade. Wow, Amazon just went through. I just got out and I just got into the short side of the trade. So I actually got 88s on Amazon is my short price. 88s. That's not even that good of a fill. That's crazy slippage, man. There's so much liquidity. You should get a better price than that.
Isn't that crazy? Like we've been talking about that Amazon short for a freaking long time, man. And now it finally comes in. Okay, here's Neo right now. Not finally comes in. It's coming the last couple days. So, all right, we're loaded up now on NIO. So 17 break. We're going to get out, obviously, of this one if it does break through. Sorry, 18 breaks. I'm just setting my order right now to get out if this does break back down lower. We don't need to be in this name if it breaks lower. So we will do exactly that and get out if it does come through. So right now, there's NIO. Our position's right here, 13. So we're long at 13. We've averaged into this trade. Let's see if it can go back up to the upside right now. Big time movement, man. A lot of the traders on the floor pretty happy with today's moves, and why not? If you've been short, you've been banking right now. So nice little Sam Bankman-Fried today on that one. Let's go over. Hey, talk about Sam Bankman. Let's go check out what Robinhood's doing. I'm sure it's having a good day. Robinhood down today, another 3%. And again, you look at some of these levels, like maybe we're holding out here. I don't know why. I mean, we only went over here because of Sam Bankman, but Roblox down 9% today. That's still moving to the low side as we look, man. Netflix, that's 183 right now. That's pretty low. Square down 7%. I mean, everything is just bleeding. Is PayPal sub 80 yet? Yeah, there it is. PayPal breaks 80 down to $79. Like the bleeding is here and it's continuing. And yeah, it's a bloodbath today for sure. Add today plus yesterday, and yeah, you're not. We were making fun about getting divorced. Well, if you didn't get divorced yesterday, maybe today might be your day. So get ready to get locked and loaded here. But we're long Neo off of some strength here at 18. Keeps trying to bounce off. No idea where we go from here, but. I don't know how your Amazon worked.
That break was no good.
Okay.
Like there was a stack bid at 70 and then a bit of a bid at 80. So it wasn't a huge bid at 80. It was enough to get some out in front of it, and then it was a stack bid below it, so it couldn't really break. It'll have to settle below that price, I think, to try to engineer back into the short. But I'm not going to fight it too much there. I just really don't want to be fighting anything this low. Like you're shorting bottoms if you're trying to take these.
Yes, that's the problem.
And that's the problem with shorting off a bottom like that. Like you don't want to get trapped at a low. Like look at Netflix, right? Like I get out of Micron, and I felt like you could have said it was way too early to get out of Micron. Netflix, I decided not to get out because I think it can test 180. It bounces off the low, so I got out of Micron on the low. Now Netflix is coming right back to the entry price at 185. And think about this for a second. The market is still at the bottoms. Netflix just tested right back to our entry price. So that's one where I did think that it had. I thought it could go to 177 if it took out that floor, so I really liked holding on to this, but I don't want to give it all and then have it turn red. This gets through 185 and the market bounces from here. Netflix could put a pretty big recovery on, so I have to watch this one pretty closely. DocuSign it's still barcoding off that level. There was one shot to that 70. And then looks like it's trying to hold off here. I do want the short in DocuSign off 70. I don't want to chase it $1.50 away. This is not a day to be chasing levels. I might try to get something a little bit closer and just above 69. But I don't like a 68 half entry where I've beaten it already. And Tesla, by the way, back to 700. So this is put in a little bit of a bottom. I don't want to chase any of these longs too far. I want to see some actual indications that a strong name is holding above a key
I got
level.
one, finally.
What's moving? Neo?
Finally, Neo. I mean, we'll ring the register. I'll spin it for Neo, but I mean, this is not for my account today. I'm doing it because we just talked to Bear about, honestly, we made back a lot. I mean, it was my biggest position down here at 18. More just because, we had Neo in, we have some talk on the Chinese names. But even as it says this, like I'm getting ready just to get out of some of this right now on NIO. But yeah, big damage done today for me on AMD. And that was really the only name that I'm really that worried about. We're like quite positive on Microsoft today. Microsoft's a big name for me today off that short of 256. So we finally shorted that. That's a big name for me. It looks like hopefully NIO can be a big name, but again, we're out of just under half of our trades here into the mid 20s. So that's worked out from an 18-10 long. So far, so good on that one. I'm just really disappointed with my trading on AMD. And it's been a tough market today. There's been no bounce. So that's really the hard part about it. But I say those things, but I don't really mean them because, Amazon hasn't been hard, man. Like, Amazon short has just now not worked. But like all through this, man, we were looking Amazon short. So that was pretty easy, right? Like Amazon was a good short. Other names that have been falling off the face of the earth. NASDAQ names, Microsoft, short through that 260 was pretty easy. Like we were freaking short Apple to begin with the day at 140. Like it's down to 137. It's patience, it's patience, it's patience. If you had the short, you should have held on. It's easy to say now. The market's been open an hour. It is what it is. That's the worst thing to say in this market. But honestly, you got to hold your positions. You got to believe one way or the other. And I'm getting ready to wait for this market to blow up a little bit here. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but you keep trying to test little highs here. But as you look, these bottoms, like where was that a bottom? Was that a bottom? Like we're still making like lower highs here, high, high, high. Like these lower highs keep coming in. It doesn't look like we're out of the woods at all on these shorts. This could be a NASDAQ down 4 or 5% day. So get ready here. We keep on retesting highs and then breaking them back down. So until you break through like this 11,900 or whatever this high is right here, 11,920, then you're not going to go anywhere. So this is a sideways market. Until then, I think you hold on to your longs, have your key outs, and just wait to see what this market wants to do. It's a losing day if you're long. Unfortunately, you're going to have to live with that right now. What's up, Brendan?
I mentioned some of the travel names early on this morning, guys. Confirmed now. As of Sunday at 12 a.m., no more COVID tests required for international travel, air travelers into the U.S. But all of these have given everything back. So we had a pretty good move on AAL initially, right back to day lows. Some of the cruise lines popped up on that note as well, right back to day lows. Wanted to mention this quickly as well. PBTS, big runner yesterday. Number of halts yesterday, trying to take out day highs, guys.
Can we just not talk about that stock, maybe? PBTS. I on purpose, I'm not even bringing it up because it stunk for me, but you don't do that. I will get to it in a second. I'm kind of joking. But in the chat, it was mentioned here, Microsoft, one name that has failed to actually be breaking down any further. That's what you want to look for something which is it's a kind of barcoding, but the last half an hour or so, it's really only had under $1 range. Which is tightening up. So if the market tries to bounce, I think there's a chance that Softy can go. Get it above that 255, and it has a decent chance. The COG-T, it looks like it hasn't really blown out. That 905, that 9 level for rejection, looks like it would have been a good one. My eyeballs are on Microsoft now. If you can get back above that 255 level for a chance at a long trade. Also, Alibaba catching a bid. And obviously, a few names caught bids. Baba off 108. Actually broke back up and is trying to hold back towards those pre-markets or those afternoon lows that we saw hold so well. This gets back above 110, and that gets really juicy as well. Remember, the Chinese names have all been super, super strong. It's all about relative strength sometimes in this market. So Alibaba back above this 110. If it goes anywhere and tries to consolidate here, I'll try to take a long in Alibaba. I'm only wanting to do so where it is relatively strong, as my chart just only now decided to fill back in there. It was PBTS. That was one that, I don't know if my trades will show up on this. Kind of hoping, here you go. You'll never have enough at the top. That's a reality when you do this, but it's getting right close to that 150 level where it turned around. Now remember, this is a stock that was a 1/4 cent for locates, 1/4 cent, so really, really ridiculously cheap. That's why it's squeezing. The one level that mattered yesterday, which is 150, is trying to chew through this as we speak now, guys. So if it fails at the same price, every now and then it happens, there is nothing on this offer, relatively speaking. The same amount of shares on this offer as were on the Amazon bid. Amazon's $110. This is $150. There's nothing on this offer.
All right. Super happy, obviously, with the way this NEO trade is working out. Nice little move. We have a little bit less than half now on this trade. So again, whatever. We didn't put on a huge amount of shares on this trade, but still, it comes back up to the upside, and now we're just getting pieces out. So there comes again another piece out there it basically went right where we said it would. So again, am I disappointed that we got out just about half at 30s here? Yeah, that sucks because now we're going to the upside. But again, you got to really, really believe in longs in order to support your long positions in a day like today. With that being said, we did go back into TQQ right here. So we're long there off 27. That's at 27.20. Maybe we finally get that bounce. The NASDAQ is trying to do what I said, trying to take a leather look at this 50 period. Look, the last bounce we had went to the 50 period, faded. 50 period, faded. If we can get there, that's when I really want to say, okay, maybe we have an upsized move here and it is time to get out. So it's been a nice run to the upside. We did take something out there. Obviously, this 50 period is going to be respected in the same thing here on the NASDAQ or on the TQQ. So that's 27.36. So I actually have an offer at 27.30 because, again, if we make it up to that 50 period, it bounced there, it bounced there. I kind of expect the same again. So let's see if that level is going to hold out for us on the 50 here for the NASDAQ. We will average in. We're going to get out if it breaks the low. This is a very, very structured trade for me. We're bouncing around. I already know my idea here for the NASDAQ. So if it wants to bounce here, we'll hopefully have the right names with NEO, with TQQ, which is triple NASDAQ. So, we're willing to take a long and see if it can blow up against us. About 15 cents against us is where we'll hold this. So again, expecting a bigger move to the upside. Risk to reward should be here right now in the market. So let's just see if we can respect some of these levels.
Yeah, and I did get into BABA. It is doing what I kind of wanted it to do off that 110 level, which is hold for now. But I'll give it to the lower high. But there goes that PBTS through 150, just got to 163. So forget about that even holding. And you just wanted to see an actual capitulation there. My daily, that doesn't want to load. Apologies, guys. But at this point, I'd be thinking $2. Either it fails here or $2. And that's what you got to consider. It's just an obviously strong move. I did get into BABA, like I mentioned. I got my stop in place, not to the low of the day. I don't think it makes any sense to give it to that level. You look back to what was off of this bottom at 110. Yesterday's low was a 109.5. And then if you zoom in enough, you can kind of see it. When we had the consolidation and the breakout, it's 109.5. That's where my stop is going to be. We get to VWAP and we can do better than 1-to-1. So that'll be the first exit point. And the trend is not your friend with this move. Let's just keep that in mind. However, you are seeing some signs of a bottom in the futures. We're not back to any of the key levels on the NASDAQ, but we're now actually sustaining a little bit of a bounce. It's more than just 5 or 10 points here. So we are actually getting some kind of a bounce to try to energize some of these longs, or any of these longs, I should say. Tesla's back above that 700 level. Heck, I might be getting a reload on Netflix. 185 could come back into play. So I do want something to the long side. It was BABA that just set up and looked relatively strong. BABA is up on the day, by the way. It's up 0.5%, as you can see in the quarter, but that's because of the gap up overnight, the strength that you saw in some of the Chinese names. I bet you Pinduoduo or Didi, not Didi, my bad. They're probably down because they're getting delisted. But Pinduoduo, Billy maybe. I didn't look at Didi. I just made an assumption. It's probably down. Yeah, it's down 5%.
Yeah.
I just kind of feel like maybe shorting DD was the lowest hanging fruit today because you could have had size on that.
We got
Brendo?
some money coming on Neo at least. Let's go, Brendo.
You mentioned gold briefly in the pre-market, guys. Just saw GLD back to positive on the day. Was down as well. If I zoom out here, you can see yesterday over here. But big volume coming in back to green for GLD.
GLD, yeah, I was just looking long Apple. Okay, I like that SGL. I like this kind of stuff. Max Payne out there today. Yeah, whenever I start seeing stuff like Max Payne and stuff like that, like that's when the bottom's here probably, because that's the sort of the blowouts that you need, right? I mean, Microsoft's down 4% today. Look at this out, first of all. Neo, like that's why we dropped down the money there, because honestly, this was a great pickup for me. We had a lot of shares for myself here. We made back about half of our day alone on that trade there. So good so far on NIO, but yeah, wow, you know, now it's faded back. I mean, we were doing well at 55. Now it's come back in there on that number. And then look, dead on right there. We'll go whoa, which we would cut them all out, but there's that 27.30 that came in for the TQQ. So long there at 27.05, or what am I long? 06. Out there at 30s, you know, should have taken it all, but there it is. It goes right up to that 50 period. Called it right there. So, you know, there was opportunity to start to short some of those calls, which I should have exactly done. Thank you, Kevin, for that good call on Neo. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with it. We made some money back on NIO, so thank you to Kevin. Thank you to Trader Joe for your kind words there as well. And look, you know, sometimes you stand in front of trains and they absolutely run you over, right? I feel stupid because like this AMD, realistically, if I would just hold some of these positions, some of the damage probably wouldn't be that bad right now, especially if we were able to get out at 97, because that last 96. But again, we're day trading. I'm levered up. My buying power is monstrous. So some of the positions that I take is just you can't hold them against you for too far. But I'm trying to get better at that. I understand that you know where my pitfalls are, and some of it has to do with patience, right? And including stuff like this. Like, why am I up on Amazon today? Because we were short early. And I mean, we have a video out here on, I mean, here it is right here on Twitter. I think I pinned it. Go like here. No, maybe I didn't, because now this is here. Oh yeah, here it is. Let's get this. Go see what I said. Yes, this was what? Yesterday or 2 days ago about why we liked Amazon short, right? All over there. So, you know, it's having patience. It's believing in some of your trades and just holding on to them. Like, to begin the day, man, we were short TQQ. Like, it's not like we didn't think the market was going to tank. There's the short right there off CPI, right? Big move there. But again, you get carried away with some of these levels, and that is what it is. But I guess once we're ready, we can go over to Sector Watch. Prad has his earpiece in, so I don't know what he was yelling about there. But Prad's in the building. Glad he's feeling better on what was a very important day to trade here today. So Brendan at the big screen. That looks really colorful. Not, Brendan.
Yeah, kind of one-sided on the board, I'll be honest. Don't think I've ever seen it this red before, but 2.4%. Glowing, in fact. You got to go way over here to some material stocks. Hey, there's Newmont, positive on the day. I can't even read the other one. It's so small right now. Some of the consumer staple stocks also in positive territory so far. I just noticed they still have FB on this board, and apparently FB is up 1% today. So I'll send a note to Reuters to tell them that symbol changed. Tech stocks, financials, consumer discretionary, all very, very red, guys. I mean, it is what it is. It's 2.4% right now for the S&P. Back to you.
Yeah. So what Prad? I did hear Prad just now. There's 200,000 shares on the offer of Micron at 63.80, which oddly enough is the exact price that I got out of my short before, which is weird because that was actually, this is where it was holding the bid. The pre-market low was the opening range or pre-market low actually was 63.65. It bounced off that price and then right there got out 63.80. Now you have a big offer and there's been resistance here this entire time. So maybe it jailbreaks from that price. I'm just trying to scalp it 75 to that level, see if I can take advantage of that large size order. You never really know. I also got into PBTS here. I said either it fails here or it goes to $2. So you know, like yesterday, it was I would have been short here. I probably would have been short here and here and here and here and here and here and here, all of that nonsense. This time, actually wait for it to squeeze multiple times and then get into it. It ends up being at the exact same price that it did yesterday at 50. So 148 took you all the way to about 90 in yesterday's trade. My guess is day two, maybe it's a little bit stronger today. I have no idea. We'll see what happens. But it gets down to VWAP. We'll see if we can't take some out. But that Micron, it's just big size on the offer. But keep in mind, it's done 7.5 million shares. So 200,000, is that 200,000? Yeah, 200,000 shares is a lot. But really, in the context of how much it's traded, it can get through that level, no problem. It's just a matter of trading off of it here. Now, that's why you're scalping it as opposed to thinking it's going to flush all the way to the low of the day. Yes, the trend is with us, but that's only movement off of that level because it's there.
Yo, what's up, Russell Jackson? I see you here. He changed his little member logo there to say floss it. I like that. We'll floss it off. Welcome back, Russell Jackson, one of our original members and everything like that. And Russell, don't worry, the bacon, again, at one day will be flying around. So shout out to you, Russell. We definitely remember you on the show. And so thank you and welcome back, my friend, from all of us here. You've been a good friend of the show. Unfortunately, your Miss V is no longer with us. But we are looking and very close. I don't want to say very close, but we have a couple more interviews to go, a couple third-round interviews to come about a new host coming to sit beside Brendan there on the big desk. So that should be really fun for all of us to see a new face, you know, get some fresh blood in here, and we're pretty excited about that. So all the hard work that Maggie and everybody's put in, and us, I mean, not us, I mean, we've been in a couple interviews, but for that, we're getting ready to rock and roll with more members on Trader TV Live. So hit the like button, hit the subscribe, regardless of what your account is up or down today. I hope that you're comfortable trading and that we've helped you, you know, look at some of these levels. So, you know, the best you could do, hit the like, become a member. It's $5 a month as well. That helps us out a little bit, but it's Trader TV Live. We're here every single day, and Prad's in the building, so getting ready to throw to him in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I'll thank Prad because he pointed out that Micron, which is working to me. But, again, I'm about to take a hit, and we'll see what happens. I mean, it's holding for now on Alibaba at 109.50. But that's about to break down. So once again, it's a long trade that I don't get out of right away for even like the small scalp that looks like it wants to take out the bottoms. It's just, you know, the shorts have been working. That's what's actually been paying today. That's what you have to take advantage of, Brendo.
Just reading about Quanergy Systems, which is QNGY. So it looks like they're a semiconductor company in the LiDAR systems making business, I guess. But here we go. QNGY, pretty parabolic at the moment, through 80 cents, guys, trying to get up to $1.
QNGY, yeah, lots of parabolic names, Chinese names going. We saw those going yesterday. Alibaba's back through 110 right now and actually green on the day. I know we've indicated that a couple times, but there's the break on Alibaba right now, trying to bounce to the upside, as some of these names are, man. I mean, we're 21 cents in the money on this TQQ as that's right back to this 50 period. This is kind of what we wanted, man. There goes NIO back up to the upside. We took a little bit out there at VWAP, so some things dancing around a bit here as we go. But yeah, Alibaba looking pretty good. I'm wondering about a 111. Oops, that's not Alibaba. That's NEO, because we're long that one. I'm wondering about Alibaba. I mean, there's VWAP at 111. You know, it's positive today. I've been talking about taking VWAP breaks and things like that. So yeah, maybe there is going to be something on some of these breaks, but there it is. Right again, man, testing. Look what we just did on the NASDAQ. Bounce, bounce, bounce. So we're right at that level. It's got to take it and hold it, man. It's got to take this 50 period and hold it. If we do that, then we may be in for a little bit of a surprise move to the upside here.
Yeah, and wow, Baba barely hung on there, so it did get right down to that stop, bounced right off of it. Sometimes that's just good fortune by a penny or two, and then we'll see if it can actually get back to VWAP. The market is trying to make a bit of a bounce here, so you just got to hang on for dear life. If you got the longs, have an out. That's all I can say, have an out. I was asked a couple of times in the chat about UVXY. And I got away from trading this, quite frankly, because every day there was just too many symbols to look at. And so to add something new just got really hard. Like the days where I wanted like 2, 3, maybe 4 things, it was easy to maybe trade this a little bit more often. But this it hasn't really gotten to where I would think about a short on UVXY, which is a little bit tighter, that 15, 20 level. That's at least what I'm looking at. It was a clean breakout, though. And I'm like, this is where I miss out by trading it, because I had these all drawn. Every line I have drawn is like literally a week old. But if you look at this breakout that it just put on this morning, I probably should have had that break. But I'm not looking at anything until it gets to about 15.25. That's a level I have set for UVXY. So I appreciate the question. I do look at it still just to follow some of the trends of what's going on in volatility. But I haven't been trading it lately, unfortunately.
All right, just try to see, because we're getting ready to wrap this show up. There's still 15 minutes, man. A lot can happen in 15 minutes. Okay, so we just got out some more of that TQQ, because again, we're playing off that bounce there off the 50 period, bounce there, long, and a couple bounces out there. So it's actually been a pretty good trade for me here on the TQQs here today. It's a positive name for us, for me, obviously. Sometimes they say we and us, but I just mean myself, because Neil and I, again, we can trade. Sometimes we'll be in complete opposite positions. So, we don't trade against each other or with each other. Whatever we see, sometimes I don't even know. We're always looking up here to see what positions we're in.
Except when it's showing that.
Yeah, except for when it's showing that, of course. So anyways, there's the bounces off some of these names. We didn't look at Snapchat yet. That's down 5%. That could be a name where Evan Spiegel came out and crushed his own stock not even that long ago. And today, obviously, is going to continue. That is at its day lows right now. So Snapchat relatively weak against the market, down 4.5% today. Still making moves downside. You look at the 20 period. So there it is, just about as nasty as you can get. There's the move from, I don't know if that was the move from Evan there that day, 15 down to 13. I feel like it was more dramatic than that. Hold on a second. Let me just zoom this back out. No, that might have been the day there. But there it goes. It gets all the way back to 15. I don't know why this chart's not loading, but anyways, some of these levels, I mean, you've just broken back down below. So 1340, 1350 here on Snapchat. Again, if you're looking for some longs, you're at some key levels here on Snap, so there could be something there. We mentioned, so Alibaba's back through 110. I don't want any of that, and I don't want any of that smoke until that goes through 111. Like, done buying some of these dips. It needs to make a move to the upside so that we can confirm some of this. Look at Disney, man. Disney breaks that 100 level, or does it? No, it doesn't. Disney goes down to 100 flat. Like, we even brought that up. Like, that's another key level there that Disney keeps bouncing off of. There's another bounce. It's, again, the 20-minute for some reason doesn't want to work, but here's Disney's daily chart. 100's held all the way back to mid-May. So, and then even early May there it held as well. So the very bottom is 99.20. When I say about holding, give it down $1, that's worth it. But Disney today back down in. So that could be a level if you get back to 100 that you want to look at.
So I was asking the chat, no, I will not be reloading DocuSign at this price. We liked it off of the open because it was one of those and we've seen a bunch of them down over 20%, 15 to 20% earnings plays that couldn't take out the low. So it made the bounce. It ran. 70 was the level I wanted to short. That's where I thought it would turn around. So I wanted to short. I didn't get it. Obviously, there was other things happening, so we did miss out on it. At least we understood that could be a top, but I don't like the reversal here. DocuSign, the market's still on the bottom, and DocuSign's still overpriced on a PE basis. It still had a horrible quarter, and they still guided. Like, it was a trade off of the open because we've seen that pattern this earnings season. I'm not even sure that that type of a long, I'm not even sure that's been good past just this recent quarter for earnings on a name that wasn't even a huge short interest. So I will not be reloading it. I did reload Netflix for the short up here because, you know what, if the market wants to make another leg down, they had a negative catalyst and it's still holding that 185, so I will get back into that one to the short side. Baba's still barcoding off that 110, so I am still in it. But realistically, yeah, Saad, I just put in the chat, if Docu gets to 40s, there'd be serious buyers there. I could see that. If you go back far enough on the daily chart in DocuSign, I think I actually was talking about this with Brennan this morning. 40 kind of looked like the level that made some sense, and on a PE, maybe that makes a little more sense as well. I did want to jump over to NVAX just quickly because I feel like we've ignored this stock a little bit today. If you're looking for relative strength, we should not ignore something that's up 3% for the last couple of days that has been beaten up. But look where it bounced. Like, not a secret where NVAX caught a bid at $41. Whenever you see a liquidity vacuum and a wipeout in the stock, try to see where buyers come into it because that can be a pretty solid indication of support. And you've now seen it 3 days in a row. You've got a triple bottom in NVAX who, I mean, ultimately they did get the first step for their approval of their COVID vaccine, which might be too late, but either way, look at that 41 level, pretty strong for NVAX off that bid. Brendo, money talks. Let's go.
Hey guys, yeah, big moves on the currency board along with stocks this morning. That's the US dollar on a hourly chart. I mentioned yesterday this was going to be a mover. We saw this big move up yesterday into this CPI number this morning. And then, wow, from 102 up to 103.5, back towards recent highs for the US dollar. It's 104.1 right now, up almost a full percent. For the DXY. Flip that chart and you'll get the idea for the euro, the British pound, more than a full percent to the downside today for the pound, 1.2 almost, back to 123 against the US dollar. Canadian dollar, same story, almost 0.75% to the downside here, 78 cents once again for the Canadian dollar. Australia and New Zealand under pressure as well. Even cryptocurrencies, I mentioned earlier, the Bitcoin fell with stocks on that CPI number this morning. We're below 30,000 once again. We did bounce off 29, but straight higher, guys, for the dollar today. Back over to you.
Ooh, yeah. Some of the names that were, well, like some of the names, it was just Microsoft and Salesforce. I guess it came out and said that the strong dollar was a bit of an issue for them, which is, if it's affecting those two, you know it's affecting others as well. It's just those are the only two that actually bothered to fess up to it and cut some guidance based on it. Another strong name here, and thank you guys to the chat. This is another reason I love the community, because I was looking for relative strength. Y'all just mentioned Walmart up barely. It's up 0.25% here. But if that's if that's not a V shape, then I have no idea what is or what constitutes a V shape bounce. So look at this 121.40. It's also a 121 where it closed, so it just turned green very, very recently. My daily doesn't want to load, but the 15, you got a double bottom on the higher time frame. You've got a V-shaped bottom here and a potential for a breakout, and not necessarily the most overly expensive name. And yesterday, Home Depot was relatively strong. I just checked, not today, down 2%. But Walmart is in that category. So we get a break in the market from here. Yeah, watch Walmart to be able to be a breakout play off this 121.50. If the market doesn't participate, it's hard for it to go, but hey, we've been bouncing off these lows for a little bit here, and my BOB isn't going for me, so maybe something a little bit stronger could work. And no, Steve G, it's not a Southern Canada thing. Sometimes I just say it, and I have no idea why I said y'all.
I say y'all all the time, so
I know you do, but I don't think I haven't said it in.
Y'all just relax.
When I was in Dallas last time, and I'm actually going to be in Dallas. In August for a fantasy football draft. I'm going to be visiting a friend down there. September, sorry. Yeah, Labor Day weekend. I can't wait to get down there again. Awesome. Maybe I'll get to the rodeo. But I used it when I was down there because, hey, you just sort of do what you do. When I was in Florida, summers in university, my family moved to Florida. My dad worked down there. My brother went to school. So when I was in uni, I would actually spend summers down in Miami. Yeah, you start falling into that. But that was a long time ago when I was in university. So that's not really much of an excuse.
All right, new position alert here for, first of all, we're 25 cents in the money. We've just been resting on this NIO trade right now as that's come back down a little bit here. I still don't mind testing it if we get back to $18. The one trade that I'm in now, and I think that I want to be in this until we break this bottom, Apple's tested 137.50 a couple times now to that downside, and on the daily chart, this has been a very, very key level. We talked about where, people buying down here at 137. Obviously, we get some of those wicks down to 133, 134. But right here, Apple, this 137 area, a pretty decent one. So we'll go into the short now, see if we can hold out, into the long, see if we can hold out against that bottom of the day, which is 137. So we'll average into this trade, see if it can work for us on the upside. If it comes back in, this is just a starter position here for Apple. So we're long at 27, so we're out 10 cents right now. But I really think that we can average back in. This is the minute chart here. As we start to fall into this 137, like a retest of 137.50, if the market gets down there, then we'll start to really load that up and then dump it if we break through 137. So, that's a trade that I don't mind right here. Apple, I think if the market wants to bounce, which It doesn't look like it wants to. It just tried the 50 period again. But you see how we're consolidating? Like it's just one little break up, and then maybe we've seen the bottoms for today. I think we still try to run back to 12,000. So we'll see if that can hold out. Down 3% could get nastier, man. You're barcoding right now on the futures. Any little bit of a drop down is a problem here. So we'll try to pick up Apple and see if we respect that bottom. If we don't, it'll be an easy out. We're letting it come in for us here. So that's AAPL sitting on the bid around 137.50. Brendan.
Oil trying to bounce here, guys. Here's a look at both USO and crude oil. You can see a huge move down for crude. USO following suit. President Biden saying he's going to look at other ways to put more oil back into the system. So energy stocks getting hit now as well.
Yeah,
Really?
and just to clarify, I put it in the chat too, but I didn't go to school in Miami. I went to school here in Waterloo, in Ontario, but I spent my summers in my brother went to the Art Institute of Fort Lauderdale. He's an animator now, so good school. I'm familiar with the area because I spent a lot of time there. You mentioned energy, and I'm going to mention the biggest, easily the biggest missed opportunity for me because I blabbed about Occidental yesterday and that channel that it was in. And then I did get the long when it tried to bounce off of this channel, and I never took this short. We talk about these floors getting broken, like Micron today breaking a huge level at 66, but the channel Oxy was in was pretty darn good as well, and it just took that one out yesterday and was dump city, and today, again, dump city into the next level down. This is one of the things you want to look for in a bear market. Like when a shelf breaks, you want to be all over it, man. Like Micron, that's what Micron did today for you if you were looking at it. Once it got below that 66. And this is on the 15-minute chart. It's an even better looking short if you pull up like the daily chart on Micron. It's an even better short because you're going all the way back to like 2021, and then it was a quadruple bottom for this year. It was also a low last year, and you can go even further back if it loads up for Micron. Those are the levels you want to see because when they go, forget about it. When they bounce, great. Scalp. We'll do all that stuff you do in front of it, like swing trading in front of it's worked as well. But when they go, especially on a day where the trend is with you, that's what you want to have a quick look-see at. And there's going to be a lot of those because, quite frankly, you're going to start retracing to some old levels that were in play. That's what happens when the market comes back in.
All right, we're starting to build one more position here. Microsoft has come in as well. These are all at day's low right now. So Microsoft's at day's low. Everything is probably not going to bounce, but we want to just test one more chance here at a low and see if we can get something that we're able to hold for a bit. But here goes Microsoft. Again, it's not a big position, but we are going to average into it right about now. Why not? To take one more shot here at 13 if we can get it. And then there it is. So we're just going to give this a little bit lower. The day's low now is in play. It's 254.08. So Microsoft retraces all the way back down. Here it goes. It's going to break. This is not. We actually got out. Okay, well maybe it's not, but it just took down the day's low. So next stop lower here, down through 254 on Microsoft as it just cuts like a butter through knife here. Knife through butter, butter through knife. Microsoft looking at that. TQQ, yeah, TQQ as well. So a couple last ditch longs here as we leave. Everything's at the bottom. Yeah, there it is. And the funny thing is, again, like I'm doing this mistake again. Like, look, short, short, short. Like, we called these plays, and now we're trying to find longs. There goes Microsoft down in. That just, oh, that's not that's TQQ. Microsoft just broke that 254, and we got out there. Small hit. Microsoft's a positive name for us. We tried it one more time. Didn't go. Look at these lows, man. There's still break, break, break. Like, I'm fine taking some shots here. Like we just said, we took out of NEO right now at 30 on the 30 breaks. Now we're flat on NIO with nothing to go. So here it is, Apple 138.20. One last stab as this comes back down in. I don't know, man. These lows just keep getting violated over and over and over again. We're going to throw it over to the midday show as we keep breaking lower, man. So I don't know if there's any trades you have on board right now, but yeah, these keep going lower and lower.
Well, not the bob along because that stopped out, but we did at least reload Netflix, which we've been holding all morning long at that same high. So just playing off the same level. Took some out at VWAP again. This time I will. If it gets back to the low of the day, I will get out at the low of the day. But wow, crazy, crazy market. And it's going to be like this all day, not just all day long, but I feel like the rest of the year, volatility's in because that's the environment we're going to see. So glad to bring you Trader Prad, and yes, he is back. Luca is back in the building.
Guess who's
Although
back?
I see something missing in that wardrobe. Let's go to market. The midday show there. Trader Prad and Luca, go get them.
What do you mean something's missing? It's supposed to be Casual Friday, my friend. It's supposed to be Casual Friday.
So
you
the
know?
vest
Friday,
isn't
you know.
casual.
Sir?
The vest isn't casual.
Oh, vest?
Oh, yeah, I figured I'd give the vest a rest. You know,
Nice one.
Give the vest a rest. And you know what? I
does Prad
honestly
feel about
thought
the
Prad
Ferraris?
wasn't going to be in today. So I wore the jacket.
Yeah,
I wore
yeah.
the Ferrari. I wore
Yeah.
the jacket, and then I seen him, and I was like, "Oh God, he's gonna hate me for this." But you know, it is what it
thankfully-
is. It's nice to be comfortable.
Thankfully, feeling a lot better. Hopefully, it still stays this way, doesn't go worse. But yeah, I'm glad to be back in the hot seat. Glad to be trading again. Lots of FOMO yesterday, watching these guys kill it. Good job on yesterday's show, guys. And even Tony was here, I believe. So awesome job over there. But yeah, you know what? What's more fun? It's Free Fall Friday, baby. Let's get the sirens going. Markets are dumping to the downside. CPI numbers came out bad. Lots to talk about. Lots to trade. I hope you guys are having fun on this Friday. Let's see where the market's going to right now. I can start off with a couple of my trades that I begin with today. I started off with Apple. Apple short in front of 139 break to the downside. I'm still sitting in that trade. I have a Roblox short around 29, still sitting in that trade too. A couple of other trades that I had a Docu short, which I didn't really trade it properly. Clearly missed out on the move. I had the right entry, but I got stopped out on my last few shares over there. So Docu was a quick little short. Micron, you guys heard me call out on the morning show the size that actually Brankles called out. Didn't trade this one properly either because it broke the level. I got out of it for a tiny loss. But last but not least is this Netflix trade that I'm trying to work with. Almost the same idea that Neil has over there, getting short in front of 125 and building that scalp trade over there overall. Been scalping the trades successfully. Not a single scalp has been for a loser. Maybe one of the scalps has been for a flat trade. But yeah, here are my orders, getting ready to pile in more short. But in case Netflix does pop up over here and just scalp on the way down, building that position for a final drop in case Netflix does drop. And Netflix has a negative catalyst behind it too, which is a downgrade from Goldman Sachs. Along with Netflix, a couple stocks that were downgraded today are actually Roblox, hence that's why I'm short Roblox and eBay. Didn't look at eBay all day today. Let's go quickly take a look at eBay, and then we can go over to see what the homie Luca Ferrari jacket smashed today. Maybe some Palantir trades because he's wearing the Ferrari jacket. We don't know yet. We'll find out. But here's your eBay chart. Kind of looking like a boring trade. I guess that's why I didn't even bother pulling the stock up today. Netflix and eBay were Netflix and Roblox were my number 1 and 2 catalysts from that downgrade from Goldman Sachs and so on. But here's Netflix actually coming back up right now, slightly out of the money, but we're not worried about this trade until 185 gives out. If 185 gives out on this trade, then we walk away with the loser, and we're still going to be up on the day, thankfully, because so far all these scalps have been paying us multiple dividends.
Sounds like you're having a great day, Prad.
Luca?
Sounds like you're having a great day.
So far, day's not over yet, so anything can, turn around on us. Market's creating a lower low, sadly, so maybe the bottom is coming in near 3,900.
Yeah, I was actually looking for like a push to 3,900 and a tick, break the low by like 1 tick, and then just kind of reverse there. But yeah, some things I had my eye on was Amazon 110, which was interesting. There was actually like 1,000 lots there, and then it broke. But as you can see here, trade this quite a bit, and I had the short here, and I took some fills, but then unfortunately kind of came back up and broke 110 just like straight to the upside. So I did flip to long and then was just scalping here as best I could, but it was kind of choppy, and now we're back below 110. I mean, we had the poll. Is Amazon going below 100 ever? And every single day it's just making its way closer there, right? So at this point I wouldn't be surprised, but yeah, for sure 100 will be like the level. Like that was 2,000 pre-split. So I'd expect that there to be like a lot of opportunity around that area.
Like you did the math, it's exactly.
Yeah, 20
okay.
for 1, yeah. So 2,000,
okay.
yeah. So 100 even, and I want to say that it bounced off that level, like it got close there when it initially tanked.
100?
Yeah, like 2,000.
Okay,
pre-split,
2,000.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm thinking like 100. Did I miss the 100 move?
Yeah, no.
Okay,
But
2,000. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. But so it should be very exciting. And guys, Disney as well approaching the 100 level. Wonder if we see some size there as well. Something to keep your eye on here.
Are you not freezing here, Luca?
Just a little bit, but I got the jacket on, so I'm feeling good. You know, can't complain.
And then we have Sharif over here in a muscle shirt. But yeah, Luke, thank you for Luca for checking out some of the stocks that he was trading. So actually, Luca, I want to get your opinion about the CPI number. How did you disseminate that info, and how did you look for opportunities around that info? Because I know you were here by 8:30 getting ready to trade that number. You also faced some liquidity issues or like just teleportation issues.
The move was sharp. The move was extremely sharp. And I think everybody, I mean, like, look, yesterday we had that like fall off into the close and, you know, like selling into the number. Like everybody expected the same thing. I think the White House released a statement saying like, we know the number's going to be bad, like it is going to be bad. And so the number came out, I think it was 8.6, and they expected like 8.3 or something. And so, you know, I mean, everybody expected it. It broke that 4,000 and just instantly right to 39.80, and then kind of went down 39.60. And like obviously right now we're at like the 3,900 level. So like market down 2.75%. Like is today, like free fall Friday, like today is the market going to close down 5%? Like, I mean, at this point, nothing surprises me anymore.
Yeah, getting ready for, you know, maybe market to push down more over here. NASDAQ is trying to break the low a day, but S&P 500, as I mentioned, is holding up at the new low that it created. Happens to be a little bit higher than the previous low. Here's your NASDAQ chart. Here's your S&P 500 futures. Let's see where this 5-minute candle closes on. The last 5-minute candle did close green, a little bit higher than the last low, as I already mentioned, and this one's trying to open up green and maybe close green also. You know, still the market's down almost 3% over here for S&P 500. NASDAQ's down 3.5. IWM Russell today is down what? This is your small cap stocks, down 2.7. And Dow Jones, DIA, down about, I'm guessing probably another 2% over here. Yeah, 2.3%. So clearly market is bleeding no matter, you know, what market you're looking at. But we're looking for more opportunities to get involved in. Right now I'm looking at Apple on my second screen, getting ready to take out the low a day. Apple 137.38. We're only 10 cents away from that. Let's see if the low of the day can break over here on Apple and give me more profits on my shares over there. You know, as you guys can see on the left corner, I'm short Apple 139.06. I'm short Roblox 28.95, and I'm short Netflix 184.28. All of them seems to be in the money at the current moment. Let's look for some trades around that are coming in from the chat at the moment. I see Redbox took $11. Okay, Redbox 11. That means it's to the upside. So let's go check out. And yeah, 17% to the upside is Redbox today, taking off right now, breaking 11 to the north side with 11 million shares traded. Man, that's crazy. The stock has just been going wild for the past few weeks now. Even last month, I remember it going crazy. You know, I remember taking that $8 break to 10, but then it ended up going to 11. So now that we're back to 11, I'm gonna have to, you know, keep my eyes on this a little bit. Maybe a short opportunity will be coming around this trade. Market's weak today. Everything's weak today. Why is Redbox doing what it's doing? And Redbox doing what it's doing in resistance areas might be something to watch. But keep in mind, you know, I'm not saying go short right away. This stock has a lot of buying coming in still, and clearly a stock up 18%. Why would you be trying to short that?
Yeah, you know, it's kind of crazy. I mean, these small caps really have some gas behind them. And I was like talking to a few other traders, and I was saying to myself, like, look, you know, anything with a float sub 5 million kind of worries me. You know, like I'm not really looking to short this. I'm really waiting. Like if I do like take a trade on it, I'm really like going to be patient with it, because, you know, these things are like making lows looking like the short is going to be good, and then out of nowhere they rip to new highs. And so like for myself, I'm you know, telling myself kind of stay away from these like sub 5 mil floats. But yeah, like, you know, when you have like small caps kind of very, very slow for like 4 months, 3 months, I want to believe that there's a lot of like hungry money on the sidelines that just wants to like jump in and kind of get involved, right? So like when they start going, they get going, right? Some of the levels I'm actually looking at right now, which are coming into play, which is Exxon 100 bounce area. I think it topped out around like 103.30. I actually tried the long here in front of view up. I got chopped up, and I said to myself, you know what, I don't love it, let me back away, and then it kind of went without me. But at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a 100 bounce. Oil's been very strong, sort of kind of down today, but I still want to say that, like, you know, this 100 area could be interesting. I wonder if we get any size there. And the Disney 100 as well, looking like it might slowly come into play. I think Disney did not break. And obviously Disney being a name that's like, you know, going to move much slower, right? So like manage your expectations accordingly. And also NVIDIA, I think I just missed that, but broke 170. But at this point, like when these names come down so much like this, and then like it breaks like whatever, you maybe you missed a few levels, now it's at the 170 level, it breaks. Like I'm assuming these are not going to be clean breaks. So I'm sort of going to be patient, and I think Amazon feels really weak now, and 109.50 is the bottom. 109.50. I wonder if we get any size there. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this moves towards like 109, right? It's like it broke that 110, it kind of bounced, you had all the bidders, and now like market pushing more towards the low, Amazon back below 110. Like I would not be surprised if this makes a move towards 109 area. Maybe take a short below that 109.50 area, see what happens, and be patient for a 50-cent move.
Let's see what happens. Let's see where this goes.
Let's see where this goes.
Infamous Lucaisms. Sorry, I'm getting cash, not staying in, long in, out. Yeah, baby, you know, nothing wrong with that. Scalp, scalp, scalp away. This market clearly is breeding right now, so you want to be careful over there with your positions. Nothing wrong with scalping. As long as you're able to put the money in your accounts and the food on the table, let's go. That's the name of the goal. That's what we're looking for. NASDAQ breaking the low of day right now. Market's breaking the low of day for NASDAQ, and, you know, S&P 500 might just head down there very soon. I'm watching Redbox right now curl back from the high of day, which is $11.60. I was also looking at when the last time Redbox hit around $11. So this is my daily chart. Last time Redbox hit $11 was around May 2nd, and the high was exactly $11. But after that, we hit $11.23, and today $11.60. So overall, man, this stock has just been trying to keep on inching its way towards the north direction and doing so successfully. I am PP getting beat down. I am PP. I am not PP, but the stock might be PP. It is indeed getting beat down, though. Market's getting pushed down, so energy sector might be a part of the sector over there. Part of the getting beat down sectors over there overall. I would actually like to see at what time is sector watch? At 12:30 is sector watch. So around 12:30 or so, I would love to see what sector is showing as at least some green moves or not. So stay tuned for that. Don't go anywhere. Lots of fun moves in the market for us to be having us over here. Check out Ortex data on Redbox. I don't pay for Ortex, my friend. Sadly, I cannot be pulling up that numbers for you. But if you are trying to grab information such as the short float number or anything else around those terms, I could maybe get you the short flow. Actually, Luca taught us all a new website that we use now, which is called flowchecker.com. So Luca, thank you for teaching us flowchecker.com. Go over there, type in RDBX, and right here, as you guys can see, it ranges from 32% to 46% depending on what website you're looking at, and that's the only number I guess most people look at when they're looking at Ortex data, other than cost to borrow and everything else.
Yeah, guys, you know, nothing better than a free website that shows you, and again, it's pulling from all these different places, right? So you want to like take the average and kind of look at the information with a grain of salt, but it gives you an idea, right? It might tell you like, you know, the float here is like 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. So you say to yourself like, okay, this is a low float. This is a low float. And, you know, I'm going to approach with caution. Sometimes it'll show, like, you know, if you see something like sub 2 mil, like nano floats, like, I'm just like, okay, I'm staying away from this, right? But it's really nice. It's really nice when, you know, you have, if you're like a mean reversion trader in the small cap world and you see something up and it's like the float is like 200 million, you're like, okay, plenty of shares to go around, right? So, like, nothing better than a free website, nothing better than a free channel for you guys, just giving you guys information, you know, pure entertainment and education, right? And, you know, still watching this Amazon. Hopefully we can get below that 109.50 area. But, you know, I mean, this is kind of interesting. I mean, it's weird how, like, you know, it looks kind of slow. And then as we sell off, like, bids step up. And then it kind of slowly moves into it. So, like, I'm not really expecting, like, a huge flush here. And at this point, like, it seems like 3,900 wants to hold. Or for now, at least, wants to hold. But, yeah, I wonder if we will make a new low there. And HYMC, I see people saying HYMC. Let's take a look here.
Is that Highcroft Mining Corp?
I think so, yeah.
Man, I haven't looked at that stock in ever.
Yeah, I haven't looked at this stock in so long. I wonder where it is right now. Oh, it's on NASDAQ. Let's see here. Yeah, guys, Tesla too. My eyes on Tesla as well. Like Tesla, you know, Tesla sort of, I want to say Tesla faked me out today. Because, you know, coming into today, I'm like, look, the market's down, extra week, obviously CPI number. I'm like, you have the 700 level. If this breaks 695, then I think we could see a move towards 690 and a potential move to the 680 level. And this is kind of like we had that flush, right? And then we sort of broke the low. And I told myself, look, I'm not going to take the low of day break because that's where some games might be getting played, but I'll take 695. and I literally take the 695 break, and this thing instantly, look at this bottom punch. I take it and I just get out. Like, that was a small loser. It was small size. I said to myself, I don't even believe this. And, you know, to take size on this, like, I would think, like, it really has to sell off. Like, I'm looking at Tesla, I'm looking at Bitcoin. I'm asking myself, like, you know, the move is already extended from 720 down to 690. Maybe there could be the bounce, so I have to be wary of that. And so I got out very quickly. But, like, literally, I took the fill, and this instantly 2 points against me. So it's like no chance to react there. So it's like, this is what I mean by, like, you know, when you approach this type of market, you look at it, you say to yourself, like, you know, these moves are going to be very, very sharp. I have to be very quick because, like, 1 second later, boom, it's at 700. So, like, I lose another 3 points. So I think speed there saved me a little bit. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this breaks 690. I'm just not sure. You know, at this point, it's like, are the low of days really working? Like, here's a low of day, it reversed. Here's a low of day, it reversed. Here, we're making a new low of day right now. Like, is this going to reverse off that 690 level, right? So I don't exactly want to take a long in front of 690 here, and I'm not really sure if I want to short this, but I think, you know, there's a potential that we do push towards 680.
You good?
No, I'm just sorry, what?
No, I thought.
Oh yeah. No, I'm watching everything at once here, and yeah, like Amazon now looking like it wants to break back above that 110 area. Bids are sort of stepping up here. This is also a tough trade for me because I say to myself, okay, I'm expecting, like, you know, 25, 50 cent moves, but they're muted. It's like there's, like, volume comes in, you see the move, and then it just slowly, like, stops and then reverses. So it makes it very, very challenging. So I think I'm going to be extra patient today. I think, you know, if XOM seems like it's channeling, maybe we get that 100. Yeah, okay, eyes on that as well. And yeah, AMD, guys. I hope somebody had the 100 short at AMD. Like, this was just too clean. Like, I think the high, I want to say the high was like 99.90 area. And we literally tested it 2 times. And it's unfortunate because I was watching way too much today. But this was, I think, one of the easier trades. Like, you could have risked off the 100 level or even, like, high of day 121 or something like that. And, like, you could have got, like, 89s, 85s. And, like, the first time, boom, cover, like, 1-2 point win. Second time, then just, like, hold for the low of day. Like, now we're pushing, like, where's the bottom on this? We're already down 4.25%. Like, are we going to finish down more than 5%? Like, this is crazy. I think, I mean, I'm not really too sure about levels here. But, like, you know, all of these levels have been tested before, right? So it's like the best case scenario is like you get to a fresh level and it's sort of, you have a lot of size and then it breaks and there's a lot of volume, a lot of people making decisions. And second time around, third time around, it comes through and you say to yourself, like, you know, like, there's not really that much size. Like, there's less people making decisions, maybe like a little bit less volume. So you got to be very, very careful where you're putting your orders.
I want to go check out a stock that's being mentioned in the chat, COGT, up 85%. So this stock has been absolutely on a tear today. Let me quickly glance over at my watch list to see if this was on there or what the reasoning is to. I don't really see what the catalyst is for COGT, but yeah, it's been on an absolute tear right now and been holding VWAP the whole time since open. So here's the daily chart for the stock, taking out a good resistance around $9 and trying to stay above 9 right now as we talk about it. But I would like to see later on in the day, does the stock actually hold up at VWAP like it did the whole time, or does it eventually break VWAP and crack to the downside? But overall, pretty crazy move on this position. And as I mentioned, that $9 barrier did give us some resistance on the daily move over here, but eventually popping up above it. And right now, Netflix is getting up to 185. So let's see what Netflix wants to do. Netflix out of the money, 35 cents for the first time. Never really I was out of the money that much on Netflix this whole day, but now it's getting ready to maybe burn me a little bit on my position. Here goes Netflix to the north side. The market waking up also at the same time. S&P 500 creating a nice little low and getting propped up to the north. Let's see if the NASDAQ is doing something similar. Yeah, NASDAQ is doing something similar too. So maybe the market might just be able to form a bottom here and get ready to go north. So let's see what happens in the next few 10-15 minutes if we do able to, you know, break past this range high in the S&P 500 or not. But yeah, Netflix right now really getting ready to burn me on my position, going from almost being my best trade in the day to no longer my best trade in the day. But thankfully we're still up. Let's see. Oh my, okay, 185 getting taken out. Do we actually stay above 185 here? 185 on the bids right now, and they're trying to hold it up there. My last stop on this position has to be around 125.30s or so, and we're pretty close to it right now. Okay.
Yeah, guys, this market does feel like, you know, if you're I'm definitely not this type of trader, but it's like it's literally making a low and then reversing. Then it's making a high and it's reversing. And so like take something like Apple as an example. It's like, and this is just like I could pull up any stock. I'm sure like a lot of them have similar patterns. This is the vibe that I'm getting. It's like, you know, you have the morning move, right? The move happened. Then we sort of grind lower, but look at this. Bottoms out, pops. Makes a low, pops. Makes a low, pops. Breaks this kind of high here at like 140.40 area. Makes, not a high, but like makes a high above this range, and then boom, reverses. Makes a low, boom, reverses. And so it's like, and then, okay, boom, this one makes a low, and then this one continued. So it's like you're almost better off playing like the reversal off of these like new lows. It's like, okay, if volume's gonna come in and you're gonna get that reversal, and then maybe like that's the play, right? It's like, so like here you have like, you know, it's very slowly, it bounces very slowly, makes a low, bounces, pops, and goes back up. And now it's like we're holding this low and like we're going higher. Like I wouldn't be surprised if we like push towards like 138.60, like try to make a high above this range and then reverse again. It's like just exhaust all this potential stops. I don't know what's happening. Like, and then just kind of like hunt for liquidity. And like when I say that, I'm loosely saying hunt for liquidity. It's like, you know, like people who want to load up short right now. Let's say there's robots that want to load up short and they just say like, well, I can't get short here because nobody's filling me. So let's just bring it all the way up here on no volume, tick the high, everybody's buy stop goes off because they have it in the same area, or just touch VWAP, and then boom, you're getting all this buy action, you sell into that, and then like boom, we push towards another low of day. So it's like, you know, normally you see this pattern on small caps where it's like they break levels and they dump because there's no like they're looking for that liquidity. And when you start to see that on large caps, like that sort of similar pattern, like it sort of worries me. It's a very, very challenging environment for me to trade because I'm not really the type of trader that says to myself, okay, like let this break up and then I'm going to take the short. Normally I'm saying to myself, oh, okay, this is going up. Maybe there's some strength. So I've got to readjust my whole strategy and approach. And yeah, it's something that I'm working on. Hopefully you guys are doing a lot better than I am. And Daryl, thank you for the super chat. Amazon, $90. He's calling, is this I saw somebody say 90 put. So like you have puts at 90. Like that's extreme. But you know what? I got to say, like, that's way out of the money. I'm not sure how much you paid for that. But like, it's interesting because if this does break 100, like the implied volatility on those will go way up. So like you're taking a lot of risk right now, but as it gets obviously closer to your price, like you're gonna get paid. You're gonna get compensated for that risk. So I mean, at this point, like, look, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if like, you know, Amazon at the 110 area. I told myself 110, 115, like as an investor, this is where I maybe buy like in my long-term portfolio. But as a trader, like I mean, just watching the tape, like it feels like this is going towards 100. So yes, if we do get towards 100, we could easily see a break. But I wouldn't be surprised if we break and kind of test 98s, 97s, and then like bounce from there. So that's something I'm keeping my eye on. But yeah, exactly, Bobby. No risk, no
Exactly.
Rari. No risk,
No Rari,
or
boys.
no Rari jacket, I guess.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Do you think Redbox is going to make the memes go crazy? Well, you know, if the market keeps on dying like this, the memes might not catch some traction just yet. Last time the market died off, we see the volume overall, the market dying off slowly. You know, people's accounts are bleeding. People not really looking to jump into the market just back in yet. And you know, what else is it? The summertime coming up soon, which is a big volume draining event also in the market. All things being considered, the only one thing will tell Father Time, Mother Time, whatever it is. It's only time will tell what the future has in store for us. One thing that I did read though in my morning report on my way to work is CME, which is I think Chicago
Exchange?
Chicago Mercantile Exchange?
Mercantile, yeah.
Mercantile? Okay, Chicago Mercantile Exchange actually getting an upgrade over there, and they're talking about how this low prices in the market is going to be giving some juicy prices for people to start investing in. So they believe that the CME group is going to start bringing in. They also said that the prices in the futures decline, which is what the CME is better than the overall equities decline. People are scared to invest in equities than they should be in futures or something along those words. I might be paraphrasing a little bit here or there. But overall, the idea is, you know, the market might be looking to get some volume to the north side soon. We also have the big quad witching coming up, which is the third Friday of this month. That's going to be a big event that everyone's going to be watching to see what stocks get bought up, what stocks get sold out of the S&P 500 index. Darley Faust coming in with the super chat. I got 114 put Tuesday. Look at me now. Look at me now. He's getting paper. Look at him now. Yeah, let's go, baby. You're cashing out right now. Netflix once again back in the money after being about 30, 40 cents out of the money for me. I loaded up heavy up there, and we're looking to see how low can we take Netflix over here. Apple and Roblox not really doing anything exciting for me. They've just been hanging out there the whole time. So let's go check out what Neil has for us over here.
Look, man, if you say look at me now, you better also drop that bar for real. I mean,
The bus that dropped?
Yo, bus. Hell breezy. I couldn't even do it. But anyways, Redbox going absolutely parabolic. Now, the big difference from today and yesterday for me is wait around for it to get to a pretty big area at 1250, fail that and get in and have a tight stop and not have like 50 or 60 executions. But you go to the daily, it either fails here or it fails at 14 even. So I think it's got room to go. I saw a few people say this 15 to 18 area. That makes sense to me too if it gets through that 14. The other thing you got to be watching is market heading right back down to these bottoms. What do you think Disney is? 100. I did try this the first time, scalped it to 140 cents, but now you've got a triple bottom at 100 on Disney. Tesla just took out 690. I got wicked out of Netflix because obviously worked me out of my last short because that's what this market's going to do to you. But watching these key levels start to come in, if you're trading off of this and you're looking for these longs, you got to pay yourself because you're getting shallow bounces. The risk to reward is juicy. Yeah, you'll say to yourself, I can grab 10s, 15s, and it might bounce in here to VWAP. I mean, forget about it. Like this bounced to VWAP the first time. Do you think it's going to bounce again? This is the third time it's coming to this level. Like everybody's looking at this. There's probably like half the, a bunch of traders on the floor. I'm not going to say half the floor. I have no idea. But there's at least a few traders on the floor here that are just sitting there long 05, 02, 11, 15, whatever it might be, all looking for the same bounce. And if we're doing it, then a lot of other people are doing it too. And that means as it goes up, there will be lots and lots of sellers. As it breaks the level, there will be tons of stop orders that are very likely to get hunted. So you want to be very, very careful when you are trading a move like this. And I just want to quickly come over to a couple of other names that I'm watching. Tesla has now broken what was its last level of significant support, about 690 here. This was the pretty big bottom just going on for this week. Like you're actually entering into a bit of a gap territory for Tesla. You hold below here and the futures make another low. And yeah, you've got room to about, it's an ugly number to say, but you're talking 650. I know on the way down there you get that fun 666 number, but when you pull up the chart, it gets really ugly on a lot of these names in terms of gap fills to the downside. Yeah, I know I'm watching Redbox. I got the level 2 up. I got my charts here that I show you guys, but I got, level 2s, other charts. Redbox never left. It didn't get to 14, so I don't care about this curl. Although, you know what will happen? I said yesterday about the debacle in PBTS that sometimes to make the trade, you've got to be willing to miss the trade. And in this particular case, I'm willing to miss the trade if the turn comes here, $1 away from where I think there would be some more sellers. So if that's just it either failed at this level or it's gonna try to fail at that 14 even. That's what I was trying to do for RDBX. And to give you an idea, I said the same thing on PBTS today, which had a vastly different result for me. Vastly different. I said at 150, either it fails the 150 break or it goes to $2 and I don't touch it. Well, it failed the 150 break, and that is very different from my trades aren't showing up here, but I was short the entire way up and just got blown out. Disney just took out 100, so that was the fastest 13 cents you will ever see lost by me. Yeah, I know, Sean just chuckled here because it's true. Like you go long in these for the bounce. The first time it's like in 3 minutes, I'm getting a 30, 40 cent winner. This time it's like the next bar I'm getting stopped out. That is what this market is doing to you guys. So you've got to be very careful with these longs. You've got these huge levels below everywhere. I do think, obviously, I know Brendan's going to be at the big screen here to give you one of my favorite segments that I think we should be incorporating to the morning there, Brendo. Let's see what the social media monitor is saying.
Not surprising on a day like today, a lot of red on this board. Yeah, if you missed it, guys, you were away the last couple of days. A little different information. So this is social media sentiment. So all the stocks being talked about on social media right now and the sentiment behind those, whether it's positive or whether it's negative, and then the size of the box you see on this screen indicates the amount, the frequency, or how much they're being talked about. So the overall market, obviously the big story today, coming off that CPI number. SPY, jumping off the page here, super red. RDBX, we just saw the chart there with Neil, straight to the upside, nicely positive for RDBX. Tesla here, right beside it, also negative. Mullins on here. There's Amazon we've been dealing with all week long in negative territory. The Qs, worth noting, not as big today as the SPY. IMPP, AMC in the corner there, also in negative territory according to social sentiment today. I wanted to mention Apple, BABA here as well, also red, AMD and GME. The further out you go, the less frequency you're going to see of mentions on social media. But the two big ones, RDBX, just coming off significantly here. And the SPY, guys, back to the downside. Let's go back to Trader Prad and Luca.
Just quickly back to me, because I did just say you've got to be willing to miss the trade to make the trade, and it does make more sense than it sounds like, but that's just the case here. Like Redbox does put another curl, and this is the most parabolic of those channels. So certainly, like that, I could be in this, and you know, if I took that trade, you get a nice little dollar winner. But that's exactly what got me into trouble on PBTS, and I think it was Kai or maybe it was somebody else pointing out in the chat just now. For a lot of these names that do trade with a warrant, it is worth noting, in the event, somehow this didn't halt on the way up, but when they halt, the warrants will actually still trade. So if you get caught in one of these low float runners, any kind of a low float runner, like an RDBX, it happened with U1K, and you need something to monitor. You're like, oh, maybe I want to hedge because I'm caught in a position, or maybe it's just too expensive and you want to buy the warrant. It is available to you. I like to go to look at these if I'm trading a halt trade, and then the equity is halted and I can have a look at the warrants. That was incredibly valuable when you had some of the DWAC and some of those plays moving. Funware was one of those cases. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. And thank you guys for pointing it on the chat. But remember, like usually, RDBX, like it's just usually, not always, but 99% of the time, 90, whatever it is, when you go this parabolic, people will take profits. Like, remember, people are taking this on dips to 10 and breakouts at 10.50. The market is getting destroyed. If you don't think people are happy with 20 to 25% on a name like this for a quick little day trade, or going to the higher time frame, banking an exact double up from the last dip, like this is the 5 dip breaking out today. Like, yeah, there's people that will take profit on the way in. There are big traders that are going to be shorting it at some of those key levels. So you really do want to make sure that you're paying yourself when you get these longs and you know what your options are. As the market breaks lower, I should have just reverse short in Disney. The 100 short better than the long was, Trader Prad.
Back to us? Yeah, we could take it back over here. Thank you, Neil, for covering us over there. Luca and I had to go do something for the other boys. But yeah, we're back now. Let's have some fun. You were talking about Disney. I heard that while I was doing something. But yeah, Disney, I actually got triggered into that order. Wasn't even at my desk. So as soon as I came back in, just punch out, punch out, punch out, instantly. Panic out, panic out, panic out. I guess I didn't have a reason to panic out. Was a good trade though. You know, I had my order out to get short. Made a quick 20 some odd cents on my side. So quick scalp on that trade. Netflix, man, what went from being one of my scariest trades today to one of my most profitable trades here. Roblox is still my #1 trade of the day, but Netflix right now coming down could eventually, you know, take over Roblox over here, and Apple maybe getting ready to crush the downside. S&P 500 finally taking out the low and giving us a new low a day. NASDAQ already taking out the low and continue to the downside. The market's clearly going down, baby. Luca looks like he should be at Monaco. Luca getting ready to drive the Ferrari car himself next year. Let's go, baby. What are you looking at, Luca?
Well, I appreciate that comment. I'm actually a trader because I want to be in Monaco. So I'm going to trade my way to Monaco, and I'm keeping the jacket. I'm going to bring it there, and all good things happen. And Bick, thank you for the super chat. Tesla long call and puts. What should I con? What should I do? What level should I con? Tesla long calls and puts. Well, I mean, you know, I think Tesla, my levels for Tesla, like I mapped that 680 level, like 690, 680. like it feels like every time, like we broke the 680 and we just flushed all the way down, right? And so like I tell myself like look, you know, if we break 680 again, maybe we get another push down. Like we have the CPI numbers, we have Bitcoin coming, Bitcoin, you know, tanking on the news. It's obviously not an inflation hedge, and you know, I want to say that like Tesla drops, like Bitcoin drops, it all kind of moves together. And so, you know, it's for Tesla, I want to say 680. You know, we get below 680, then we could really sell off with some steam, and then that 650 levels is somewhat interesting. So yeah, those are my levels. I mean, to the upside, I don't know, if we get above 750 and really push towards like 800, then it like maybe gets interesting. But yeah, you know, those are my levels. But again, like if you know, if it's moving extra slow, like I'm not really, if it's at like not at a new level, then I'm not really like interested in, you know, taking too much size and being too aggressive, because you know, it obviously it's showing us that it could reverse on us at any point. So like one of the names that I think for me personally, I'm staying away from.
Yeah, I'm just complaining in the chat over here to our coworkers about a trade. But yeah, you know what? Market's still being beautiful to us, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have some fun. What stocks are you looking at? Enough about this Apple, Netflix, Roblox every day, back-to-back, same stocks. I know you guys look at other stocks. Is Lucas Slovenian? No, he drinks affogatos and he eats super sata. Okay, what is he?
Yeah.
Let's see what the chat thinks. Check out DRB. What's that, brother?
No, I'm saying take a guess.
Take a guess.
To anybody that doesn't
Yeah,
know.
we gotta have some fun, you know. We can't just throw it out there. He's a fake Italian. Wow, those are fighting words, my friend. Those are fighting words. DRV being called out in chat. Only 300,000 shares traded on DRV. It's on Amex. What is DRV? You know, it's been holding VWAP with low volume all day. So what is the stock right now? DRV or ETF? It is the real estate bears. So looks like real estate's coming down. Hey, mom, time to buy a house. But yeah, look at the stock, man. Just you know, obviously, if the real estate's coming down, then DRV is going up because the inverse 3 times leverage ETF. But I know I said no more Netflix, but you know, I have to go back to it. When the money's being poured into my account, I need to go back to it, take some profits. I'm about to have one of my biggest days on Momo trading, momentum trading, thanks to this one stock here alone. Look at those entries, look at those exits, in, out, in, out, in, out, multiple times throughout the day, not caring what the stock's doing to it, not caring about those tiny pops that it has, because we believe that it's going to go down after the downgrade that it has, and only a couple more dollars on the P&L for Netflix to take over Roblox here. So let's see if Netflix can get pushed even more lower. Now let's go back to a couple other stocks that you guys are looking at. Come on, AMD. I know we talk about AMD enough, so I want to go look at some low floats for us, some fun low floats. You know, Redbox is at 12 now? What? Wrong box. Redbox is at 12 now. That is insane. So look at this stock. I thought, you know, maybe 11 would show us some resistance. Nope. 1347 being the high day, and looks like around 13 might be the top coming in for Redbox for the day today. Let's see if we can break past above 13 one more time after testing VWAP for some support. And Disney right now getting back above $100. Let's see if Disney can actually get back above and actually stay above 100. But looks like with the overall market environment, we're probably not going to see that happen for the next 10-15 minutes.
I want to see if we can get a push towards 150 on Disney. Like, you know, it's the classic, like, breaks the 100, right? Takes out the size here. I'm assuming there was size. I must have missed it. Takes out the 100, kind of drops 99.71 low, and now it's like retesting that 100. It's going to make a decision. Like, see, this is where I say, like, tape reading comes into play. Like, you're watching the 100 level and you're saying to yourself, okay, are people still slamming it down? Are people taking it short? Or are people buying it back up? Or is nothing happening? And is it like a sort of like a no trade, right? I mean, at this point, like, I wouldn't be surprised if this slowly makes its way back up, like 20 cents, 30 cents. So I'm going to take a long here, nothing crazy, and see where this goes. I mean, if we do, you probably risk off that low a day. If we break the 99.70 area, then at that point, like, maybe 99.50 comes into play, 99, maybe 99, but I just don't see 99 coming as fast as, like, I think it could. So I mean, I want to, like, look, at this point, like, it makes a low, breaks the low. Sorry, makes a low. I'm looking at the wrong screen here. Makes a low, breaks the low, pops. Makes a low, breaks the low, pops. Makes a low, breaks the low. Are we going to get that pop, right? I think we could see easy pop like 30, 40 cents here. So just a quick scalp, and I'm going to try to scale into this one as well. So we'll keep our eyes there. And guys, Tesla approaching that 680 level, but doing it very, very slowly, very, very slowly. So for me, this is a no trade, even though I said to myself, if we get towards the 680 level, like, it'll maybe be interesting, maybe we sell off. But guys, look I mean, like maybe it looks like it's moving quickly, but like, you know, this is something that you want to short the pops for sure. And personally, I don't like doing that with Tesla because I'm not really sure how high it's going to pop. And so I tell myself, I'm just going to watch this, you know, but if there's some size there and if like volume picks up and it really gets going, then like I'll have a look at it. And I think XOM is approaching that 100 as well. And what was the low on this? 120. So slowly approaching. The thing I learned with XOM is there's either a lot of dark pools or a lot of icebergs. Because like this thing like does so much volume, it doesn't really move. And then like the move comes in afterwards. Like nobody's really showing any size on the book. So I'm not really sure what to think in terms of tapering. It's a new kind of environment for me. For anybody that was watching last time, maybe 2 days ago, I had the Exxon long at like 105 break, and it was nice. And like the fact that now we're back down. But like if you zoom out here and you pull up the daily, and you look at like where the 100 is, and like I mean, look, obviously oil has been strong. Everybody's, I'm assuming, been long oil. You had the push into the 100 level, breaks 100, tops out 105.50 area. Now you get the 2 red days, right? So, I mean, like, it looks like it's holding trend. If we're going to get a bounce, we're going to get a bounce around this area, the 100, maybe 99.80 area. And I'd be surprised if this breaks that without a bounce, without some type of bounce, if it just breaks this and, like, continues to break 99.50, 99. Like, I'll be very surprised. I'll be very surprised. I'm expecting some sideways action here. And so, like, what I look for is, like, a sort of little bounce up and then kind of sideways dies off and volume, like, drops, right? So you have the move up on high volume, then breaks levels, more volume, then drops on lower volume. So I'm thinking to myself, maybe we get the 100 bounce. I like that play. And so I say to myself, let me keep an eye on this one. But, you know, a ways away from it right now. Like, I'm not playing 100 bounce at, like, 150. Like, I'm just not, personally. And, Vic, thank you for the super chat again. Levels on Apple, holding 138 put at the moment. Okay, let's have a look here at Apple. Apple, we have... So this is, again, the daily here. Obviously, all these names, every name is going to look the same. They're all going to be testing this kind of low area. And let's just see. So 138. I think the level 144, that's really far away. Where's the bottom? Okay, so one thing to note here, see how you have the wicks that are coming down? So it's like, it was the same thing with like the 150 level. Remember I was noting before, I said to myself, like, look, it's coming to 150. It's definitely an inflection point. Like, are we going to move higher or are we going to go lower, right? And notice how it like popped above 150 and closed below. So it's flirting with that 150 area, but it could just not close above. Then it closed above 150, right? And it's showing me here on June 2nd, closed above the 150 level, and boom, the next day, big red day. So it's like, can't close above, but, you know, flirting with it, and then closes above, but super bearish, so boom, big red day, and then kind of sideways action, and boom, now you have the 2 big red days that came yesterday, today. And so now, you know, you have the 138 puts. I mean, like, I wouldn't be surprised if this tests 137. Like, I think we could get a 137 test. I'm just not sure, like, at this point, it's like, if there's going to be a continuation of this sell-off, it's most likely going to happen in the last hour, right? So, like, my expectations are that, like, maybe we're going to continue sideways. And I've seen this on like, the broader market in general. Like, we have the 1 minute right here. It's like you have the big sell-off, right? Doesn't even come close to VWAP. It just goes trends down all day, breaks the low, and then sets another kind of trend down all day. But now we're at that 3,900 area, right? So it's like, what I'm thinking is like, you get the bounce, like it's gonna probably continue to go sideways. Like, I wouldn't expect this to like go to VWAP just based on the fact that like the number was so bad, like the economy's not looking good, right? So it's like we're down like 2.8%. So obviously, like, you wanna look short, you wanna hold on to your shorts if you are short, but guys, keep in mind that like this will come up and give you better prices to get short. The last thing you wanna do is short right here, because what's your upside? Like, if you're expecting it to break 39 and then go down 20 handles, like, it's much better to like scale into your short, assuming that it's not going to break the high. Because, you know, on the overall market, when you see this pattern where it like pops, cannot get above the high, and now it's doing it again. Like, is it going to get above? Is it going to make a high here? Is it going to break this previous high, right? It's just like setting like lower lows, lower highs. It's obviously super bearish. Like, you have the catalyst that made this happen. And so I say to myself, look, hold on to your shorts, average into your shorts. You got the 138 puts. Like, we're below that right now. Obviously, you had an extreme move. I don't know what expiry you have, But something I tell, like, I mean, if you're holding over the weekend, like anything could happen, right? Anything could happen. But if you're saying to yourself, look, I'm going to cover towards end of day, like maybe there's going to get a like extra push down, like, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. But keep in mind that if you're short from like, you know, the 140 area and it moved into 138 and you had the 138 puts, at this point, the implied volatility is so high. It's like you took the risk, we're far away, and as we get there, the delta's increasing on those puts. And so like as delta approaches 1, like you say to yourself, like, look, if you really think this is going to continue to go lower, then just roll it over into like puts that are out of the money to like increase the bang for your buck and like put some money in your pocket, like get a free trade out of it. Like there's no point that I see that you would like take the risk if you're at 140, you're like, okay, let me get the 138 puts, then you get the move. The delta has now exhausted itself, like why hold on to those, right? So these are questions that I ask myself when I trade options. I'm not really sure where you're in at. You're saying that you're holding the 138 puts. I mean, yeah, this is just my opinion. And yeah, guys, Disney did not manage to average into this, but I think I still have some time, still above the 100 level. And this thing's gonna probably flirt with it for a while. And we have like range here, which is about 99.84 to like 110 area, like playing off that 100 level. But again, this is a slow mover. So I'm going to be very patient with this one, and we'll see where this one goes.
And why do you have to end the sentence always the same way? And we'll see how this one goes.
Because
I love it.
It's funny, like I'm saying it, but I'm saying it to myself.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, guys, look, I'm long here. Like, I have no idea what's going to happen. I'm trying to react to what I'm seeing, and we'll see where this one goes.
I love it. We got to put that on a shirt. We'll see where this one goes. I love it. Absolutely love it.
I like that, yeah.
You know, I'm looking at I had something to mention. You know, guys, it's not a risk-on type of day every day. You got to know where you put your risk on and risk off. But today was just that type of the day where you had to put risk on, you know. A little joke that we had in our Discord conversation on the way to work. I saw this cute girl on the way to work, and you know, I was debating, should I risk it? Should I risk getting her number? But I was like, you know what? I need to save my risk for trading today because today is going to be a big risk-on day for trading. If I waste my mental capital asking for this girl's number and I get rejected, I'm probably going to have a bad day at trading, and that's where I want to be putting my risk on at, right? I want my full risk on at trading, not at just getting a number. We can get the number later on at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock when we're hitting the bars after killing the day like we're killing it today. So got to know when to put your risk, when not to put the risk. It's all about just really focusing on your trades right now, right? So when it's approaching this time of the day, when it's 12 o'clock and, you know, market's about to go into that low volume periods, it's best to just take your profits, run away, come back later when the market actually shows you some volume coming in, get the number, pull up in the Rari. That's right, but I gotta have the Rari first to be able to pull up in the Rari, right? And that's why it's a full risk on type of day today. As you guys can see in the bottom left corner, Netflix is now $1.20 per share. More profits pouring into my pocket. I still have half of my size that I originally had from the high mark over here. So now my average being 144.67, literally being the high a day almost on Netflix. Even though it did get above 185, I didn't take any fills over there, but pretty close to 185. My average price, $1 per share in the money right now. Trying to bounce off of VWAP, which I don't personally am too happy seeing on the market, or not on the market, on Netflix, but S&P 500 after creating a new low a day is trying to bounce off of that number, and NASDAQ just looks like it wants to trend to the downside all day long. So here's just an update of my trades. Let's go take a look at what the chat's looking at. COGT, still on the move apparently for COGT. Man, $11 approaching on this position very soon. Volume not lowering just yet. So as I mentioned, that low volume period, maybe 12 o'clock or so, you'll see a little bit of a decline in volume for COGT. But $11 approaching, 78 million shares traded so far on I'm guessing it's a low float. COGT, 36 million shares. Yeah, so low float and relative volume of 925.74. So tons of volume going off on this trade today for anyone watching. Dominic Famularo calling out the $11 level. Yeah, looks like it wants to go there. So without a doubt, you might just be right on that call out. Barrick Gold went from 1970 this morning to $2.50. That's ABX.
ABX, yeah.
On New York?
On Toronto, actually, ABX.
Is there on New York one?
I'm not sure, actually. I don't think so.
Okay, so let's just go to Toronto one. So ABX on Toronto, we've traded the stock a couple times. I was just doubtful to see if it was going to be on New York because the chat mentioned it, 90% of the chance, that's an American call out, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, Trader Ben, welcome to the green side. Thank you for a new member, Trader Ben. Welcome, welcome, welcome. ABX, Barrick Gold. Yeah, looks like gold finally acting like the inflation hedge, maybe?
Yesterday somebody, I can't remember who it was, but somebody gave their opinion on what they think the Fed's able to do and what Powell's going to do, and they mentioned they're and again I don't remember who it was. I can get back to you guys, but they said we don't believe that Powell has the toolkit to get himself out of this one, essentially. And so basically to summarize it, my interpretation of the situation is
Barrick Gold is gold on New York.
Oh, gold on your. Okay, that's why people are saying gold with the capitals. I was like, yes, Barrick Gold is gold for sure. Yeah, but essentially, my interpretation of the situation is this. Look, it's you have this environment where inflation is peaking, the Fed, rates have been low for so long, now they're tightening. So it's a very challenging environment. There's not a lot of liquidity to go around. My take of the situation is, if the Fed needs to decide, do they want, and they're trying to battle off both hyperinflation and stagflation, right? And so when you're put in a position, you're put against the wall and you say to yourself imagine you being being Powell, you say to yourself what's the lesser of the two evils, right? Stagflation is terrible, hyperinflation is also bad, but at the same time, it's if you had to choose, I want to say that they choose hyperinflation every time, right? And so my kind of expectation going into these rate hikes is they're expecting 50 basis point hikes going into November, and then they're going to taper it back. But I wouldn't be surprised if they've been so aggressive going into this that now they can say to themselves, okay, let's dial it down. Let's dial down our hawkish tone and give liquidity a little bit of a boost and see if we can boost economic output. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to happen, but it's not something that I'm super confident on. But yeah, and the whole reason I brought the situation up is because the person who said the Fed doesn't have it in their toolkit to save the economy because of whatever, they've already exhausted everything, and that person says they love gold, right? And I think gold was weak yesterday, but guys, keep in mind gold, actual gold, physical gold, right? I love the saying I don't know somebody who owns a lot of gold and isn't wealthy, and I tell myself gold is a long-term trade. Yes, if it's in play today, it's obviously had huge moves. Even just bringing up GLD, let's bring up GLD here. It had a huge, it kind of bottomed out and then a huge move to the upside, right? Held low of day and just huge move to the upside. Normally, I don't really watch this name, but a 4-point move on GLD is pretty large, right? But so I tell myself the gold trade is more of a longer term trade. If I'm buying physical gold, I'm obviously holding it. If I'm trading gold as a day trader, I don't really trade it because I don't expect these huge moves. But maybe it's something to look at going forward because what is the real inflation hedge? It's if Bitcoin is going down as they're releasing worse than expected inflation numbers, it is not an inflation hedge, right? You look around where is the inflation hedge? If gold starts to pick up, and it has that long-term trend, if you look at the daily, I'm not sure if it'll show it as cleanly on GLD here, but if you pull up the daily on gold, I almost want to say that this is ready to make another leg up. And it's going to take a long time. Gold is a slow trade, but it's trendy, right? It's as it gets going, if we break 175 area, and these are just arbitrary numbers using this ETF here, but if we break 175 area, we could really get going towards and test the 200. I wouldn't be surprised, right? I wouldn't be surprised because gold has always been an inflation hedge in the past, and I want to say it's a global currency. It doesn't matter where you guys are in the world. If we could trade gold, right? But if I come to you and I say, hey, I have Canadian dollars, you have some other type of currency, it's okay, what's the math? What's a good deal? But everybody knows gold, it is what it is, right? So it's something that I look at. I love the gold trade for the long term. I definitely have gold in my long-term portfolio as a hedge. As a day trader, I don't really I should start looking at it, but I haven't looked at it in the past.
Red box still being talked about, and yeah, why would it not be up 33% today? Getting ready to go test this $13 level one more time. Let's see if we actually break above 13 for the second time here and move to the high day of 1350 or so, and then break out of 1350 maybe. We're actually in IPO ranges or above IPO range. So IPO range was from $10 to 11 looks like, and we're well above it, almost $3 above it. Here comes the break of the second break of $13 to the north north side, and we're getting ready to test 1350. Look at the spread, man. It's just, the spread's just teleporting to the high of day over here, and the market wants to clearly, or the stock clearly wants to take out 1350 over here and keep on riding to the north side, while NASDAQ and S&P 500 are testing the low of days. So red box, hoo-wee, not a red move in this stock at all today, even though it's on SSR day 2, which means the stock is harder to short technically, because you will only get short when the stock is moving up, and you know, smashing the bids is just impossible on this stock because it's on SSR day 2. Here comes the break of high a day. Teleport more, why don't you? Go to 14, here comes 15, here comes 16, like it just doesn't want to stop. I'm seeing like red on the tape, but the bids are not dropping at all. So clearly the stock just wants to keep on ripping. I got to filter the tape here because I'm seeing a lot of nonsense, you know, size in the middle on mid prints. So I'm just going to filter the tape for, how much did I filter for? 200 shares. Maybe we got to filter for a little bit more, right? $13 stock, 200 shares, not enough. Let's go for 400 and 500 shares, sorry, and see what actually is going on. So a little bit of a stalling movement, but you saw that big tail end of that candle above 1350. Looks like every time we get up to 1350, we see that barrier coming into play, even though high a day now is 1397 on Redbox. So that was like a 40% move on the stock today, even though SSR day 2. Let's see what other stocks you guys are looking at. Pump and dump, that's why. Yeah, could be. You know, the market's just moving crazy. That's all fun and games for us, right?
Guys,
you know, as a day trader.
This is a perfect example of what I'm talking about on these small caps. Like, so it obviously holds trend, right? Holding trend is not breaking the 13 EMA, okay? Makes the high, exhausts, you get the volume exhaustion. Breaks trend, goes down, holds 12, okay? Breaks 12, people who are slamming bottoms thinking like, okay, it's gonna go to VWAP and go to 11, like boom, faked out, makes a new high, tries for it, you get a little bit of a volume spike back down. Then look at this, goes for the high of day again, breaks the high of day, and instantly reverses. And look at all that volume, like instantly slammed down on the high of day. So it's like, this is something that, like, look, when it's going to break a level for the first time, like let's say today, like, you know, $12 level, you're saying to yourself, okay, maybe I missed getting long around 11, but still holding trend, I'll get long here, like fresh level, okay, makes a high, you scale out, okay, perfect trade. But like on these small caps, like if anybody is long, right, and I'm looking at the float here, it's saying like 10 million, 8 million for Redbox, so I'm going to assume it's around 9 million. And, you know, like, this, like 9 million on a stock that's like $10 is like at 90 million to soak this float, right? Like it's not a lot of money. So it's like any hedge fund can literally soak the majority of the float, punch levels, make this thing fly up, create new highs, and where's their exit, right? You got to ask yourself, if they soaked the whole float, and I see Darren saying the float is 2 million, so I'm not sure, but whether it's 2 million, 5 million, 8 million, like because the stock is so cheap, like the float is like sub 100 million, like any hedge fund with like 100 million, 200 million in assets, even like, you know, 500 million in assets, like they could easily soak this. It's not a huge risk on their end. And so like what you tend to see is like, it'll show in the, like, it's hard to tell, right? You never really know, but like as a strategy, these hedge funds could be soaking the float, and now there's no more shares to go around. They make it seem attractive to shorts. Shorts get involved, and then when shorts have to cover, there's no shares. And so you get this like lightning fast move. That's where you get tape teleportation. And then the question becomes, where is the hedge fund getting out? Because if they soaked 5 million shares, they have to dump 5 million shares. This thing traded 31 million shares today. So this is why people look at like how many times did the float rotate per day, right? So if the float on this, let's keep it simple. The float is 5 million, you know? If this thing trades 50 million, the float rotated 10 times, right? So it's much easier for this fund to get out at any level because it's doing so much volume. But a lot of the times what I want to think, what I believe is that, like, I mean, if I was the hedge fund, like I would be both scaling out on this move, but also going for the high a day push. You go for the high a day push, all this volume comes in, everybody gets extra squeezed, and they're just dumping on you. And so like as a mean reversion trader, personally, like, you know, like if something's showing strength, like I'm not somebody to, like, I don't look at these and say, look, I'm going to scale into a short here, because there's no telling how high these can go. Like there's literally no telling how high these can go. But when it breaks a high like this, right, and makes a high, like you could just have a stop order right here, like call it like 1349. You're like, okay, I'm going to wait for it to break the high. It breaks the high. You enter your stop order to get short. Boom, comes back down. But I would say don't even enter that stop order until the tape confirms it. So watch the tape. Breaks the high, does a lot of volume. If you see slamming on the tape, you say to yourself, okay, I've already thought to myself, maybe the float is soaked here. It's showing me that same pattern that I usually see. I'm going to use this stop order to get short after the break. It breaks, it slams down, you take the short, you're instantly in the money, and then it never really comes back to the 1350 level, and you can risk off high a day. So you have like a nice 50-cent risk, but then you want to say to yourself, like, okay, like, you know, like looking at small caps, you definitely want to think in terms of percent, not cents. And so you say to yourself, okay, like, what am I expecting this move to be? Like, if I think this is the top because the algo is now done with the trade, and you're saying I'm going to risk 50 cents, okay, great, but personally, like, I wouldn't be going for 50 cents. Like, I wouldn't risk 50 cents to get 50 cents on a small cap. Like, if you really like want to capitalize on these types of strategies, you should probably be going for like 10%, 20% moves, if not 30% moves, right? And you want to classify them. Like, these are the really good setups, like call it 25% move. And so like something like, you know, it's a $13 stock, like you want to go for like a $3 move. So like, you know, like, is this thing really going to come back to 10 today? Like maybe not on a day that's like making fresh highs, right? But you could say to yourself, okay, if this comes back to VWAP, it makes the trade worth my while. Like risk 50 cents and try to get like, you know, maybe like $2 out of it. So it becomes a 4-to-1, then it makes the trade worth it. Personally, I wouldn't be taking 1-to-1s on small caps because I don't think a lot of people have edge when tape teleports, you know? They soak the float, the spread is terrible, there's no shares to go around, it moves so quickly, and you know, like it's very challenging to get the fills where you want them. So you either take no size, like your size is your risk, but then it's like, are you really getting any money out of the trade? So I would say it's safer to think in terms of percentages and really, really pick your spots with these ones.
Yeah, real quick, what was happening now is, you know, my chain was hitting my microphone, so Fahad was like, yo, hide your loud bling. But more importantly, let's go check out what's happening now at the big screen with Brenda.
Still pretty red, guys, unfortunately, right across the entire board here. As we head into the lunch hour on the East Coast, 3.3% there for the NASDAQ, leading the way to the downside. But big time red numbers top to bottom here, including Bitcoin and Ethereum. You can see 2.5%, 3.8% to the downside there for Ethereum. 2.5 and 2.5 for the S&P and the Dow. Remember, 10 of 11 for the S&P and the NASDAQ, 9 of 10 weeks to the downside for the Dow. That is heading into the last half of today, coming off that CPI number. Big move for the 10-year right now, back towards day highs. 3.15 now for the 10-year, the U.S. dollar as well. Continuing to the upside, relentless, in fact, strength on the U.S. dollar. Join us this afternoon. Frank Caberna back on from the small exchange to have a look at the USD, guys. Back over to you.
Let's go. Yeah, look, small exchange guy on today. I will for sure be watching that. Tons of insight from that interview or you know, call every time that they are on. So stay tuned for that. Around 2:50, I believe, is the time for that. Right now, Netflix, man. Sadly, Netflix is getting to the upside, but, you know, I'm not worried about this trade too much. I'm getting my fills once again to the north side here in front of 185. If 185 breaks again and my stop is around, you know, 185.30s or so, I'll take that hit and I'll move away from this trade. S&P 500 and NASDAQ showing us a pretty good bounce overall coming in for the market. So here's S&P 500 getting ready to go test a range high. NASDAQ also bouncing up. I know some of you are mentioning AMD coming in with a nice little bounce too. Let's go check out what AMD is doing. AMD bounced from looks like $94.25 all the way up to $96 here. Most stocks seems to be, you know, reclaiming some of those losses that they have put in today. For example, even Roblox, which was over $1 in the money for me for almost all day, is now getting ready to maybe move back to 24.40s area where I have an order to take more shorts in case it does come into play. I don't think that order will ever honestly give me shares. But if it does, then, you know, that just means those are the money fills, at least in my opinion, money fills, and I'll just be loading up on it the same way I'm loading up on Netflix right now. So let's see if Netflix wants to go back to the downside for me. Average price, the exact same average price as last time since I started, you know, loading up a little bit earlier than my actual average price. So a little bit of shares above there, a little bit of a shares below here, just taking shares anywhere I can on this pop-up on here on Netflix, and then you guys know how I'm going to trade it at the end of the day, waiting for that final drop to come in the market, the second leg, third leg down in the market that might just push Netflix right back to the downside. And if I have to take a 30, 40, 50 cent hit on my trade and give back a little bit of the money that I already, you know, bagged on this position today, I'm okay with that. That's the risk to reward game that we're playing, you know, giving it maybe 30, 40 cents of risk for a scalp of every time $1 or more. And eventually if the market does find a way to poop itself and Amber Heard itself all the way back to the low a day for me, me on Netflix, that's going to be a banger of a trade for me to capitalize on. So just going to keep on working with this. I don't believe Netflix will really take out 185 and stay above 185, so that's my trade. If it does take out 185, you might see a little bit of a barrier coming in around 186, which happens to be the pre-market high, but I don't think 186, it really gets above 186, but that doesn't mean I'm taking my trades all the way up there and just over leveraging myself. I know we said this before. This is something that Greg always mentions to the trainees. You can go big or you can bag hold. You cannot do both. Right now I'm big. I'm not there at the bag hold level yet, but I never want to be at the bag hold level. If I'm getting to that level where I'm about to be bagged, I might as well take that quick little hit, come back at a different price point. That way I can trade my losses back down. Market on a pretty strong move to the north side, so let's see how strong can this move show up to be on the market. Redbox still being called out in the chat. So let's go over to Redbox and see what it's doing. $14. It wants to come test that 14 one more time. We're just waiting to see if we can break 14 today.
I see somebody asking about Doc. You asking is it looking bullish now? Are we going to make a move higher? Look, held the low of day, right? And how many times do we say this? We say, look, this obviously negative, down 23% SSR, kind of pops off the open, right? And this is the pattern we're seeing. It's like, okay, negative catalyst drops down a significant amount. Market opens, you need to use that volume to cover. If you're smart money and you're short ahead of this, and then market opens, there's a lot of, you just got to get, people got to get out of their position. So I think that's why, you get these, initial pops. I was actually looking at this, this morning, but it just wasn't showing me, we had the pop, and it was holding VWAP, and I wanted the short, but I didn't want the long, and then we kind of made a new high, and I said, okay, let me forget about this, and go figure. Look at this, right? It's it's almost like you got to favor TWAP, not VWAP at this point, because look, it's holding, and then all of a sudden, 1041 just dies, right? Okay, volume, and then just dies. And so at this point, we held low of day, right? We're making that move. Now we're moving back to VWAP. This is an area where you say to yourself, look, this is obviously I think it was earnings, right? They're down 24%. It's coming back to VWAP. Are there going to be a lot of VWAP sellers, right? Are people long this name? Are they stuck? And are they selling? Are agency traders selling this? They're going to act around VWAP. So you watch and you say to yourself, is there a lot of iceberg offers? Is it every time it pops above VWAP, does it get slammed down right away? And these are little tells that I would say, okay, this is not extra strong. But there's a very good chance that just does nothing, right? There's a very good chance that volume's light, everybody's kind of in or out of their positions, decisions have already been made, and VWAP means nothing, right? At this point, look, it came towards VWAP and it just kind of held there for not even 5 minutes and just boom, flushed down. So at this point, VWAP doesn't really mean anything. But now if we come back up and it's getting slammed, and you're seeing things on the tape, whether it's iceberg offers, whether it's aggressive selling, right? Because it's SSR, you cannot short aggressively. So if there's aggressive selling, meaning if the tape, and I'll pull this up for you here, just give me a moment. If the tape is showing, right, if it's showing yellow, these are midpoints. If it's showing green, people are aggressively buying the offer. If it's showing red, people are aggressively selling to the bids, right? And so if at this level you see constant aggressive selling around VWAP, these are small tells that I say to myself, okay, it's probably not going to get above VWAP if it continuously gets slammed down. And it's something that I'm learning, obviously, early into my career, but it's if it pops here and it gets slammed down the first time, right? And then it drops and it pops again, it gets slammed down the second time, it most likely will get slammed down the third time. But early in my career, I always told myself okay, it got slammed the first time. How do I know it's going to happen again? But you'd be surprised when you pick up these little tells along the way. It's oh, slam the first time. Oh, slam the second time. You get quicker in reacting. You're okay, well, if it's getting slammed, it's getting slammed. This is probably going to head back lower. And then if you kind of get that top tick short over there, kind of now we move lower. If we pop back again and it goes lower again, the chances are that we might retest that 65, depending if market's going sideways, it's lunchtime, there's a little bit less volume, maybe we get more follow through towards the end of the day. But in terms of being bullish on the name, I don't know, man. I'm not bullish on names that are down 24%.
That's right.
It's the balance. It's the same thing in the market. It's the market's literally going down all day. Now it's going up. What are you going to say? Oh, it's going up, I'm going to get long? No, you should be looking short. And you should be planning, how can I get short? Because there's just so much selling pressure. As long as you're on the right side of the move, you might be wrong for a little bit, but you want to have that, money to push you into the profits, right? You want to be on the right side of money flow, not on the wrong side. And that's why we say, like, don't anticipate, participate. That goes back to a very simple saying, don't anticipate, participate, which essentially means, look, it doesn't matter if Amazon goes up or down. I'm waiting, I'm watching. If I see slamming, I mean, the short is good, even though I want this to go up. Even though I tell myself, oh, calls, it could go up, all these reasons, that means nothing. If it's going down, it's going down. You want to react accordingly. And as I'm saying that, look, Redbox pushing towards 66.25, right? Or sorry, Docu pushing towards 66.25. Like, if we break 66, I mean, like, chances are we get another test of that, like, 165 area, low of day. But at this point, like, SSR, like, I wouldn't be slamming a short, like, towards low of day. But yeah, just my thoughts.
Talking about DocuSign, you know, last time DocuSign came off to the ground, I got into a little bit of an argument with the chat, so I don't want to, you know, talk bad about it, but, like, you know, I told you that this stock will face more negativeness. The COVID scene's coming to an end, and every you know, companies are going back. Tesla coming out with a warning saying get back to job or quit and things like that. So Docu took big advantage along with Zoom and Peloton and other companies around the board, and now obviously missing out on their earnings, pushing back to the downside, even citing that COVID, just easing off on the COVID cases and companies going back to work. This company is going to take a hit. So down 23% today. Part of the reason why I did not even trade Docu today, you know, when Luca was talking about slamming and getting slammed, I knew that I did not want to get slammed on Docu shorts today. I did not want to get slammed. Yeah. I've been in there. I've been in position before where the stock's down 20, 30%, and you're like, there's only one direction, down. And then you come in and the stock just goes, yeah, you thought it was only down, but at least, you know, the market still has another direction called up in it, and it just keeps on ripping to the north side. So I said, forget this stock. I'm not even going to trade this stock today. And if I do, it'll be with very little size, and it'll be at the perfect levels where I think are perfect. So that just happened to be at near the top tick of the day. I had the right area to be short. I just didn't trade it properly. As you see, I got my nice scalp for $1 per share short, and then I got stopped out on my trade. So I was like, okay, who cares at that point, right? The trade didn't work out, not gonna cry about that. But Netflix did move up to 185. I got my shares at 185.30s or so. Now my average at 184.82, and coming back to the downside is Netflix, which is 30 cents in the money. Netflix went from being, okay, it is back to being my #1 stock of the day. So there we go. Netflix flirting with my #1, #2 stock, which is Roblox, not Redbox. But you know, I am watching the chat, and the chat is getting hyped about Redbox right now. 14.40 high a day. Looks like we got a $14 break over here. The next level obviously being 15 or 16, and we got some tail wicks on the daily. So this bottom chart, I don't know if you guys can see that chart properly. You can. Awesome. So let's zoom in over here, and as you guys can see on this bottom chart, actually let's just zoom into this chart a little bit. Why don't we just do that? Makes my life easier, makes your life easier. And here we go. So I'm looking to see if we can find any consolidation levels that the stock might find some resistance in. We got some candle highs over here at $16. So with this move that we're seeing in this stock, if we break 15, then I think 16 for sure coming into play today. And then maybe some exhaustion coming in around $16 is what I would be expecting for this stock. So let's see if 15 breaks. If 15 breaks, then I'll be ready for that short near 16.10, 16.20 or so. But without that, I don't want to short it at all. I'll let it play under 15. I only want to short it above 16.
I see Liberty Trading. Thank you for the super chat. Let's go, Trader TV.
$20. Woo!
Let's go. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. And guys, you know, Redbox obviously making new high. Like, I literally gave the spiel about how this makes a new high and dumps, right? And I said to myself, like, I'm pulling up the daily here because I'm wondering, like, where are these next levels? Like, we got above here, okay, maybe next level is like 16, 17 area for a push towards 20. Anything's possible. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen here. Like, maybe 15 is a level of interest just because obviously even dollar level, like 10, 15, 20, 25, like these interesting levels. But, you know, going back to the daily, like the 1 minute chart here, right, makes the high, instantly slams down and breaks, but holds. And this is the key. This is the key. You take that short, it comes down, it breaks trend, it pops right back and holds. Like, you can't be in the short anymore. And clearly this thing is holding trend. And like, it's one of those things where it's like, I mean, look, going back to like algos soaking this thing, like they could be getting out. right? They could be getting out using these little tactics. It doesn't mean it's not going to go higher. And this is why, as a trader, you need to be able to react, right? You got to get the screen time in. You got to be able to like understand what's happening a little bit on the tape so that you can say to yourself, okay, here are the levels. I'm going to make decisions at these levels. I'm going to react, but I want to really see it in the tape. I'm looking for certain things, and then I will react accordingly. And you know, like you don't want to predict. And I think like Prad made a good point. It's like he's going to be very patient waiting for his levels. So am I. So are a lot of traders. Like in this market, you know, you can get chopped up so easily. So you really want to wait for your levels. And I think one thing that differentiates institutional, or I would say like professional, institutional, whatever, like traders from retail is that retail tends to wait for confirmation, and institutional waits for levels. And so like as an example, take Amazon, right? Just large cap. Not a lot of retail are trading it. Maybe they're trading options, but it's going to come to the $100 level probably eventually at this point, and that is the level of where these decisions are going to be made, right? But now let's take the small cap Redbox as an example. It's like, okay, it exhausts on the volume, it breaks trend, it pops up, and then retail traders tell themselves, okay, this is confirmation. It did not make a higher high, so I'm going to short it over here. So they short it over here, they slam it over here, right? It doesn't get lower. All of a sudden it stops. I wasn't watching the tape at this point, but look what happened right after. Boom, makes the new high. And so the thing is like, look, if a fund soaked the float and they're looking for an exit, you know, it makes the high. They know this. It makes the high. It comes back down. This is the confirmation. Retail says, okay, confirmation. Now we're going lower. They're getting short, getting short, getting short. They just absorb all that because it's not that much. And then boom, new highs, and they just exit, right? So anybody with like enough, I guess, buying power, you could say, could soak because they see the setup. This is what market makers do every single time, right? So like as retail traders, like we're explaining to you guys, like, you know, like you're probably better off playing off of levels as opposed to confirmation. Like, yes, it's nice to have confirmation, but like you really want to be making your decisions at levels, because that's where like institutional money is making decisions. That's where professionals are making decisions. So like as retail, you should be making decisions at that level as well. Like don't just tell yourself, this is like arbitrary confirmation. I'm going to now slam it short, and now boom, it's so hard to get out. You kind of miss your stop because you know you have a bad speed. Like they have latency edge, you don't, and then it makes a new high and you're just stuck. Like this easily could have went into a halt and you kind of get stuck, right? So, and another thing too is like, guys, like if you are like favoring mean reversion on these small caps, and you sort of take a short here and then it really does get away from you, let's say it halts and you're stuck in the halt, I would say like, you know, make sure you have some type of way to get out on the open, right? So set up like a market on open order, just so like, you know, because I mean, this thing could open and just like skyrocket into another halt. Not this particular name, but sometimes you see it happen. And so it really does help. I remember early in my career, I'm like, yes, I'm going to be a short seller on small caps and I'm going to make a lot of money. And I got into one of these names last year. It was hilarious. This thing went from $2 to $20, and I like shorted it. I'm like, okay, 10. Like it's not going to break 10. Let me short it here. And I short it, and it just runs into a halt. It halts, and I'm just stuck in the halt. And I'm like, oh my God, I don't have my orders. What am I doing? And so it was a good lesson to learn early on. And this is why I say mistakes make the trader great, because early in my career, I made that mistake, and I think I literally lost like probably like $4 a share. It was terrible. It was terrible. But early in my career, I didn't have a lot of size. I learned the lesson. I have the orders set up now, and I didn't make the same mistake twice. Like that's a mistake that you don't want to make twice. And so, you know, like mistakes make the trader great. You want to trade a lot early in your career. You want to make a lot of mistakes with small size so that, you know, like when you're 3, 4, 5 years into your career of trading, like you're obviously trading way more size and you're comfortable, you know the orders, you know what you're doing. So now if you lose, like you're going to lose. You're always going to lose. Like I took so many losses today. But like when I lose, I'm just like, okay, like whatever. I'm unaffected by these losses because it's not something that I didn't expect. When it's unexpected, that's where I'm like, you know, like I look over at Pratt, I start complaining. He's like,
You know what's unexpected? Maybe this is why you don't use wireless mouses. My mouse is about to die, and then my setup got moved. Now my backup mouse is not here right now. So I'm panicking. I'm charging my mouse over here. So back to you, Luca. That's unexpected.
Yeah, that's funny. You know, when I was, I always have two. If you're wireless mouse, wireless keyboard, whatever, always have two.
I have a backup mouse.
Yeah,
it's just not
always
here.
have
That's why I
two.
messaged Rob. I'm like, Rob, do you know where my backup mouse is? It's not here, brother.
That's pretty funny. And almost makes the half internet enforcers. You're making me laugh here with the comments. And guys, look, Disney had the Disney long, right? long over here at around like the 100 level, added again over here, and I'm being very patient. Like, again, guys, a name like Disney is going to move so slowly that, like, yes, you definitely want to get the prices that you want, but like if it moves like 10 cents away from you, it's not something like today, like I don't want to even say Facebook, like Meta. I don't know what was going on. The spread was like 30, 40 cents. This thing gets away from you, you instantly get smoked. So like, you know, but Disney, obviously a very, very slow name at the $100 level, which is super psychological level. And I say to myself, this is first day 100 is tested. I think it bounced off that and went to 110, if I'm not mistaken. So now we're at it again. Obviously, you know, market's extra weak, but at the same time, I ask myself, who is really slamming Disney that's going to bring this down to break low of day? If it breaks, it breaks. But I'm just like, I got long 1, 2, 3 longs here, and then I have my orders like to get myself out going into VWAP. I'm not exactly expecting this to break VWAP and fly, but I do think that we can, like, you know, I got the top tick over there, which was kind of nice, and we're back down now. I'm almost thinking to myself, like, I want to add to this, but like not at this particular level. Like if we kind of get back down and go sideways again, maybe I add again and start scalping my way out of it. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this just kind of like, you know, making like a higher low, and now it's going to push and then break this level, break the 150, and then like maybe run 20, 30 cents more and go from there. So yeah, I'm holding on to these. I'm not too worried about this one. I mean, I would be shocked if like I, you know, take this off my screen, pull it back like 30 minutes later, and it's at like 99. Like I'll be shocked because it's Disney, right? But on the other hand, and I want to show you guys this, Meta, yesterday, first day of trading on Meta, I have no idea what happened here. No idea. Because when this was Facebook, the spread was like 3 cents. It was doing a lot of volume. It was like a good tradable security. And I love trading Facebook. Sean trades Facebook all the time. Now it switches to Meta. I missed yesterday, was not in. I sit down today. I see 180. I say to myself, 180, huge level. But I'm looking at the spread, and it's like 30 cents. And I was like, 30 cents, like, and I'll pull it up for on this side for you guys. Just give me one moment here. It's like, look at this. Like the bid is 44, the offer is 53. Now, because it's slowed down, okay, the spread is 7 cents. But guys, it's like, did the liquidity providing robots not get the memo that the switch happened? Like, where is everybody? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't understand. Why is the spread
You know what?
45
You say
cents?
that funny, but on TradingView, it still says FB as a ticker, but the company name is obviously Meta Platform. So it could be that something around those realms. Like TradingView still looks at Meta as FB.
Like the bots didn't get the memo.
Yeah.
Like it's like they get paid so much money and they didn't get the memo. And I was so upset because I'm like, this 180 break is gonna be amazing. It's gonna be amazing. And I take the break and I instantly get smoked. And like as you guys can see, like I took the break, I like put the stop in because I was like, well, I mean the spread is terrible. Like this thing could instantly rip my face off. So I sort of got stopped out. Then it sort of made the move lower, which was only like 50 cents. So it's like nothing crazy. I'm not upset about it. But then look at the whip back. Everything else had the same pattern, but look at the whip back. And when the spread is like 20 cents, it's like you take the short and all of a sudden you could be like 30, 40 cents out of the money. Like that's not a trade you could take size on. And, you know, I told myself this is where I'm going to take size because I love it. It looks good, fresh level. There was no size on the level. The spread was big, so I sized way down. I took the L, not by much, thank God. But, like, literally, where are the bots? Like, if you're watching this, like, please come provide liquidity on Meta.
Phone home.
Please come provide liquidity so I can start trading this name again, or else I'm just going to have to stay away. Like, I got to pick a different name. But, yeah, just my 2 cents on that one.
Robot phone home. Yeah, exactly. I feel you on that, you know. But thankfully, though, it's still a beautiful day for the market, and we have tons of opportunity. That being said, still low liquidity around the board. I want to go take a look at the overall market real quick. S&P 500 on here we go. S&P 500 on the Chicago market, which was mentioned earlier, holding up pretty good at the 3,900 level. Not really breaking the 3,900 level yet. And if I am allowed to just show you this screen, even though it's black chart, just for a quick second. I have these lines drawn out from, I don't really know when. Maybe if I go to the daily chart, I can really see where these lines come from. But these lines got respected a little bit off of the first drop. And now here's the next drop where the line came in here. I didn't draw these lines today, 100% honest about that. But I'm very happy to see that these lines were somewhat respected. And now that 3,900 level bottom coming in. Oops, nope, that's not what I wanted to do. No, that's also not what, oh no, I closed that. I'll bring that back up in a second. But very happy to see those levels are being respected. So 3,900 bottom coming into play. And I need to go find my time of sale. So where is it? Oh yeah, I closed my time of sale. So let me just quickly open it right here. Where's the time of sales button? And there we go. Time of sales pop right back up. And now let's go take a look at NASDAQ. So NASDAQ, which is also down on the day, 3.5%, forming a nice little bottom. Don't really have any lines drawn out on NASDAQ because I trade the S&P 500 futures more than the NASDAQ ones. But yeah, getting ready to maybe test the lows again one more time over here. Trader Pratt, dude, you need to slow down and clearly state the market on open orders work for halts. You need to slow down and clearly state that the market on open orders work for halts. I never heard that before. Open, right. I don't remember saying that today, but I may have mentioned this a long time ago.
So guys, guys. So let me clarify for you. So obviously, like the stock market is an auction market, right? Bond market, dealer's market, stock market, auction market. So at the open, there is an opening auction, right? So market on open orders, you will participate in the auction, right? So that is the open. There is also a closing auction at the end of the day, so you can participate in the closing auction. When stocks halt, when they open, right, that is another opening auction. So the market on open order will work. You will participate in the opening auction.
And so will the market on close into a halt. The same way, like if you want to get,
you don't have. I mean, you don't. You just send or so no. So essentially, like those are just limit orders. If something is halting to the upside, you cannot aggressively punch and get long, and that's why you see the bids stack up if something is about to halt, and you just bid if you want to like get long into the halt. I mean, obviously dangerous strategy, trade, whatever. Like it doesn't, the halt. It'll be a 15-second delay before it halts. But, if you're getting long and then, like, at the 7th second, it kind of reverses because someone just slams down the size and it drops on you, like, enter at your own risk. But, guys, keep in mind that, like, it is an auction market. And so when something halts, it'll normally be a 5-minute halt, right? And then what they're doing is they're looking for liquidity. And all of these, like, auction orders are coming through, right? And so, like, as an example, if a small cap halts to the upside and then it halts and you'll see, like, on the imbalance locator, you might see, like, okay, 1 million shares to buy, right? That is the imbalance. They have to find that liquidity. If that liquidity doesn't come in from another offsetting auction open order, then that will just hit the offer. Like they will find it. So that's when you see when these things halt and then they open up here. It's because they cannot find the offsetting liquidity. But it is something that market makers probably play games. They probably play a lot of games at these halts. On these halts and open them at kind of weird levels. So I would just say, approach with caution, watch before you participate because anything can happen, especially on low floats. So like the last thing you want to do is like it's your, first week trading. You're like, yes, halt. I'm going to take part in these halt trades or I'm going to like use opening orders. Like, I mean, I wouldn't. Like, if I was speaking to myself, like my earlier self earlier in my career, I would say do not participate in any of this stuff. Like just watch it for now. So hopefully that answers your question.
There's a great comment in the chat. Does homie drive BMW or Ferrari?
I ride the subway because it is the most efficient and it's good for the environment.
Another good comment coming in from Darvin, formerly SWW. Do you get prizes to participate, like a participation award to participate in the auctions?
Do you get paid to participate?
No, just a participation award for in the auctions. Yeah.
I mean, like if you make money, you can say like, hey, that was my reward. But no, nobody's handing out trophies for that.
No trophies.
You would think that like those are probably the more expensive. I want to say that like auction orders are probably a little more expensive. Like not by much, but they're probably more expensive orders. So you're paying the market maker for that one, and they should be sending you an award for taking part in that.
Yeah, like for example, Saad says, "Congratulations, you can push buttons." Yeah, that's all you get at the end of the day. A big congratulations or a golf clap for being able to push buttons on your keyboard. That's about it. Talking about my keyboard, I might have to clean my keyboard. It's been a hot minute since I've done that. Let's go take a look at some of the positions. Actually, Luca, you only have 2 more minutes here before your replacement comes on. So maybe if you want to talk for another 2 minutes, go ahead.
Sure, yeah, no problem. So, we have the, guys, look at the ES, right? This is something that I wanted to talk about quickly. Before we broke the 3,900 level, I said to myself, this is going to be classic. It's literally going to break by 1 tick, and then it's going to pop. It's very slow, right? We're creating this channel. But look at the low. Look at the low. literally 2.5 ticks, 2.5 points, sorry. So it literally breaks that 3,900 and then pops. Breaks it again and then pops. Like, are we going to do the same thing? Like this is why I said, look, if more selling is going to come in, it's probably going to come in towards the end of the day. Because, you know, we have obviously like Fed next week on Wednesday. We have the rebalancing towards the end of the week. Like, we just had CPI, which was super bearish. Everything pushed lower. So like anybody who says to themselves, like, look, I think we're going to like really sell off into the Fed and then maybe get a kind of V-shaped bounce, or like that's been the overall theme there. But, you know, like the selling will probably come in at the end of the day. That'll be my guess. And so this is just classic action. And this is why you cannot slam lows on any security in this type of market. You cannot slam highs. You cannot, well, you shouldn't say slam because then it's down. You cannot buy the high, from what I'm learning, and you cannot slam the low. So like pick your spots, you know, figure out the type of trader you're on if you're new to trading. But yeah, definitely don't slam lows, because, you know, if you're looking at this and you're seeing like this, right? You're like, oh, 3,900, like huge level, like I'm going to get short below it because it's going to go 20 handles. Like it doesn't, right? And then it just kind of channels and goes sideways. So like, you know, definitely pick your spots. Yeah, definitely pick your spots. Do not slam lows. Be very wary of that. And good luck, guys, the rest of the day. And we're going to pass over to Brandon for the midday update.
The downside. Now you can hear me. The selling accelerating to the downside here. NASDAQ leading the way, 3.5%, 2.5% for both the S&P and the Dow. One of those days, unfortunately, pretty ugly right across the board. 1.6 for crude, Bitcoin, and Ethereum. Look at Ethereum now. 7% in negative territory. Here's the board. Not much to see here other than red. There's a few things standing out. Newmont, some resource stocks popping back into positive territory on a pretty ugly day. You know, you got to put some money somewhere. Resource stocks, apparently consumer staples also showing 1 or 2 or 3 individual names that are higher, along with healthcare, some of the equipment makers in positive territory. As far as what is leading right now, financials, capital goods, or industrials, I should say, information technology and consumer discretionary. So anything and everything within those 4 groups. So tech, consumer discretionary, banks, and industrial stocks in negative territory. And I mean every single stock within these groups in negative territory. So pretty ugly right across the board. 2.6 for the S&P. Not a good way to end the week, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, now we're getting back to the market over here to see what's moving. You know, still, as Luca mentioned, just little boring movements. It is lunchtime still, 30 minutes into lunchtime. So we might have to wait a little bit. You guys saw the board over there. I see nothing but red except for a couple squares on that board. So a little dark day on the market. You know, Free Fall Friday got initiated by that CPI numbers that dropped out. 8.6%, I believe, is what the number was. Highest since, what, 1940 something, or at least that's what the number I remember reading about. But maybe I got the date wrong. But whatever. The point is, big inflation number. Market's bleeding. We're going to the downside. And right now, Netflix is actually popping up a little bit for me. Only 21 cents in the money. Before I was like 50, 60 cents in the money. So coming back up to the north side, I'm taking more fills up here without a doubt. What is actually that order at 185.90? I did not even throw that order. Let's remove that order out of there. But yeah, market obviously still down, but S&P 500 and NASDAQ trying to maybe, you know, stick with that bottom, 3,900 bottom, trying to go up over here. And here's NASDAQ trying to stick with that. What is the bottom today? 11,800. Let's just say 11,800 because it's only 23 points away from that. And it's trying to also create that as a low and not go too much further to the downside. If market does want to pop, it could find buyers around these levels and go up there. But I'd be pretty surprised to see the market find buyers only 100 points away from the 4K level. So, you know, if I'm allowed to show Greg's trade today. Greg, can I show your futures, our CPI trade? He's not there. That's a yes for me then. So I'll show Greg's future CPI trade here that he took in the morning. You get paid to just be here on time for your job. Just be here on time. Get ready to push those buttons, because here's Greg taking that 4K level short, getting out at what his best out was 39.74. Like, how good can you be at this job? Just smashing those levels to the downside. So the market only down 100 points from that 4K level off of that CPI number. I don't think the market has anywhere room to go to the north side, but more room just to the straight timber.
Yeah.
I'm going down.
Hey guys, what's up? How's it going? Hope everyone's having a good day today. Yeah, Free Fall Friday's like in full effect today. Like after that CPI number kind of came out, it's just been downhill since then. For me, on my side, not so good either. I'm on a little 2-day losing streak here in equities, but that's okay. I'm up in equities over the week, so it's all about good R&R and managing risk. I did have the SPY short similar to Greg in the morning, like kind of off that CPI number. We were all here early. I took the 400 short. Now the cover here looks obviously really premature now that we're down to 390, but the reason why I'd kind of covered this was as soon as it kind of came through, the time of sales kind of froze and whatnot. I didn't really feel comfortable, so I covered that position in pre-markets. Solid trade, and it was one of my first times trading off the CPI number. So I just want to kind of get my feet wet with that one. But then ever since then, it was a tough morning. It was like obviously we all had like a short bias in the morning. But it was tough for sure. Like I was trying to take breakouts to the downside and kind of just getting chopped around a bit. The thing here on Amazon, Amazon's my biggest loser today. I took like 113 break and I took 110 break. But you know what? Like the breakouts on this stock, like all day. Or all week rather, have been really bad. Like the even dollar breakouts have been really bad. It's been more of like a range trade. I am up on Amazon overall on the week just because I had a really good couple of first 2 days there. But ever since then, I've been kind of struggling with it. But that's okay. Then I took a couple trades on Meta, just same sort of thing, like just trying to take a even dollar break to the downside, 180. We were talking about that level a lot in the past couple of weeks there, just because when the COO left Facebook, 180 was the very bottom there, right? So try to take that breakdown. Took a little bit more size, got chopped around a bit. That wasn't that big of a loss there, and then I tried to bounce here. That was a bad trade. And then stopped out there. So you know what? A couple losses or a few losses across the board for me today, but that's okay. Like I said, still up overall in the week, and having a good week in that sense. And you live to tell the tale, and trade another day and keep plugging away. But definitely today is definitely short bias kind of day. But we are kind of chopping around this 3,900 level. So do we keep going? Who knows? But Free Fall Friday's in full effect.
Yeah, Free Fall Friday indeed here. Thank you to CPI numbers. Right now, RDBX still trying to go play with the high day areas. $14.69 is the high day. There is some size on $14.30, about 37,000 shares. Is that right? Yeah, 37,600 shares on Redbox at $14.30. It just so happens to be around the areas where the stock seems to be finding some resistance around. Market's about to be done with lunchtime soon. Well, we still got about 20 minutes. So still got a long time over here for the market to find out what it wants to do once the volume comes back in. And you guys can see the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ charts almost have no volume on them going on right now. Netflix getting pushed back to the north side to almost 185. So maybe we can get some more fills above 185 on Netflix if that can break. But right now, even that doesn't want to go through. Let's see what you guys are looking at. Shorting Bed Bath & Beyond. Okay, BBBY on NASDAQ. So that's a meme stock that used to move around with Netflix and with the GME and AMC and so on. Today, Bed Bath & Beyond to the downside for almost 3.5% over here. trying to extend those losses right back to the low of day near $7 maybe, but pretty good consolidation and bottom coming in around $7.10 for right now, and clearly we're just playing under VWAP the whole day. So Bed Bath & Beyond struggling along with the rest of the market. If we're looking at Bed Bath & Beyond, I generally like to take a look at GME and AMC too to see what these stocks are doing today. Wow, GMC is actually on the upside, almost 1% up here, above $130. I did take a look at AMC earlier in the day to look for a possible trade opportunity, and I saw AMC was down 3%, hence I'm so surprised watching GME be up on the day near 130, still very close to 150, and you guys remember how that trade was on GME not too long ago. A couple of the stocks that had some catalyst on them and even on our watch list, obviously DocuSign is one of them. That had a earnings report coming out. Tesla's on our watch list. And if you're not signed up to our watch list, you're probably making a big mistake there. Free information, free trade ideas being gifted to you. Obviously, Miss V and Brando used to do that, but now that they're not here, or Miss V's not here, Brankles helps out Brando in the morning, early morning, to get that list ready for you. So don't miss out on that. Make sure you go check that list out. Off of that list, I'm going to grab Stitch Fix, SFIX, which also was down on the day today and is still hanging out in the negative zone, down 15%, hanging out by VWAP actually. And I'm expecting once the market poops itself a little bit more to the downside, maybe we see the stock heading back towards the low of day on Stitch Fix.
I wanted to talk about DocuSign just because, like Brad said, that was on our watch list this morning. And, again, guys, like the watch list, I always kind of use it as cross-reference just to kind of, check a catalyst on the stocks that I want to trade. But yeah, so great resource there. So definitely recommend it. But was definitely looking at DocuSign just because, the negative catalyst with their earnings. I was watching this $70 level. That was like of bigger interest to me. But I saw it kind of topping around 69 here. And, I was right on the level, but, just poor execution on my part here. I should have just kind of let it break. Instead of trying to short in front of it, just because I didn't really see size there or anything like that. So, the premature entry on that one, but I lost maybe 15 cents on it. It took small size. It's literally like my smallest loser on the day, so whatever. But yeah, this 69 level was the play, right? Like look at it just plunged below this, and now it is kind of reclaiming VWAP. But this was a harder trade just because it was SSR, right? Being down 23% on the day. DocuSign is obviously going to be SSR, and that means you got to wait on the offer to kind of get filled short, right? So you have to be super patient with that one to catch that move, right? And now I just saw a lot of buying kind of come in above VWAP. That's the thing too, right? And that's what we kind of said in the morning meeting too. Like if we are going to really bounce off this dip in the morning in the market. Try to look for names that are SSR, maybe get an SSR bounce, just because, like I said, it's going to be harder to short, right? So, that did give the bounce in the morning, and then you could fade the resistance there. So it wasn't a bad move on DocuSign there. I wanted to talk about BABA. I saw a couple people kind of calling that up. That's been pretty volatile the past couple of days. You guys know it's been having a lot of catalysts, right? And gave back a lot of the move yesterday. It was down almost 10% yesterday. Not quite SSR. But today, showing more weakness again, right? So, didn't really pop up. You could have shorted a lower high from the pre-market high. The pre-market high looks like it was 115. So short in front of that level was nice, and then just kind of fade the entire move. And now it's below 110, right? I remember Sean kind of talking about that 110 level yesterday and how, there was a kind of a bounce play there, but now kind of fading below and showing weakness. Below there, right? And, we kind of talked about BABA being a gapper, right? And if you look at the daily here, there is a gap below 110, potentially to the 105 area, right? So, this has potential to keep fading a little bit lower, but yeah, it's going to be pending on, I guess, the rest of the market and what it's going to do. Someone said GME long. Let's go. Let's take a quick look at this. I haven't taken a look at any of the meme names like GME or AMC yet. So this is interesting here. Jimmy Amy, yeah. So GME is up on the day, 1.5 points. Is giving a little bounce to this consolidation area at the bottom end of this consolidation area on the daily here. But we've been talking about that 150 level quite a bit and how strong of a resistance it is.
I want to welcome a new member to our family. Shamim AA, welcome to the family, my friend. I hope you're having a great time in the market today. and everyone who has supported us today. We appreciate everyone. Actually, let's get into that YouTube spiel, which I surprisingly haven't done today yet. Where is my, wow, look at the sports betting addict. I literally have NBA statistics for the finals ready to make bets on. So let me close that real quick.
We didn't get a chance to talk about that because you were away. Like, did you catch the game on Wednesday?
No, because we went to golf, right? So we went to golf. By the time I came home, it was like 11 o'clock almost, and I felt sick, so I went to bed. I took Tylenol and juiced up on vitamins, and I just went to bed. But what was I going to do here? I completely lost my train of thought.
We're going to do a YouTube spiel.
Oh yeah, YouTube spiel. That's right. So let's go over to YouTube real quick and get the like counts pumping, baby. So like counts today at 1.8. We still got 4 million people in the arena live watching us right now. A little shout out to Dr. Disrespect himself. Let's get this number to at least 2K likes. For those of you who haven't hit it already, please do that. And I see someone in the message, Tammy KB, just subbed to us. Thank you, Tammy. You're helping us with the subscriber count there too. So yeah. For those who haven't subscribed yet, there's about 40% who's not subbed. That's a pretty big number, you know. So let's get that number going. You can also support us by joining the membership family. That's how Shamim is supporting us today. Shamim becoming #1. I think the first month supporter. You get some good loyalty badges over here that you can use. Some custom emojis. You know, you can out emoji your fellow community members by throwing on the air horn and support us through that way. That costs about $5. Another way to support us, and honestly, this is a little bit a cooler way to support us. What the heck? Why does YouTube do this to me sometimes? You know, YouTube sometimes hides the store button from me and it doesn't let me show it to you. So maybe if I go to my company account, log in, I can show it to you then instead. So let's see, right here should be that click, and I can go over here and click on store. See? That's weird, right? YouTube, you got to stop playing games with me on this one, buddy. But yeah, look at this beautiful merchandise we have. I'd rather be trading, Trader TV Live. I know Ian's still waiting for his goodie bag from Sean.
I'm still waiting.
That's why Sean's hiding. That's why Sean's not next to you right now, so he doesn't have to hear this. But yeah, you can buy some merch from us. And if you do buy some merch, make sure you take a picture of yourself and tag us at Trader TV Live on Instagram or on Twitter, and we'll be very happy to see those pictures and share them around with our community. So those are a couple ways that you can support us. Real quick, getting back into my trades. Netflix getting back above 185. I'm catching more fills over here above 185 and also catching fills to the downside. You know, scalp in, scalp out, scalp in, scalp out. Building that position for that final drop when it does come in for me. So I could, you know, it's not like I'm holding the size and I'm just, you know, shaking it in my boots in case I'm wrong in my trade. No, I'm paying myself every time it comes down. Let it be 20 cents. 20 cent scalps are still worth it for me. You know, it's scalp, 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 scalp. And when the drop comes, watch all these orders just fill in, and I'm sitting there on the top of the hill going, yeah, baby, I am a champion.
Some people, go for it. Some people calling out Tesla, quick long on Tesla. You know what? I gotta say, like, be careful with the longs today, just because you know, the market is kind of fading, and we're kind of testing this 3,900 area. That's going to be a very, very key level, I think. If we kind of break down there, then it could be breaking down towards a further abyss, right? So, but yeah, this is Tesla here. I did take a low of day break on Tesla, like pre-market low break. That didn't really work. So, you know, whatever, stopped out there. But yeah, long on Tesla below 700, it's a little bit risky, right? Just kind of looking at the daily. You know, 700 has clearly been a level. You know, we've been kind of playing the bounce off that the past week pretty much, you know, and it's been giving some decent trades off that, right? So that's why I was kind of like having the short bias below it. But yeah, today breaking down below, and, you know, if we kind of look below that, there's going to be a consolidation area around like 650, you know, 650, nice whole like round number. So excuse me, like psychological number there. So, you know, that could hold its support, but yeah, just kind of be careful with that one. And, you know, obviously Tesla's a faster moving, more expensive stock. It's easy to get quickly rinsed on that one, that's for sure. GME looking bearish. We already kind of took a look at that. RMO. Market is ranging. Yeah, the market is pretty much ranging. You know, it has been ranging the past few days, right? So, you know, we've been talking about that a lot. Obviously, the CPI number gave that huge flush this morning. So, you know, you're kind of looking like 100 points in the money after that on the futures there. But yeah, no, definitely ranging now as the market kind of bases out and tries to find like where it wants to do for the rest of the day. But Yeah, no, it is definitely ranging right now. So just kind of be careful with that. Let's take a quick back look at GME, just because you guys kind of mentioned it there again. Yeah, we already kind of talked about how it's like kind of topping out at 131. It is kind of giving this bounce here around like this bottom of the consolidation area. So, keep that in mind. But this 150 level is obviously a huge level. Great chance to get into DraftKings. Let's take a quick look at DraftKings. I haven't taken a look at that, so I just kind of want to see what that's been doing and seeing how it's been taking on these market conditions, right? So it is kind of ranging as well, ranging between like 13 and 15. So nice $2 range there. You could easily play the range on that. But again, lower volume stock, not sure if there's any sort of catalyst with this. It is one of the betting stocks, but we kind of talked about this before, how the betting stocks don't really do anything during these high like sports times of the year, right? Obviously the NBA finals going on, NHL going on as well, but DraftKings, we're looking at here and it's not really doing anything, right? Imagine buying Amazon at the split, man. We've been talking about Amazon all week, and talking about how it's basically been like a dud, right? Like after the split, it hasn't been like any of the other splits that we've seen in recent times. We talked about Tesla yesterday, Tony and I, and Tesla was up like 15% the day it split, right? And, look what kind of happened to Amazon. Just been like kind of fading the entire move. Today, considerable weakness on it. Looking back, all you had to do was like kind of short a pop and then you're good for the rest of the day. But yeah, no, definitely some lackluster performance for Amazon after the splits.
Remember what I said? I said I would mark it on open buy Amazon on the day it split it. Well, thank God I didn't do that on my own account, because I'd be crying more than I was crying about Palantir and DraftKings bleeding. So, I'm just happy that I made the right decision. Well, not me. It's more like my bank account made the right decision. It said, you can't afford more stocks now, Brad. Let's chill out for a bit. Let's wait for this market to come down, show you the right opportunity. I'm still waiting to see if Amazon actually breaks 100. I asked Luca this question. What do you think?
That's a good question. I'm gonna say no. I don't think it breaks 100. The bleeding's gotta stop at some point.
We're expecting some big biddies over there, right?
Yeah, you gotta imagine like there's gonna be lots of people trying to stack up and like pile in at $100. So that's obviously gonna be fireworks. Is it gravitated towards that price? It looking like it might be, right? Looking like it might be gravitated towards that price. So we'll see. But Amazon was a good day trade the first day. Like there was a solid uptrend when it opened. It gave some good trades to the long side, right? But then we talked about those first 2 days. It just kind of faded the move.
Yeah,
faded the move in the afternoons, and then look at what happened the rest of the week, right? Amazon's just been super weak.
Yeah, right now fading the move is Netflix off those 185s again, man. 50 cents in the money. How easy is this trade? Just load up 185 and pray to God, right? Not really praying to God. You're just waiting for those levels to come kick in. The money just keeps pouring in on me on Netflix today. 127 trades. The next trade with the number of trades I have is right there, Roblox, 16. So it looks like I completely stopped looking at every other stock on the board. When a stock's working for me so beautifully, just keep taking advantage of this position again and again and again. That being said, there's tons of other stocks on the board today that are fun to talk about. Something that I missed out on talking about today was the crypto watch. So let's look at cryptocurrencies bleeding along with the rest of the market today, sadly. Right back to 28K, 29K for Bitcoin, down 3.5-4% over here. Ethereum down 7% along with Solana. Cardano down 10% today. Dogecoin and Shiba down 6%, 5% each. So clearly crypto market's bleeding, and usually when we talk about crypto, we always have to go over to their partners in crime, which is Coinbase, Mara, Riot, and so on. Coinbase today bleeding another 8%. I believe one of you posted the number for a 10% number on the SSR level on Coinbase. I forget what that number was, but if someone in the chat can do the quick math for us, that'd be awesome. So we're waiting for Coinbase to hit that SSR number. That's actually part of the reason why I'm still sitting in my Roblox trade. Roblox down 8.4% today, and to be honest, RBLX on New York. Prad, what are you doing? Honestly, I would have been out of this trade already if I didn't have it in my mind that I'm waiting for that negative 10% marker, because of how the stock has been consolidating, trading sideways, creating higher lows, and hence I have these two exits over here just to cut down my size in case Roblox manages to go back above VWAP somehow, and I don't give back a little bit more of my profits than I originally wanted. Not like I'm gonna lose money by letting it go above VWAP. I just wanted to secure more profits on this in this consolidation range in case it did pop with the overall market, which does not want to pop right now. It is actually going to the downside, the S&P 500, and so is NASDAQ getting ready to push the downside, which puts my Netflix at 62 cents in the money for me. So Netflix, my biggest trade of the day so far, probably my biggest trade of the week, honestly. Every day of the week has been, somewhat of normal trades for me. But Netflix, man, I came in with a strong bias on this trade. I waited for my levels. My levels came in, and we smashed those opportunities. Disney breakdown. Disney apparently breaking 100 one more time. It is right now. Disney going back below 100, and now this might be the move on Disney where we don't get back above 100 in case the market actually takes out the low for the second time and the market goes below 3,900. So let's see what happens on Disney over here. And some of you are mentioning Redbox coming to the downside. Yeah, Redbox sadly breaking $14 here, moving back to the downside a little bit, but still above VWAP and trading above VWAP. So Redbox can't stop, won't stop. Maybe we get a third, fourth leg right back to the upside and we go test that $15 level. I did mention I don't want to be short Redbox near 15 because I'm waiting for that 16 level. Looks like we're not going to get that 16 level just yet, or even that 15 level just yet. So we'll just have to be a little patient to see when that opportunity comes in for us. Roblox now $1 per share in the money. Netflix almost $1 per share in the money. There we go. Netflix about to be $1 per share, and we're cashing out.
I want to talk about a couple of these trades just because I know that a lot of the guys on the floor had them, right? So the one on coin, this is what we were planning basically this morning. A lot of even dollar breakouts to the downside as the market was like super weak, right? So, 60 on the daily, we kind of pinned that on coin, but below that 59, 60 had broken in the pre-market. A couple of people took the 59 break, and that was decent. Like, you had to kind of scalp it out quick. But again, it kind of chopped back around, and if you hold that, like, look what happens. It rips your face off, basically going back through, right? And that was essentially the trade there on coin, right? And, it kind of showed weakness the rest of the day. Then there was Disney. Right, Disney, the first $100 break, and I was kind of reviewing this trade a bit with Brankles there. But you get the $100 break here, but again, like super quick. You got to scalp it out quick. Like, you can only get maybe 15 cents on that break, right? And if you take it with size, guys, you're not holding this against you. You're not holding it 30, 40 cents against you, because then you're going to get shut down and it's going to be bad, right? So, you got to kind of scalp it out quick, and then, then afterwards it gives the full flush move down another 25 cents, right? But the breakouts today haven't really been great. And even look here, if you take the $100 break again, Disney kind of gave a bottom out here, support here held at 100, little bounce play. So you know what, you're thinking okay, let me set up for the $100 breakdown again, right? But look what happens, gives maybe 4 cents. That's probably what you get filled right on the break. And then it blasts right through again, and then, then it gives you the move. So maybe it's just kind of stopping everyone out. And then, giving the move that everyone kind of expected afterwards, right? But definitely breakouts, definitely a harder trade today to kind of manage. But it is what it is, and you go on to keep looking for more opportunities, right? AMC or ABNB. Let's take a look at that, just because I haven't taken a look at that in a while. That's New York, I believe, right? Or no,
Airbnb, NASDAQ.
NASDAQ. Yeah, so let's bring that up. On the daily, look at this, guys. It's kind of fading this entire move. It kind of bottomed out around a 105. I want to zoom out the daily here. Has this tested 100? I don't really think so, but you got to imagine that if it breaks down this 105 here, if there is continued weakness in the market, then this is likely going to gravitate towards 100. But you see how it kind of was kind of pulling towards 125, and then as soon as it kind of touched it, just straight rejection, and 2 big selling days off that 125. This is something that I've been mentioning the past a couple days now. It's interesting to see how catalysts or negative sentiment lines up with key levels on the daily charts, right? So you should have been looking at this 125. Obviously, yesterday, a lot of selling pressure comes into the market. And then today, with the negative CPI number, right? So inflation's obviously a little bit higher than expected. So, a lot of selling in Airbnb as well. Lining up with that 125 number, you got to think when you combine the two, it creates a lot more confluence for your trades, and maybe a better trade that you can take.
Yeah, I'm just, you know, I have, you know, I'll explain. I have this negative mindset in my mind right now. Probably better to talk about it out loud. That way, it just goes, you know, explains to you how even traders such as myself or Ian, not like we're much experienced than you guys in the chat or anything. You know, I only have 2 years over here so far. Ian barely has 3-5 months over here, and Ian's doing a great job. But a couple mindset changes that I was going on in my mind was, you know, I started off this month kind of bad, so I'm like battling my P&L. So I'm basically calculating in my head how big of a day I need today to be to kind of make sure the last few days where we're negative to make up for it. But it's such a bad way to think about it. You know, I was watching the movie Hustle by Adam Sandler yesterday on Netflix. That was a good movie, and in that movie, he kept mentioning, you know, it's not about this play, it's not about this shot, it's about your next shot, it's all about your next play, and always got to focus on what the next trade, next setup is that the market is presenting you with. So focusing on that, you know, I was able to come in. I didn't really size down because I got beat up yesterday. I kept the same size, and in fact, I sized up a little bit more. You know, Netflix was my biggest size that I probably had all of this year today, and I'm able to capitalize on this trade. So it just goes to show, you know, it's all about being ready for that trade. I showed you the other setups today that already worked out, and focusing on what's working for you and keeping on taking advantage of that same trade again and again and again. Let's go check out what Brando hosts for us. I think this one's called Stock Scan.
That, yeah. We'll talk about volume, Prad. A list, anyways, of volume leaders, current volume leaders, and current top gainers on the market at the bottom today. I left that on there, but just to point out here, only 1,300. This is the S&P 500. And all North American markets combined into one. So 1,389 new highs right now. Everything else basically either flat or negative on the day. Huge number over there today. Almost 8,600 individual stocks in the red currently on the market. 56 new highs, 1305 on the new lows. The TQQQ, top of the list today. 102 million shares traded on that so far. IMPP, this thing's been on this list all week long, easily. Another 95 million shares today. There's that COGT SQQQ, the other direction as well, inverse on here, almost 90 million on that one. Goes on and on. Want to mention though, COGT red box. This is the top performers list. So yes, there are stocks in positive territory. You got to dig deep, but we were talking about both of them all day long, COGT and Redbox, guys, top for performers today. Back over to you.
COGT, yeah, I think that one was being called out in the chat quite a bit. Let's go check out what COGT is doing right now. It's coming down to VWAP slightly, still up 84 beautiful percentages to the north side today, holding VWAP. The 50-period EMA is exactly near VWAP, so I'd like to see how the stock trades around those two levels. Right now, market clearly wants to go down. We're testing the lows right now on S&P 500, not on NASDAQ, but at least on the S&P 500. That gives me my position on Netflix a little bit more juice on my trade. So here comes more profit targets to the downside. 183.82 clicking into profits, and we're $1.15 in the money on Netflix. Crude oil back above 120. Eyes on Husa the long way. Let's go check out the crude oil futures first, which is CLN22 on NM, getting back to 122. High day of 122, sorry, and getting back to 120 right now, but down on the day about 1% or 1.25% on the crude futures. So finally, we're seeing some retracement coming back to the downside. The question is, how far to the downside does crude actually retrace to, and how low can we go on this one? You know, we still got a long way till $100 a barrel, so we're waiting for that play to come in to see whenever crude hits that. Obviously, crude is to the downside today, but getting back to 180, which means you want to go take a look at Husa for a possible long. Here's Husa, which is down on the day along with crude. That's obviously how it's supposed to play out, you know, if it's the other way around, I'd be pretty confused. But Husa down 4% right now. Maybe a long would be good, but you know, the idea of why would you be trying to long something that's already getting beaten down on the day would be something that I would have to express when I'm talking about this. And last but not least, I always like to go take a look at the overall ETF when I'm talking about certain stocks, such as XLE, about to take out the lower day right now. XLE about to take out the lower day. You are looking at crudes to take out the 120 level. I think 120 is just going to reject and get pushed back down because of the energy sector over here overall getting pushed down right now.
I want to address a couple things here in the chat, and people are kind of talking about what you were saying about, like, you know, you were kind of trading your P&L and whatnot.
Yeah.
You know, in a trade, it's very dangerous to look at your P&L just because, you know, then you attach like a dollar value to your trade when you really should kind of separate it. Like if I was looking at the dollar values on my trades, and sometimes we put on big positions, right? Like it can shake you out. It can sway your decision making, that's for sure, right? So, you know, it's best to kind of keep all your trades separate. You know, because they are, right? Like one trade shouldn't affect your next trade. If you take a loss on one trade and then you see your setup come the next trade and it's in line with your strategy and your plan, you take it, right? Like the last trade, the result of the last trade should not affect how you execute on your next trade, right? So, you know, try to keep your trades separate. I would recommend, you know, a trick that works for me is actually creating like a separate blotter that almost hides all your P&Ls, all your unrealized plus net or whatever on your blotter, so you're not constantly staring at it, right? Instead, you're focusing on reading the tape, reading the level 2, and, you know, trading the trade correctly, right? So that's kind of like my thoughts on that. Someone said the Disney just kind of stopped everyone out and ran everyone's stop, so I wanted to take a look at that, and this is exactly what I was kind of talking about earlier, right? Like if you take this $100 breakdown, and I forget who mentioned it in the chat the other day, but they made a really, really good point in this market, is when you're in the money, guys, take profits. At least scale out some of your position, hold a piece for the dream, whatever, but like take profits when you are in the money, because you never know what's gonna happen, and you know, it could rip your face off back through your price, right? And look at what happened here on Disney. You get the breakdown, sure, good entry, take a $100 breakdown, good trade, right? Gives you about 30 cents on the play. If you don't take that, then it's instantly running to your stop. How many people do you think took that $100 breakdown and put their stops right at 100.01, right? Just because, you know, once it breaks over 100, you don't want to be in that trade, right? Technically, you're wrong, right? That's exactly what the price did. It ran everyone's stops, and then it flushed back down below 100, and now kind of testing that $100 level again. But that's exactly what we were kind of talking about. The hunt was on for these Disney tight stops. Exactly, like that. That's exactly what we're saying, you know, especially midday. Luca talks about it all the time, about how the bots are here, right? The bots will come in, they'll see everyone's stop and they'll hunt you, right? So, yeah, just be careful with that. Point is, take your profits. Prad needs a jar when he puts a quarter every time he says, obviously. I think, no, we were both saying that on that, but I was trying to make like a conscious effort to kind of not say it as much. Someone called out a level here, AMD 95.
I'll do it if you put the quarter in every time I say it.
Yeah. I'll take
you
the
put
quarters.
the quarter in.
We'll just put a jar here.
Yeah.
You know, the chat will like toss a quarter in.
I'll do it that way.
Or like a super chat for a quarter.
Obviously.
95 seems like a pretty decent level here, man. Like I kind of like this too. It did break down earlier. It was kind of consolidating around there, but then got reclaimed. Held his support here around like 1150, held his support again around like 1220, and then now kind of coming and potentially testing as the market is kind of fading too, right? So is this going to be a good level to kind of fade a move off of if the market kind of fades with it? You know, we kind of talked about 3,900 being potentially a level. If it breaks down, you know, you got to imagine that, that AMD is going to show continued weakness. And we're going to, you know, break down 95 and maybe show a new low of the day or something like that. But, yeah, solid find on that one, 95. I would kind of just be hesitant taking a breakout just midday because, you know, there's obviously going to be a lack of volatility and, you know, probably liquidity as well.
Do the opposite of what Prad does. Well, yeah, go for it. If you want to short or go long Netflix over here and ride it to 185 and give me your fill so I can go more short, you can run that trade. I would love that. You know, right now, multiple dollars in the money on all my trades. One of my biggest days today. So yeah, if you want to lose all the money you've already made, just go on the opposite trades of me. You know, I'm not gonna suggest that to anybody today, but on a normal day, it might just work out for you. But today, maybe not the best setup out there. You know, there's times where setups work, there's times where setups don't work. When do you think Marley will go back to normal? Marley? Not sure what that is. Short Golden State Warriors tonight. Yeah, is Sean here? No, man. His team is cashing out. Boston Celtics. Yo, my bet last game, I needed Steph Curry to get 4 assists. You're telling me he couldn't even get 4 assists? What is Golden State doing, man?
Yo, listen, man. How many times do we tell you these parlays, these bets? They
all right,
make these numbers.
Listen, buddy. Listen.
For a reason.
I picked 4 assists because his under/over was 6.5. So I picked 4. That was an alternate assist. That means the odds for 4 was worse than me picking 6.5. You're telling me my man could not even get 4 assists? And these guys are in the finals? Come on, man.
But yo,
the main stars can't even play the game properly. Like, why am I watching this game right now?
Who's scoring for Golden State, though? Like, Curry's got to, like,
Klay
score
Thompson somehow popped off. Klay Thompson popped off.
I got to say, though, I'm not, like, a fan of, like, either team in the finals. Like, obviously, you know, we hate Boston. We're from Toronto. But no offense to anyone from Boston in the, you know, just sports-related solely anyways. Jaylen Brown's popping off, man.
Jaylen Brown
is my guy. Like, this guy's popping off.
Popping.
He's going to, like, cash out this summer for sure.
Dude,
for sure.
Always bet over on Jaylen Brown. Rebounds, points, rebounds, assists, whatever it is, he's been cashing me out. He's actually saving my account because on the parlays I throw on like 10 cents. But what I do is on the each bet of the parlay, I'll throw on like $1. So even if my parlay loses, I only lose on one of those bets that made me lose the parlay. So overall, I actually make money on my bets. But it's just like, how do you not get 4 assists? Like, what a joke.
I'm telling you, man, Steph took the bet himself, too.
That's what it is. That's what it is. He took the bet against me. He's trading against me over there. I see you, Curry. I see you, Chef Curry. You're not cooking tonight, that's for sure, because I'm betting against him today.
Just want to address a question here. Quick question. Do you guys do swing trades? We don't do swing trades here at the firm, just because, you know, as Neil and kind of Sean always kind of say, is we have to be flat at the end of the day. We're solely a day trading firm. And that being said, we also don't trade options as well. We trade purely equities and like futures as well. But yeah, no, we don't do swing trades. We can't hold trades overnight. So, you know, quick answer to that question.
Yeah.
That's an interesting question there. I like Lego Star Wars. Pride likes parlays. Oh, yo, have you checked out the...
Yeah, that's a Neil comment.
It's funny because every time Pride will talk about parlays or like sports betting, Neil will just look over and just like shake his head. Just shake his head.
Like everybody is religious or throws money away at something. Or they're really disciplined in one place, but they're really lazy in another. There's no such thing as discipline.
Yeah.
Or personally, it's just like it's like what you are lazy with or what you're disciplined with is different.
That's right.
Yeah.
Normal to somebody else. That's all it is.
Yeah. Everyone has their like guilty pleasures where they like to spend money on.
Neil was just mentioning, you know, everyone has something that they like to blow their money on. For Neil is Lego Star Wars. For me, it's Lego McLarens, parlays, beer, woman. The list just keeps on going up. It just never stops. The list just keeps on adding and adding and adding. So, you know, but no, all fun and games. As long as we're making trades like these on the markets, baby, we can just keep on adding to the list. The next stop is Lambo. The next stop is a Rari, just so I could dump it in Lake Ontario just for fun. You know, just like buy a Lambo. No, what is it? Ferrari LaFerrari, just so I could throw it in the lake just for fun and make an Instagram video out of that. You know, the list just keeps on adding on. But let's see what list for trading is being added on right now. Sadly, NASDAQ not really doing anything for us. Neither is the S&P 500. UVXY, we haven't mentioned UVXY all day today, or the VIX. Well, VIX was at its lowest for what, the 52-week low not too long ago?
Yep.
Yeah, VIX was at its 52-week low not too long ago, around 23, 24 or so. Now, right back to 28 for VIX, 29 for VIX. UVXY, man, look at this one, getting right back to $15. I was actually surprised to, well, not surprised. I was actually thinking about going long near 14.20, Ian. I chickened out. I don't know why. I just chickened out. I guess I wanted a better price. I was waiting for UVXY to come back into pre-market ranges for me to load the bag on. Missed out on that opportunity. Clear move to the north side. Just an absolute train to the north side, not stopping. Another stock that is an absolute train right now, but to the downside, is this beautiful beautiful Netflix position, man. I know this dark pool candle is kind of messing with you guys, so let me real quick fix that. The high over here, where's the 196? 184.43. Okay, the chart's gonna die real quick, and we'll load the chart right back up here. Bang, bang, and put that over there. So now the chart should look a little bit cleaner. There we go, chart looks cleaner, no dark pool wick, and as you guys see, all my orders have come in, and I still have half of my bag from up here. 185.18 average now. Instead of being 184.80s, now my average is 185.20s, and I still have half my bag that I started the day with. A pretty decent bag if you ask me on Netflix. Waiting for this bag to get pushed down to $183 or so I can cash out on this trade today. Absolutely cash out. So waiting for NASDAQ to break the low, waiting for S&P 500 to break the low, and waiting for Netflix to go even more further. Roblox actually pushing even further now, so makes me upset as to why I took these 3 exits over here, because maybe time to cash out on that negative 10% marker that I've been waiting on for God knows how long now, since 10 o'clock. I've been waiting since 10 o'clock for Roblox to hit negative 10%, and we've yet to do it. Maybe we'll do it now.
I'm reading a couple funny comments here. The Ferrari bot just put you on the no purchase list. When you said that comment about throwing the Ferrari in Lake Ontario,
that is true. They are very
Ferrari
restrictive.
was listening, man. Like,
they are very restrictive.
Yeah, you know, it's crazy. Like, I think it was what's that that DJ or whatever? I forget his name now.
DJ Khaled?
No. He's like a EDM kind of DJ. Anyways, he covered his Ferrari in like those like neon cats.
Yeah.
Like a print or whatever.
Okay.
And then Ferrari took it away from him. Ferrari took away his Ferrari. Deadmau5, yeah, there you go. Deadmau5. Yeah, Deadmau5 covered his Ferrari in like his like whatever his branding.
I didn't know this story.
Justin Bieber was also banned too. Yeah. Ferrari has some weird rules. Tesla, someone's saying Tesla finally broke through that level that we've been waiting for. You know, we kind of talked about Tesla breaking down and showing weakness below 700, right? 700 has been this level for all week pretty much. You know, today finally breaking down and showing some weakness below. Gave that test like around like 10:30, you know, to VWAP there, but never really reclaimed it or buying above it. And now, like, you know, testing low a day. Low a day is 683.74. I saw someone point that out in the chat too. And, you know, we're probably going to break that as the market kind of breaks lower. But yeah, to touch back on your like UVX or UVXY long, we already kind of talked about how the short in equities or the futures or whatever was kind of tough this morning, just because as soon as the market opened, it was kind of chopping back and forth. And, you know, I'm thinking maybe not a lot of people kind of knew what to do or knew how to do kind of trade the CPI number. But excuse me, they're obviously in the morning, it was a great short, right? If you had caught that and kind of just held it all day. But yeah, as soon as the market opened, it was definitely a tough trade. AERC sneaking up. Let's take a quick look at that. That was kind of going off yesterday, so I just want to see if there's any sort of continuation. Today it is up 17%. Would you look at that? I think that high from yesterday was 12, like we were watching, and then it just kind of got rug pulled at 12. And then today, huge gap down, sorry, or it wasn't really a gap down, I guess, but yeah, I guess it faded the entire move yesterday, and then now it's kind of like making another push today. Is it going to test that again? Probably not. Like, there's less volume today, so I don't really see that coming kind of into play. But who knows? Maybe some momentum comes here after lunch. What do you think about Redbox? We kind of already took a look at that, but we could take another look here. Redbox, as it loads, it is up 42% today, so, you know, huge day. Just kind of expand out the daily. Yeah, it's just kind of ripping highs. It looks like maybe 15's probably a level, you know, people got to start taking profits at some point, and, you know, nice whole dollars is a good kind of area to do that. So, you know, kind of just be careful if you are in a long, and just kind of be aware. Even look at the 14 level, guys. Like, it kind of consolidated around this 14 level, and, you know, bouncing off of it here, bouncing off of it again, right? So, you know, people who bought in the morning, maybe they're looking at 14 as a good profit-taking area.
Yeah, I'm just getting ready to bloat about my Netflix trade on Twitter over here. Just getting some screenshots ready to post on Twitter. Get my follow count up a little bit. We've been stagnating on my follow count for a little bit. So here's my tweet. Maybe Bears versus Bull could throw my tweet out there. Get my like count going. Get my follow count going. Let's get that numbers boosted. These are rookie numbers over here. I can't get any sponsors like G Fuel sponsors or Secret Lab chair sponsors with only 2.7K. If you're looking at our boy Sean over here has 32K. If you're looking at Neil, he has another 30K. Brandon has a 30K. So help your boy out over here. I want to eat too. I want caffeine, but not the type of caffeine that these guys are drinking. I like my flavored gamer caffeine and whatnot. So help me out. Get the follow count going. Would appreciate that. And also smash that like button or that. Is it a like button? Yeah, the like button or that heart on my tweet over there would appreciate a lot. Getting back to the market right now, though, clearly very beautiful market for us to be a part of. Oil index are rising right now, so it looks like crude futures actually might be getting ready to get above that 120 level, and they are already above that 120 level, and hence you were looking for that HUSA long. So let's go check out if HUSA, that long paid out for you. I'm guessing it did. Yeah, it did. It moved right back to VWAP. Wait, that's not HUSA. There we go. HUSA moved right back to VWAP along with crude futures. S&P 500 bouncing off of VWAP right now. Sorry, not VWAP. What am I saying? Off the low of days, and NASDAQ also bouncing off the low of days. Market looks like it's not ready to break the lows just yet, or maybe just not ready to break the lows at all, and the market's getting ready to push back to the north side over here. That being said, I'm going to cover some more profits on my Netflix trade, because why not? I have a lot of money unrealized. I want to realize some of those profits into my pocket, and then we can let the rest of them ride a bit. Ride the trade for me. Let's see what area wants to go for me at the end of the day. 3,900 good level to go long with short stop, don't you think? Yeah, exactly. It's almost as similar of a trade it is as Netflix for me, as you are talking about that trade. Get short 185 and keep on scalping it, and when you're wrong, it will tell you you're wrong right away. You could do that on the S&P 500 futures multiple times. Keep on going long at 3,900. Have your stop at the low of day, which is about 2.5 points, 3 points to the downside, and keep scalping this level as many times as the market gives you opportunity to. One thing I will mention though, it is getting to that time of the day where these levels will start to get exhausted. By that I mean the more we keep testing those levels, the higher the probability of the level is to break when it tests the next time. So 3,900, scalping it from 10 o'clock till here would have been good, but scalping it now, I would take less and less size each time. And Neil would mention this too. Neil has actually taught me this. It's like, every time it goes back to that level, you'll see it take some size out. The chances are it's going to break it the next third, fourth, fifth time does it do it.
Yeah, just to kind of expand on that. Think about the market as like supply and demand, because that's essentially what it is, right? So think about this. So if we're looking at the ES here, 3,900 bounces that first time, right? Gives a nice bounce, about 25 points, right? Comes down the second time, gives another bounce. There's still buyers there. It bounces again, about 20 points, maybe 15 points, right? But now look at the third time, bouncing again. So how many buyers are there going to be at this 3,900 level? That's what we're kind of talking about. You can take the scalp because it's been working. Rinse and repeat. We talk about this all the time. Rinse and repeating levels and trades until they don't work anymore, right? But you got to imagine that the buyers at this level are kind of getting exhausted. And it looks very similar, guys, to yesterday. If you guys recall on the midday show there, I know it was a little bit different, but the 40-80 level was holding and consolidating above as well, right? And look at what happened by the end of the day. I remember going for lunch after I got off the show and coming back, and ES was at like 40-40, and that level had broken down. And it was just kind of like setting up for Free Fall Friday, right? And, is it potentially setting up the same today? Obviously, we're down much more on the day today, down 2.7% there, but anything can happen. We've seen the market tank much further than this, and we've seen the market rebound much further than this as well. So anything can happen, but just kind of keep that in mind and manage your risk accordingly. And like Brad said, we are kind of coming into the lunch period here, so volatility can die down. So maybe the moves are going to be less, or they're going to be less than what you guys potentially expected, right? No white shirts. Yeah, this shirt is like kind of light brown, but it's kind of. Maybe it's like the lighting. I don't know. It's kind of popping up weird here. Is Biden speaking on? This is light brown. What?
Yeah, I'm just trying to read what's on your shirt there. You know, he's a little swaggy boy. You know, he rocks like some brand name clothes. So I just wanted to see.
It's a Nike shirt.
Yeah,
It's
it's a
nothing-
Nike shirt. I mean, I'm rocking a Just Do It Nike shirt too.
Yeah.
But you know,
Checks over
I
stripes.
like to. No, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. You know, I rock both. I got no loyalty. I rock champs. I'll rock a champion. I'll rock all of them. As long as it's good, I'll rock it. S&P 500 actually noticing right now while you were talking about it, Ian, is creating a higher lows, but lower highs, but the same lows at the same time. So creating a descending wedge, I think it's called. I think that's called a descending wedge. Now let's quickly go over here and check what that pattern is. Oops, can't type. Descending wedge pattern. I believe that's what that is. Yeah, right here, right? I believe that's what we're looking at. So it looks like it's trying to then break out and go above here maybe. So we might just get a breakout to the north side on the market, to the 50-period EMA or towards the VWAP area, which is part of the reason why I'm actually deleveraging some of my trades over here. I got out of my Roblox trade completely. I know I said I'm waiting for that 10% marker. Not anymore. I'm happy with my profits. I'm running away with my money and I'm done with that trade. A part of the reason also why I'm thinking about taking off more size on Netflix over here, but realistically I'm not going to be doing that. I'm going to be holding. I don't have any size left on Netflix anymore compared to how much size I had up here. I don't have that size anymore, so I think I can hold these last few shares that I have for the end of the day move if that does come into play, or I can load up more shares around 185 if that comes into play. Market might be trying to break out of that trend line that I drew out not too long ago, so we're just waiting to see what happens. Market to rally in 15 minutes, says Joseph Blogs. So, timer on for 15 minutes right now. We'll see if 15, it's 1:23. We'll see in 15 minutes if the market starts breaking out.
I'm going to go long, and it should work, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
If it doesn't,
perfect.
it's Joseph's fault. He's going to pay you for your losses over there. So that means just load the bag, go full buying power, and Joseph's going to pay for your losses.
So Biden's talking at 145, apparently. Is that true? According to some people saying in the
I
chat.
did not know that. Let me go confirm.
Yeah, so Biden could potentially be talking. I'm sure he's going to say something about inflation. Will it move the market potentially? But we know that his speeches and stuff, they haven't really done much to the market, at least recently. I don't know. I don't know if it's like what Biden's talking about. Who knows? Some people were asking, is it a sunflower on my shirt? And I was actually reading it too. It says from Beaverton with love. I don't know if it was like a collab with like Nike, and it says like have a Nike day on the back. You can kind of see it there. So I don't know, it's a cool shirt. I saw it like they did like a collab and they released like a whole kind of line. So that's that.
For a second, I thought that's like a Murakami, not Murakami. What's that guy's name? Takashi Palm.
Oh yeah.
I thought it was like for a second like a Takashi Palm or something. That's why I was like giving it a second look. I'm like, this guy does not miss with the brand names, but no, today he kind of missed. He has a Nike though, but we'll give him that.
Yeah.
You better not be rocking Adidas though. I mean,
No,
the
I got
Yeezys.
some Jordans on.
All right, he's got Jordans on. Because if you're rocking Nikes and Yeezys, then that's a question. mark.
No, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Come on, it's one or the other. I seen you with, you
I
always
do that all the
matching.
time. I
You're
don't
always
care.
matching.
I don't care.
Anyways, he's going to blame Powell. Yeah, who knows? We'll have that on.
We have it right here.
Yeah. So, did you want to quickly
You
talk
go
about
ahead if you can read that. If not, then
Yeah.
I'll
So
read
it says he's going to deliver remarks on inflation and the actions administration has taken to lower prices and address supply chain challenges. So, I mean, like that's basically what they've been talking about for months and months now. So, is it really going to change anything? Obviously, inflation numbers came in super hot today. But I think they kind of expected that yesterday. You saw the big move in the markets. Someone knew something, apparently, but they're kind of selling in front of the number. But hot inflation for sure. Yeah, so we're waiting to see what remarks he has. 1:45 p.m. Eastern. So around the time where we get off, sadly. But we'll wait to see if the market can show us some fun until then. PPT coming in. Not sure what that is. Biden talk. Oil hit the roof. Oil actually looks like it's taking off still, huh? So let's go check out CLN22NM. It's still down on the day. It's not really taking off as you would expect it to. It did take out 120, but still getting rejected by VWAP.
VWAP over here for crude futures. Brando just updated to us. Yeah, Biden updating the port of LA and supply chain, and also talking about inflation, I believe is what the website over here said. So for anyone who's wondering, where do we get this info from, if Biden's talking or not, you can go directly to whitehouse.gov/live to find out when he's coming on, what he's going to be talking about, and so on. So right here, Biden delivers remarks on inflation and the actions that the administration has taken to lower prices and address supply chain challenges that the world has been facing overall. But at the same time, couple notes that I take from the watch list that Brando has been making for us is the companies are citing that the supply chain issues has been easing. I can't really pinpoint as to what companies have said that. I'm drawing a blank on that just off the top of my head. But a lot of companies have come out and said that their supply chain troubles are easing, so that's a good thing overall. Right now, I'm looking at the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. Looks like they want to take out of that level that I was talking about. So that descending wedge getting ready to actually break out. I know I'm not a man of patterns, but looks like that pattern wants to actually start moving over here and test this 50-period EMA, the VWAP, or even the 100-period EMA. Does the market have strength to get back to 4K? Is the big question. I would say no, not at all. We might see a move to VWAP and rejection from VWAP, maybe a move to the 50-period EMA, which is at 39.20, 39.35, sorry, 39.20, 39.25 or so, and then see some rejection. Only time will tell. And thankful to you, lucky for you guys that we have nothing but time over here. Right now, though, the time is for Money Talks with Brando.
Currencies, that's better. Currencies, let's talk about the US dollar. First off, up a full percent here. For the US dollar, that's a daily chart. You can see almost back to last month's highs, I guess. You got to go back to, what was this? Yeah, end of May, we got up to above 104 on the initial move to the upside, the pullback, and now we're right back up on this inflation data this morning. So everything else on the board here, very, very weak. The euro, 0.9 to the downside. This got up, the British pound almost got up to 2% to the downside at one point today. We're back to 123 on the pound. Just straight, have a look at a chart of the pound today, just straight to the downside since about 8:30 this morning. Japanese yen back to break even here. It was lower as well, along with the Swiss franc. I mean, on and on we go. Talk about Bitcoin here quickly, back below 30. As we mentioned, got down to 28 or so. And now we're just kind of hovering 28,000 up to 30,000 today. But all about the US dollar strength once again, guys, on this inflation data.
We're going to send it to Ian because Ian has something to talk about that I actually want to talk about, but fine, you can take it.
Yeah, okay, no, I just want to talk about this because a couple people are mentioning like some of the airline stocks and, cruise lines, that kind of batch or that sector rather. CCL was actually a little bit on watch today just because it's breaking down 52-week lows, right? Very, very weak. This is the daily, guys. If we look at these lows, it hasn't breached these lows since October 2020. Right, so this is kind of what we look for to generate trade ideas, kind of taking a low a day or these lows breakdown, and you could get extended moves to the downside, right? But if we kind of take a look at how that trade panned out this morning, it was also a tough trade just because the market kind of gave that quick bounce in the morning there. But you kind of just had to short the pop. Was this a pre-market high? It was a little bit above pre-market high, but gave the extended down move, and then it's just been faded all day the rest of the day. Right, and in that sense, we'll take a look at AAL, American Airlines, in the same sector, and gives a similar move here. Right, I quickly looked at the daily; it wasn't breaking down like 52-week lows or anything like that. But if we're kind of just looking at the recent daily here, it is breaking down support. Maybe it had support at 15, but it hasn't really breached those levels for a while, since March, right? So a few months now, it was kind of giving the bounce, but obviously, for the past 2 months or past month or so, it's been holding above this 15, and then today breaking down.
Yeah, I think you actually forgot to mention the main catalyst for these stocks to be doing what they're doing today. Obviously, they're down because the market's bleeding, no doubt about that. But the one thing that we got to keep in mind is an update coming in from across the board from Biden administration no longer they're going to be having restrictions for international travel, or I think it's not no longer, I think they just said lightened restrictions. It's either one of those things. I might be, I'm actually forgetting if it's either a complete no longer testing or just the lighter restrictions, but either way, let's go to Brandon real quick to see if maybe he can update me on that.
Yeah, just to clarify, it's no longer needed a negative COVID test to fly into the U.S. So international flights coming into the U.S., you don't have to produce a negative COVID test anymore going into the U.S., guys.
So there you go. Thank you, Brando. You know, always can trust Brando to fill us up, especially when I'm getting it wrong or paraphrasing it on that side. So that's the news update. So you know, based off of that, it's not as bullish as I thought now, because I thought it was very bullish, that news. So it's not as bullish as I thought, but at the end of the day, it's still bullish because they're thinking about lightening the restrictions. They're thinking about opening up the world a little bit more. So American Airlines, cruise liners, all the travel stocks in general might just see a good bump up in the near future very soon. As long as we see the green in the market, I think these stocks have a very good future for at least a day trade long, in my opinion. So I'm just waiting for that option coming in.
Yeah, you know, it's quite interesting because like we talked about it before, like these COVID news catalysts and stuff, they've been so recycled in and out.
Yeah.
Like nowadays, like when you hear this story, like, yeah, sure, it's bullish. Like that's great news. Like, you know, travel is opening up more and, you know, we're going to be a little more flexible, but nothing happens. Like it's so weak. And something I just kind of pointed out here on CCL is like, look at these highs before COVID, right? So February 2020, we're trading around like $44. If we just kind of look at my screen, yeah, we're trading around like $44. Obviously, you get the huge plunge after COVID. But look at this, guys. Like, it never really like shows any strength, and then never really comes close back to regaining those levels, right? And then now, like, you know, things are opening up again. Travel is becoming more flexible, and still we're going lower, right? Like, I don't know what's going on. These stocks are super, super weak, and it's like that across the whole travel board, right? So who knows what's going to happen? But yeah, these COVID catalysts, they're not as much of a catalyst anymore.
Yeah, I just gotta wait to see. Maybe monkeypox will be a better catalyst to go to downside. But hopefully, no more things to lock us at home, please. No more things to lock us
Yeah,
home.
definitely
We
not.
want reasons to be at bars with cute girls instead of being at home with video games and controllers in our hand, right? So,
Tony's sitting over here. When he said that, Juan looks over and gives a nice smirk.
yeah, so well, that's what we want to do. But that being said, Escape from Tarkov, Ian, is having
Oh,
a
yeah.
patch soon. And a wipe is coming out soon.
That's the thing. Like they never say when the wipe's actually happening, right?
It's soon.
It's soon.
It's soon.
You know, it could happen tomorrow. It could happen next week.
And the Lighthouse expansion's coming out. You and I have yet to be on Lighthouse.
Yeah.
And if we have any Escape from Tarkov chads in the chat who want to carry Ian and I in the game, once the wipe happens, add us. We'll play with you without
I'm
a
good
doubt.
to hide behind
Ian's a pretty
you.
good gamer.
I basically hide behind Prad when we play.
He does. I'm always the one who goes through doors first, and he's the one who goes, I'm with you, bro, I'm with you. I look back, I'm dead. He's like, I'm still with you, bro. He's not. I'm big dead in the corner. But no, all fun and games. He's a pretty good gamer, too. So if anyone wants to sign up for that opportunity, just let us know. Real quick, man, we got a big race coming up this weekend.
Yeah, Baku. I was looking at the race times. It's going to be an early one, man. Like, it's weird. Like, qualifying's at 10 a.m., like our time, Eastern Standard Time. And then the race is at 7 a.m. on Sunday.
That's fine.
That's fine, but like, yeah, local time, it's like qualifying's at 6 and then the race is at 3 p.m. It's weird. Anyways, but yeah, big race coming up this week. Baku, it's usually provides some entertaining races just because, you know, a lot happens. Like there's safety cars, you know, red flags sometimes, like crashes and whatnot.
Is that a street circuit?
Yeah, it's a street circuit, but it's like, it's weird because you get these long straights. So you need to like, you know, account for that, have less downforce on the car. But then the rest of the lap is like super technical. Right. So it's like, it's hard to perfect, like get the perfect setup on it. But yeah, it should be interesting. Maybe Checo's going to win.
I've been reading a lot of articles about, you know, Ricardo getting sacked.
Yeah.
About, you know, Schumacher getting notifications about no more accidents because they can't afford it. You know, Haas is already a broke company. About Mercedes getting up to speed on their cars. And the Red Bull's engineer or somebody came out and said Lewis Hamilton might not actually be out of the race just yet because Mercedes is catching up on their speed. And if Mercedes can get back into the game over here, you know, Russell's been super consistent, and they're only waiting for Hamilton to come in. Exactly.
Russell's been the most consistent out of everyone. Like, don't count the Mercedes boys out just quite yet. Yeah, let's see if their car gets better. You know, these guys are going to be fighting for wins.
I got my money on Checo and Hamilton again for sure.
Yeah,
we'll see qualifying.
Yeah, we'll see for sure. The market is kind of moving up, guys. A couple of people kind of calling out here. It looks like it did give a third solid bounce off 3,900, and I saw some people calling out AMD. Let's take a look at that. It is kind of bouncing off this 95 level here. We talked about this 100 level time and time again. That broke down and rejected this morning, but yeah, it looks like it potentially can, you know, maybe claim VWAP again. But if you guys recall yesterday, the market did give a bounce, you know, before the midday show had ended and just kind of collapsed after that. So, you know, be careful. We've been talking about this a lot. You know, take profits when they are presented to you. Don't be too greedy. Now people are kind of commenting Russell over Hamilton. Like, guys, different kind of driver, different age. Mercedes done for a year. Yeah, we just talked about that. No, they're not. Stop it. Baba through VWAP. Let's take a quick look at that. Yeah, it is kind of testing VWAP here, reclaiming this 110 level potentially, right? So, you know, we talked about this 110 potentially being a support, but yeah, Baba had the negative catalyst yesterday and was super weak yesterday, giving back a lot of the move that it made the day before, right? So, you know, maybe Baba doesn't really give a bounce. Just kind of keep that in mind that there is a negative catalyst behind it.
Lucas is apparently testing something over there. Maybe it's Fahad, actually. It's going to be the subscriber count. We're very close to being 310K. I know we recently hit 300K. We're already at 310K. That's crazy, man. 10K viewers in less than a month or so. Sorry, 10K subs in less than a month or so. That's beautiful. And there it is, 309.285. So we're very close to that. For anyone who hasn't subscribed yet, I know there's about 40% of you who haven't subbed yet. I see Ian's not even subbed yet. Ian, smash that sub button. There you go. Smash that sub button and get that. You smash that notification bell too, Ian. But no, that's a company account. You don't have to do it on the company account. But yeah, get that numbers going, ladies and gentlemen. We would appreciate that a lot. As I mentioned earlier, that descending wedge on S&P 500 actually might be playing out. So we broke out of that wedge a little bit, but now we're holding on that line to the downside. So might be just getting ready to break out past the 50-period EMA, break out past this range high of 3,920 points on the S&P 500 futures, and extend its way towards VWAP or so, which is around 3,940. We already talked about the airliner stocks and so on, so let's go to Tesla. We haven't talked about Tesla all day. At least I haven't talked about it. I haven't even bothered looking at this position today. Let's go see what this one's doing. So it looks like we battled near the 700 a little bit. You could have gotten rinsed on the 700 level easily today, huh? Easily rinsed on the 700 level on Tesla.
There was a lot of chop around that 700 level, and you know, it's kind of gravitated towards that level. But yeah, easily to get rinsed.
Yeah, and created a bottom around 683, 685 or so, but now market's trying to go back up, and that descending wedge, I already mentioned it, trying to bring in some buyers across the board, which will actually make me take some more size off of my Netflix trade overall, because, you know, why not? We see reasons to get out. Use those reasons to get out instead of just bag holding your position and praying for more. Another reason why I'm getting out of Netflix today, ignore this chart real quick. I'm going to have to do this. Chart data, clear data, okay, apply, okay, close this, and then bring back that chart back up real quick. That way the chart doesn't have missing data for me. So here we go. No more missing data, but we do have that nasty dark pool candle that I hate looking at. But you know what? We're going to get rid of the dark pool candle right now. I hate looking at that one.
Is that the
184 point, sorry?
Oh, no, that's a 5 minute.
That's the 5 minute. Yeah, there we go. So dark pool candle is now gone. Now this is what I was trying to show you, ladies and gentlemen, that you know, Netflix, even though it's been giving us beautiful dollar per share shorts all day, we're holding VWAP since 10 o'clock. We're holding VWAP since 10 o'clock on Netflix. It's not worth for me to pray for a bigger move than VWAP, and the market's telling you we're not letting it go much further. That being said, I'm still going to be holding some size for that move to the downside. If we go back to 185, I'll be reloading, but not as much as I was reloading earlier, just in case the market manages to go back up. A Hail Mary long coming in from Tom Brady or some, who's a good quarterback? Patrick Mahomes or someone?
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, Tom Brady is a
Sorry?
good quarterback.
Josh Allen. What is it? Buffalo Bills. Okay, then no, we don't mention his name because I didn't even see him in the game last time. Patrick Mahomes is what I saw in the game last time. I just want to anger you. I just want to anger you, and I'm doing it successfully. Let's go. Can you put his face on?
The best game you ever saw.
It was the best game I ever saw. It was. Dude, that game was beautiful. It was the best NFL game I ever saw and the first NFL game I ever saw. Your turn. Stop making me feel awkward.
I
Your
have
turn.
nothing to say about that. Stay in your lane, Fred.
Stay in my lane.
Stay in your
Listen, I
lane.
gotta cause some entertainment, okay? If that means riling up Neil on the other end, that means riling him up.
I wanted to touch on one thing that that Brad was kind of talking about. Give yourself, when the market presents a reason for you to cover your trade, take that reason and make a decision and cover, right? Don't just cover because you're looking at your P&L and you see your P&L going up and you cover, right? Don't cover because of that. Cover because you get a reason from the market, like either if it's on like time of sales or if a level that you're watching rejects or something like that. Take a reason that the market gives you and make a decision off that. Someone said a nice scalp off a docu here. I'm assuming it was like a long scalp off this like bottom support, like 65.50 area. That kind of broke down, but then, quickly got reclaimed and bounced off of it. And now we're making a push towards VWAP. We kind of talked about how DocuSign was a little bit stronger in the morning. Obviously it's down 25%, guys. It's very, very weak. Don't get us wrong. But it is SSR, right? It is SSR. So that means that it's going to be harder to short and harder to kind of slam the bids down and, really send this stock downwards. But, giving a nice bounce play a few times here today. So if you caught that bounce, congratulations, and make sure that you scalp out and don't let your winners turn to losers. That's for sure.
Playmaker says, Prad, tell Neil 13 seconds. I guess that's all I need to say. I mean, even I know where that's from. So Neil's getting his hands ready to type in the chat. Playmaker, I'll let you deal with Neil over there. I'm not dealing with that one at all. I saw the anger in our work chat when that last 13 seconds. So I already know what happened over there. Man, Netflix is getting bumped up over here, making me happy to use my reasons to exit. And, Ian was just mentioning, when the market's giving you reasons to do something, take those reasons. Don't try to make a bigger deal out of it. The money's being poured into your pockets. Just take that money and come back later.
It's surprising how sometimes the easiest trades is when we see something that the market tells us, for example, huge size on a level 2 or something like that, and it's just screaming oh, front run me, right? And then that turns out to be some of the easier trades, right? So take what you can get in the market, see what it gives you, and then make decisions off that.
Speaking about that front run me trade, though, we all had that Micron trade today. I believe you had it.
I didn't have that trade, but I was watching at the time, and I know a lot of us had that trade on the floor.
Yeah, so I was front running that trade, and guess what they did? They stopped everyone on that front run, and then they pushed it back lower. That being said, I had a winning trade off that level, but I'm still down on Micron slightly. Overall, after getting stopped out on my last few shares, after they broke that size, which was 200,000 shares on 63.80, and they only pushed it up to 63.90, and right back to the downside goes Micron. After that trade finished, I didn't even bother looking at it.
Did you see the size actually get hit? Did it get hit on time of sales?
It got wiped out. It got wiped out, and they moved it to 91s, and that's when I said, I'm not getting back in here just after they wiped that level out. But clearly, that was the right trade still. They just stop hunted people off that level, and they pushed it back down.
Here's the thing, guys. We'll see that size on Micron, and we'll try to hit that trade 10 times out of 10, right?
6 times will work.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
the thing about trading is that the trades will not always work. There's never a 100% trade. If there was a 100% trade, then someone would have found that and they'd be like millionaires by now.
Yeah.
Maybe Nancy Pelosi knows, but.
We don't want to go
But yeah,
there.
no, that trade, the stops got ran, and obviously the price fell back down afterwards. So the short was right in the end. But if you're playing off that size, you can't hold your size through that play through that level. Once that level breaks, you got to stop out. Someone said keep taking just wait for the no-brainer trades. Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. Take the easy trades and, try to make a living off those, the most consistent trades that work in your playbook all the time, that have a higher percentage of working. Keep, rinsing and repeating those trades, right? Keep going with those. Just learn every day. Try not to get discouraged of losses. Just wait for something to come out. Don't chase things and manage your risk. Yeah, you know what? A big thing about day trading, guys, is all about managing risk. Like, that was one of the things that I really, really tried to, put a focus on when I was trading on my own at home. Just managing my risk, managing my downside risk, respecting my stop loss, knowing when you're wrong and knowing when to get out. And I feel like that's been a key thing for me to pull forward when trading on the floor now. If you, ask Brad or any of the guys here, when I lose, I don't lose big. Like, my losses are pretty small, and, usually my winners can overcome them, right? So that's what it's all about. It's about managing your risk and kind of staying in the game as long as possible. And we've seen, with guys like Neil and Sean, who've been trading for 20 years, how long, if you stay in the game that long, what it can result to, right?
Yeah, I'm just getting some dates ready over here to go see some places in downtown because your boy might be moving out soon. But whoa, what the Netflix? What's going on over here? Netflix is all the way back to 185. I was not ready for this move on Netflix. Looks like we might just get more fills over here on this move. Is market waking up? It is indeed. Man, I laid out this trade for us on this futures break about for that. A descending wedge breakout. I basically called it 3 minutes, 5 minutes before it happened. I should have just taken that trade, I guess. But here comes 32.90. Can 32.95 actually break over here and get to VWAP for the S&P 500 futures is the main question. We're still down 2.5 points on the futures over there for S&P 500. NASDAQ down still 3%. Netflix bumped up to that 185, gave me fill exactly at 185, then died right back down. So looks like, I'm just happy taking that fills again and again and again. Rinse and repeat, right? Basically the same thing. And until that thing stops working for me, we just keep doing it and adding that profits into our account. So Netflix paying us. Roblox, man, I'm done with that trade I already mentioned to you guys. Let's go check out RDBX. If RDBX is doing anything fun for us right now. Redbox still holding at VWAP, up 36%. Redbox does not care. So maybe with this move on the market that we're seeing to the north side, Redbox can start getting pushed back to the north side also. A couple other stocks that, I see you guys are talking about Biden right now. So let's go check out where my link is for that Biden thing. It's called WhiteHouseGov.live. Wait, what did I do? I just typed in white. Awesome. WhiteHouseGov/live. And we should be seeing him live at the moment. He is not live. He'll be on soon. Oh, he's right here. Okay, I see him. He got blended in with the background a little bit. He's right there. And he should be on very soon talking about inflation, lowering prices, supply chain issues, and so on. So, people did say market's going to burst up in 15 minutes. It was Joseph. Did you listen to Joseph, Ian? Because if you didn't, you're missing out on this move.
Yeah, no, people are saying that the market's ripping. I'm taking a look. Like, Apple is kind of fighting back. Someone said that maybe potentially reclaiming VWAP, but you know what? There could be some profit taking in front of VWAP, right? So, don't get your bulls ready quite yet. The market is kind of breaking on this consolidation to the upside here, but you know what? We had the consolidation around 39.40, and obviously VWAP is around there too. So, it could rally into the close, but we can easily kind of fade this move off the test of VWAP. I know Neil said he went short 15 on the UVXY, so it looks like that trade's kind of working out as the market's kind of rallying here into the end of the midday show. Afternoon short squeeze, yeah, maybe it's just a lot of shorts covering, right? I don't know about short squeeze, but maybe it's just a lot about, shorts covering their positions from the morning, right? How to learn trading and make a career. Man, we have a lot of content on our channel about like educational stuff, and they post a lot of stuff on the weekend. So if you're kind of wondering about that, I'd suggest kind of checking it out. There's a lot of content on there that I learned a lot from when I was trading at home as well, right? And we kind of try to bring the experience from the floor to the YouTube channel as well. AMD long. Let's take a quick look at AMD. Yeah, if you kind of caught that bottom off 95, we were talking about, I forget who, but someone called out 95 AMD in the chat there. that looked like a solid long, right? You could have kind of longed off that level just using 95 breakdown as your stop. If it breaks down, then we're continued downwards. But it looks like it's like rallying up a bit, about $1 in the money from there, and kind of testing VWAP now as the market kind of pushes up.
Yeah, market indeed pushing up right now. I'm waiting to see what Redbox can do for us. Maybe some other stocks that you guys are looking at. Michelle still is talking about GME. GME is the strongest ticker on my chart, or on your blotter maybe is what you mean. But yeah, GME, man, look at this one. Still up on the day, up 1.5%. GME holding VWAP, not caring about what the market's doing at all. Like I mentioned earlier, I was pretty surprised seeing GME up on the day, and I'm still surprised, man. What a beautiful stock for my boy Michelle over there from Quebecois, having fun with this position every single day of the week so far, and I hope this fun doesn't stop for you or for anybody so far, man. GME, Jimmy, our boy on the block, our best friend on the block so far. At least for me, it's Netflix, to be honest. But for you and your calls out there, man, you've been smoking it. Can you talk about XAU? That sounds like a ETF. Nope, it's not an ETF. Maybe it's on NASDAQ, New York. I cannot find it at all. Let me try to see what stock are you talking about exactly. XAU is on NASDAQ, so how come I wasn't able to pull it up? It is PhilX Gold and Silver Sector ETF, looks like, is what it says. So XAU on NASDAQ, XAUNQ. That's weird. I cannot pull it up on my platform, so sorry I can't talk about it. CL dumped through the 50 and now below support. So that's your crude futures. Looks like it's still above 120 though, but so nothing really happening on the crude future end. Still above 120, but getting rejected by the VWAP area so far. Down 1% on oil barrels right now. Moderator hype. Biden speaking now. Yeah, Biden is indeed speaking at the moment. We mentioned
he is speaking right now. Like, I don't know if what he said is giving the market a little bit pump here, but it could be pumping for a number of reasons. We'll kind of keep that on watch, and I'm sure like if there's any news, Brendan will come out with it. What do you guys think about CPANG or Coupang?
I think that's Coupang, right?
Yeah. Let me bring that up here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's New York. Down 5% today, down 6%. It is kind of showing weakness on the daily here. It kind of broke down from this consolidation. It couldn't really break through that $14 area, kind of consolidated around 13, but then broke below and couldn't really reclaim that, and now kind of breaking below 12 as well. Looking at kind of like the lower end of support here, around $10 maybe. I just want to kind of expand this a bit, see if we can get some older data. Yeah, it looks like $10 is the most recent low, or actually 9 rather, but definitely fading the move and showing some more weakness below. A couple people mentioned NIO, and I was talking about this yesterday. NIO is probably on my blacklist now of stocks that I don't want to trade anymore.
It's called the no-fly zone.
Yeah, the no-fly zone. Showing more weakness today, down 3%. The Chinese ADRs have kind of been fading the second half of this week, right? They got a little bit of a pump or a little bit of volatility in the beginning of the week there, but fading the rest of the week. And NIO couldn't hold this $20 level, and now testing below 18. So considerable weakness from NIO.
Yes, market tank. Yes, that's all I'm seeing in the chat right now.
I just want to see, Free Fall Friday hasn't been a thing for the past couple weeks.
It's down 2% and 3%. What more do you guys want? Do you guys want the market to halt into a?
Oh man, that'd be crazy.
Let's see the fireworks. In the market?
Let's see the fireworks.
Like, do you guys understand what you're talking about right now? You guys want the market to bleed and portfolios to go poof and people to jump off of buildings again?
Let's be clear. I'm not a bear or anything like that.
I am, and even I don't want that. I am a bear, and even I don't want that.
Because your market's been bleeding, bro.
Yeah, that's true. I've been loving this market's bleeding action so far. Yo, why are you taking my headphones, guy? Yo, chill, guy. Lucas over here steeping my headphones and stuff. But no, those are good old COVID days. Yeah, the good old COVID days where 9:30 market opened into a halt. You would hear the whole floor going, oh, and screaming and just getting hyped about it.
I wish I saw that live, man. I really wish I was there.
Oh, man. I mean, I think we were live around that time. You just have to scroll back to the COVID days and you'll see obviously only the morning show, not the evening show. But still, what a beautiful time to be a trader back then.
I just caught a glimpse of Tony. Yeah, if you guys don't know yet, Tony's going to be on the closing show. Sean took an early Friday off there. So it's going to be Tony and Neil.
The only trader who's not even a trader to be on the morning and the evening show, which are the biggest time slots, on the show. Tony, man, give it up for that guy.
Yeah, give
Doesn't
it up for
even
Tony.
trade.
Man, we had a sick show yesterday. It was Tony and me the whole day there. I know the chat enjoyed it. We had the most likes.
You guys did it together, right?
Yeah, we did together.
Yeah.
We had the most likes that I've seen in the past couple of weeks with Tony and I there. So that being said, let's kind of get the likes boosted here a bit, guys. Like we're at 2K likes. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going into the closing show here. It's going to be a great closing show with Tony and Neil. That's for sure.
Tony's going to take over that show, man. I'm telling you, it's going to be the Tony show very soon. I'm not going to even see Neil and Sean on there. I just know it. I can see the future.
It's just going to be all Tony.
I can envision the future. It's going to be the Tony Trader TV show completely. Guy's taking over how many jobs now? He has like 7 jobs. He just won't stop. He's single-handedly boosting the Toronto's or Canada's, the employment rate, single-handedly boosting the numbers. So let's go, Tony. He's helping Canada. He's helping out the country over here doing this. Redbox is flushing right now. Apparently, let's go to Redbox. RDBX, yeah, finally breaking VWAP on Redbox to the downside here. Sad move on Redbox. Finally, though, I'm gonna say finally because I'm a bear on this stock. But hopefully some of you did take your profits off of your longs and you're not watching the stock come back to the downside like this. Some of the positions where I would have taken profits is, for example, if I was long over here, some of the areas I would have already been taking profits here, on the way down over here, and I would have been completely out on the break of VWAP/50 period EMA, or actually on the break of $12, I'd be completely out of the trade. That's just how I would trade it. Your setup is completely different. The way you look at stocks is completely different. That's why we always mention trade your own book, trade your own setup. REV declaring bankruptcy. Ta-da! What's the section something what's the bankruptcy number, section something?
I'm not sure.
When you file for bankruptcy? Sorry?
Chapter 11.
Chapter 11, there you go. Chapter 11 filing coming in for Revlon. I did read a couple of days ago that they were going to try and negotiate with their debt collectors to see if they can get some extra time on the bankruptcy filing, but looks like they're not gonna go through with that. And Revlon now, it is Revlon, right? I hope I'm saying it right. REV, yeah, Revlon. Finally declaring bankruptcy, pulling the Trump card over there, declaring bankruptcy and then pushing back to the downside.
Real quick, I want to talk about 2 things here. First off, Apple, just because we kind of talked about it, kind of pushing off this 137.50 level, making a bottom there, and pushing up the VWAP. You guys remember we were just talking about this maybe 10 minutes ago? Look what happened, guys. It claimed VWAP, but then quickly got pushed back down. So maybe some profit taking around VWAP, and now kind of selling off, looking at the market as well, kind of pushing back down, back into the consolidation area, closer to 3,900, right? So, is this kind of a, some profit taking and continued push to the downside? Who knows? But that's what it's kind of looking like right now, right? And in that sense, I want to bring up Amazon as well. Someone mentioned Amazon. Let's take a quick look at that again. And it did the same thing with 110. We talked about 110 kind of being a level in the morning, holding a support, but then eventually breaking down and kind of consolidating below. And look, it did the exact same thing around 110, right? So, pushes up above 110, unable to reclaim it, and now kind of pushing below again. Potentially testing lower, right? So this is kind of the story of the market, bouncing around for sure. Are these levels going to get reclaimed to the upside? Is this a pullback? Who knows? But we'll find out soon on the closing show.
Something that I just heard from a quick second over there from back of the floor was take ownership. You always got to take ownership. Taking accountability will help you get better trader.
Guys,
number one.
The only one who can be held responsible, the only one pressing the buttons is yourself.
Yeah.
Only yourself.
No one else is ever to blame. Not the market makers, not the market, not the stock. Blame yourself for everything. Even if you're right, blame yourself for being right. If you're wrong, beat yourself for being wrong. Throw slippers at yourself. That's the only way to improve in this game. We're waiting for Revlon to open up whenever that opens up. A couple seconds in the market for us. Hopefully you guys have a great time on the NBA game today. I know I will. I don't know what we're doing tonight. If this guy ends up making some more money, then for sure we're about to go out today and party. We'll see if that ends up happening today. Overall, ladies and gentlemen, have a great week. We'll see you back Monday.
Thanks, guys. Always for having us. It's always a pleasure. Good luck the rest of the day, and we'll send it to Neil, Tony, and Brendan for the closing show.
Ciao.
Hey guys, thanks so much. Yeah, a couple hours left in a pretty ugly Friday here. Welcome to the close. We will take you right through to 4 o'clock this afternoon. Coming off what was a bit of a disaster for CPI this morning.